What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, October 28th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, we'll get a tip for kids in the car line for the Buck. We will also recap maybe the craziest World Series game ever. We'll dive into Steve Sarkisian's Monday press conference. He gave us the latest on Arch Manning. It sounds like there is a chance that Matthew Caldwell will be starting for the Longhorns this Saturday against Vanderbilt. We'll dive into some Monday Night Football. We've got some Vegas odds for who's going to be the next head coach where in college football, and the latest updates on this Louvre thievery that went on in France. A lot to dive into, plus a conversation with Chris Phillips of SEC Unfiltered at 8 o'clock. He has to atone for one of the worst tweets of all time, and we'll bring that up with him in a little bit. But so much to get into on a Tuesday show. We appreciate y'all starting your day off with us. How are you this morning, my man?
I'm doing well, man. Starting to cool off a little bit. Temperatures tomorrow will be cold to me. I've got to golf today. I got long pants on. I'll be playing in long pants. It's supposed to be 85. It's supposed to be the high. But that's cool enough for me to get to the long pants. Collared shirt, looking like a real golfer in the fall. The fall season is upon us. But some people will enjoy this 62 to 69 degrees on Wednesday. I will not. That's too cold for me.
69 is too cold for you?
Yes. I need it to be in the 70s to call it casual fall. You know, even 80s is fall for me now. I'm so spoiled from living in this place and being in this heat so much. I don't like the cold. I don't like it I barely like it in the mornings. I was out preparing myself as a lettuce rancher, getting my gardens, getting some fertilizer in the gardens yesterday. And I was like, you know what? Soon the frost will be on the pumpkin. And
soon?
You know what? Yeah, soon. Soon, because once this thing starts to tilt down, it's going to be staying in that 40 to 50 degree morning temperatures in the morning. Now the highs may weasel back up there to the mid 80s, high 80s, but I don't think we're going to see very much of the 90-degree temperatures like we've been seeing.
How are you mad about that? We've been having 90-degree temperatures for like 4 months. How are you upset that those are going away?
It's okay. It's okay to be warm.
It's okay that it's going away. I'm with you. I agree.
No. You're a 60s guy. You're like my wife. She's like, I can't wait till it's in the 60s. That's great weather. I'm like, oh, it's cold around here.
I'm just sitting here thinking, if you feel like 80 degrees is fall, then what is 60 degrees? Are we calling that winter on the show?
We're calling that yes, we're calling that 60s is winter.
Oh, you're
around
crazy.
This place.
Oh, man. Yeah, we've got some 40s coming up later this week, at least according to the weather guessers. And the high today is in the mid-80s, but tomorrow I'm seeing 66. I'm seeing a very nice 69 on Thursday.
Oh.
And it should be a beautiful weekend. Maybe a little chilly for you trick-or-treaters on Friday. But how about Saturday for the home game at DKR? High temperature of 76 and sunshine. That'll work.
Now think about what it is at 11 a.m. though.
Probably like 68.
40,
no,
47.
Give me a break.
47
Come on,
at
man.
kickoff.
Now, when we're setting up at Schultz Garden at like 7:30 this Saturday morning, it could be in the 50s.
Yeah, that's jacket, little hoodie.
Yeah, that's a jacket on, but eventually you'll be able to go jacket off in public. So that'll be great for game time, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, CB's out there in the great Northwest, and it's currently 40, not 48.
But they do like Celsius up there in that part of the country.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they're about to get out the scrapers to scrape off the windshields there eventually. Ugh.
Oh man. All right.
I can get over it. I got long pants. I haven't been in jeans. You see me in shorts a lot. I've been wearing shorts a lot.
Yeah, we all have.
It's time for me to get my jeans back on.
Yeah, time to bring out the fall gear, you know? It's about time.
Yeah,
It's been
man.
fall for like a month. It's time that the weather actually shows up.
You could be right. It's time to get my long pants. I like golf in long pants, collared shirt, looking good, looking the part, taking some money from my buddies. Oh,
Yeah.
I added some money for you people last night. If you dared stay up till 2 a.m. this morning to watch the baseball game, and the Chiefs rack up the commies last night. Took them a while.
When did you go to bed last night? How much of that marathon did you see?
Well, I didn't see very much of it because I was in bed at 9:45, and then I got up to use the bathroom at 11 something, and I looked at the score, and it was in the 11th inning, and it was tied up, and I'm thinking, my God, it's almost 11:30 here. What's going on? Then you told me, I said, what time did it end? 12 something? You said 2 o'clock this morning?
Yeah, 10 minutes shy of 2 o'clock is
Oh,
when
my gosh.
finally Freddie Freeman took everyone out of their misery. 6-5, the final. 18 innings, tied for the longest World Series game of all time. Buck, the game lasted 6 hours and 39 minutes.
A double header last night. And
That's
now they're back
basically what
at
it
it
is.
in less than 12 hours. They're back at it again.
And they play again tomorrow. They're in that 3 games in 3 day stretch. So every pitcher got used last night. Basically, every player on both rosters was in the game at some point. And yeah, like you said, they got to do it all over again tonight. And then, game 5 tomorrow night too.
Yeah, Ohtani goes 4 for 4, and he's on the mound today. I may have to take Toronto in this one. I may have to take Ohtani getting blasted. You got to be a little tired.
I don't know. Apparently,
although that dude's a machine.
Yeah, Dave Roberts said after the game last night, I don't know why they made people do post-game interviews. Like, can we just not send everybody home after that? Can we, maybe skip this stuff? But Dave Roberts on set with Fox at like 4 a.m. said that Shohei typically likes to get 10 hours of sleep on nights before starts. So, pitchers are creatures of habit. They like their routines.
Yeah.
And I don't know if there's even enough time for Shohei to sleep 10 hours between now and first pitch tonight. But
that may be a minus 250 tonight. For that guy on the mound, it could be minus 250 to get a Hyundai.
Oh, yeah.
Good time to take the dog.
Maybe.
No doubt about it. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. Doesn't matter what the temperature is, you're there for us. We do appreciate that. We also appreciate your family sharing you with all of us, and do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. And before we get to your tip for kids in the car line, Buck, shout out to the first responders. Today is National First Responders Day.
Awesome.
So I know you like to give them some love from time to time.
Absolutely.
And we can't thank y'all enough for your support to our community. Shout out to all of our incredible first responders here around Central Texas and all over the world. All right, Buck. It is a Tuesday morning, which means you've got another tip for kids brought to you by Relax the Back.
Love it, folks. And this is not just for the kids, but for adults too. If you want to change the world, measure a person by the size of their heart. If you want to change the world, measure a person by the size of their heart. And that's for everybody. That's not just for kids. Just don't look at the measurables, just the size of their heart. You'll be able to tell what kind of heart they have. The other day, I went to Whole Foods, BK, and my little perfume things. You call it perfume, I call it cologne. I went and got one of those little things because I had run out. Yeah. And I had a basket. And generally, if you put it in the basket, it's still thin enough that it may fall out of the basket. I stuck it in my pocket, and so I walked to the cash register. I put all the stuff in the basket. I walked out. I got home. I put my hand in my pocket, and that thing was in the pocket. And that's only like $12. And so the next day, I went back yesterday, and I went back to the girl. And I said, "Hey, listen, I need to pay for this." I said, I made a mistake to put that in my pocket. And just from the aisle to the cash register, I forgot that it was in my pocket. I didn't notice until I got home. And she goes, "That's incredibly honorable." And I said, "Honorable?" I said, "No, that's just the right thing to do." I said, "If that's honorable, my goodness."
That's pretty honorable.
I said, that's very kind of you to say. I said, "I don't think of it as honorable." I just said, I just think it was the right thing to do. That's, you know,
Give yourself some credit, man. Like most
that's
people in the world would not have gone back and offered to pay for it like you did.
I gotta believe 90% of the world would say, you know what? Next time I go back there, I'm gonna give them their $12. I mean, that to me, that's just it seems, and I'm not saying that's the word honorable. That's just kind of I was just thinking, that's just kind of the right thing to do. I said to her, and she was a young girl. I said, it just seems like the right thing to do. And she was trying to explain to me. She goes, no, that's an honorable thing to do.
Yeah.
I guess honor is indifferent to people in different ways. I guess to me, it's just kind of being honest. And, that could have been, that $12 could be, somebody's salary at that place,
You think Whole Foods employees are making $12 a year?
No, I'm just saying, no, it's a whole part of the whole scheme,
Well, look, 90% of people wouldn't have stolen the item.
Well, see, I knew there was going to come. Eventually, I knew it was going to come to that. I knew there would be one of you people that would go to the point of, no, it was really stolen. That's exactly what my wife said at first. She goes, well, if you didn't steal it, you wouldn't have to go back. I said, no, I forgot that I said, and I said, I know it was less than a minute when I got back over to the cash register and was in the line. And I said, I just put it in my pocket. And I had every intentions in the world and just pull it out and say, well, I got this, because I didn't want this to fall out of my basket. But wow.
Yeah, the French police are going to be coming after you here shortly.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, you're a thief stealing from Whole Foods.
I felt weird having to say that to the girl, going back and getting it. And I went over and got another one and showed it to her. I said, this is what I took. She goes, so you're paying for that one? I'm like, no, I already have it. It's at my house. I got one. I don't need to get two for the price of one.
I was going to say, there's a strategy for the kids right there is, accidentally slide 3 in your pocket, then come back the next day and say, I took one. I need to pay for one. And then there's a 3-for-1 deal right there you're taking advantage of.
Kids, don't listen to that tip. That's not a tip. And thank you to the folks that relax the back.
That's
great. Love those folks.
Yeah, well, I like that tip for kids. Measure somebody by the size of their heart.
Not the size of their shoulders.
Not their height, not their girth, not the size of something else, just the size of the heart. It's what's on the inside that counts. Isn't that what they say?
There you go. Look at you. Now you're coming around.
I don't believe it, but I know that's what I'm supposed to say, I'm
an old thief. What am I going to do next? Put a stake in my pants and walk out?
That would be hilarious if you tried that. Like, see if you could get away. Just go to the butcher shop in the Whole Foods and just be like, give me
a bloody steak. My pants are just dripping with blood.
Give me that ribeye. Give me that ribeye, and don't wrap it in the butcher paper, please. Just give me. I'll carry it. I'll pay for it up there, and then shove it in your pants or keister it or something, and then boom.
I think there was a time when I don't remember. I think it may have been in the 70s or 80s when it was, meat was at a premium, and we had one of these price things and people were getting caught with meat in their pants, like taking stuff from the grocery stores and sticking it down their pants, like steaks and chicken.
Hey, whatever it takes.
Got to eat.
Times are tough,
That's not honorable.
That is not honorable. No. And I got a hunch those people did not go back the next day and pay for it.
And say, here's some warm meat. Take it back.
I'm good on that. All right. Well, so much to dive into. We'll get back into the World Series. What a game last night and into the morning. Just a heartbreaker for Toronto. Obviously, a huge win for the Dodgers to go up 2-1, and they've got Shohei on the mound tonight. So many incredible stats, so much history made in that game. But let's get into the Texas football conversation here this morning, Buck. And look, there were a lot of compelling storylines leading up to Texas Vanderbilt. It's one of 3 ranked matchups across college football this Saturday. Obviously, a huge game for both teams. Vanderbilt, a 1-loss team in the SEC right now. Texas, also a 1-loss team in the SEC right now. Got conference title implications. You've got college football playoff implications. So much happening. But without question, the biggest storyline as we sit 4 days away from kickoff is the health of Arch Manning. Steve Sarkisian held his weekly press conference down on campus yesterday. And he was asked very early on if Arch Manning practiced on Monday. And here's what Sark said.
He did not. He's in protocol right now. We'll have more information as the week goes.
That's it. Short.
Yep. Yeah,
that's
all that he needs to say. Then he can come back Wednesday and tell you again, and then Thursday. Let you know by Thursday. They'll know if he's playing. It won't be one of those probable. They'll let you know probably on Thursday if he's going to play or not. I mean, you get a concussion, and generally, if you're concussed, you don't play the next game. They're very careful with that kind of stuff lately. I don't know too well, unless you're getting concussed in the game and nobody ever finds out. You know, you go in a tent and you're kind of dinged up a little bit, and you tell them it's your shoulder when it's really your head, you know?
Yeah, that was one that everybody kind of found out, though.
Yeah, they found out pretty quickly when he got hit in the back of the head or the side of the head. You could see that it wasn't a shoulder. It was more like, and kind of the way he got up, you know, was letting you know. He didn't like run off the field. It was like, let's, you know, it's different. And like I said, in this day and age, they're really careful about that. You generally get a week off of that, and sometimes even 2. So we'll see.
Yeah, you could tell by the hit. You could tell by Arch's reaction to the hit. Yep. And then, of course, on Sunday, our own Chip Brown had the first report saying that, you know, Arch was in the concussion protocol. And that was obviously confirmed by Steve Sarkisian yesterday. So, not the most shocking piece of news that we got from Steve Sarkisian, but again, something to monitor throughout the course of the week. Here's one more in regard to that. It's a little back and forth with Sark and Anwar Richardson of Orange Bloods, where Anwar kind of asked, like, hey, what's the plan for Arch this week? Like, do you guys have a plan to ramp him back up? How does the protocol work? You don't get a lot from Steve Sarkisian here, but I think this is worth playing. Here's the back and forth.
Coach, so what's kind of the plan for Arch this week? And do you have like maybe
he's in the protocol?
Do you have like a cutoff point?
I don't. That's for the doctors.
Yeah, that's all. That's all he can say. He's, you know, the HIPAA laws. You can't be talking about people's heads and saying, we expect him to do this on Wednesday. It's all about what the doctors say.
You think HIPAA laws apply to college football injury reports?
Yeah, they kind of do. Right. This isn't the NBA. No, you can't talk about. Hey, you can't talk about the student athlete. Remember,
they still are student athletes, huh?
Yeah, they're not to be talked about in information being given out. You know, somebody could come whack them in the head on campus while they're walking through the quad. Somebody can slap them in the back of the head. So you can't give out that kind of information. Right. And there's nothing. I mean, you can't do anything until the doctor says he's not ready. You just say, well, but we got to move along. You don't have a plan for him later on. When they say he's okay, then he's okay. If they say, he's still dazed and confused, well, he ain't practicing.
Yeah, well, I think it was a fair question about Anwar, and I wish we get a little more from Steve Sarkisian there, because like I would like to know, okay, if Arch is cleared today, I assume he's going to play on Saturday. If Arch is cleared on Friday, which means he misses the entire week of practice, is he automatically your starter on Saturday? Or, hey, because Matthew Caldwell has been taking reps with the ones all week, he's the guy you feel better about? Like that's what I would love to know. And we'll hear from Sark again on Thursday, so we'll get another update. But I would like to know, okay, is it as soon as Arch is cleared, he is once again inserted into the starting lineup, or does he need to practice at all this week for them to feel confident that he can lead this team to a big win?
Well, I think you got to see him practice for sure, because, you get out there in the football field, it's a little bit different than walking around at your apartment or walking over to practice or whatever. I mean, you get into practice and you tell him the play's doing this, here we're going to the right, and then he calls it to the left. It may change, your mind may change of how he's handling the situation, how he's processing what's going on in his head. It just got, his brain scrambled a little bit. So you got to see him practice. You can't just stick him out there and say, well, he knows the offense, let's just go with him. No, you got to see him practice. He's got to get in there a bunch of series. Once again, hey, we know he'll get pushed around at practice, because that defense will be in those offensive linemen won't be able to hold out the guys at practice, whether they're the backups or the backups to the backups. They'll be in his face. So he'll get plenty of heated up stuff at practice if he practices. But I can't imagine him not getting by Wednesday, not being out there throwing the ball around and telling you which way to go and calling out plays and stuff like that. I can't see them saying, well, he looks like he's okay on Thursday and just kind of going through the walkthrough. No, you probably got to practice by Wednesday.
Okay. Yeah, that was my question to you. And I think that's what Anwar was trying to get out of Sark is like, when do the doctors need to clear him for you to think that he could play on Saturday? Because that, I mean, if he's cleared Thursday, like Friday's just a walkthrough. Is that enough for him to be out there? We know that Steve Sarkisian is very loyal to his quarterbacks. We saw it with Quinn Ewers. We have seen it with Arch Manning all year. There have been a number of instances where Texas fans have been calling for more Matthew Caldwell. And whenever Arch has been healthy, he has been the guy on the field. So I wonder if what you're saying.
Fine line between being loyal and being stupid with your quarterback. So, I mean, you're talking about a kid's future too. So he's going to do everything that the doctors say. I mean, he's going to get the word from the doc and say, he's not quite right. He'll be fine for next week. We really don't want to take a chance. And Sark can argue with the doctor all he wants and say, but is he close enough to play in this game? And the doctor said he'll be all right probably next week. He's still a little bit cloudy. You as a coach can't do like I did back in the day and say, Ricky, you'll remember the next series of plays. It'll shake it off. You don't do that anymore. It's if the doctor doesn't give you the okay and he can't come out there on a Wednesday when you're got your pads on and you're drop back and passing and doing a lot of things, and a lot of things are going through your mind. Those kind of, and maybe Thursday, you go out there, you go in there with shells on Thursday, and you're going through a lot of plays. But Friday walkthrough, they're not going to let him play if he can't make it by at least. I think, to me, I've never been around a guy who if he didn't play on Wednesday practice, if he just did the little shell game on Thursday and then a walkthrough on Friday. I've seen it happen before, but I haven't seen many of them happen. Not with the quarterback in his head. Right. He's got too many things going on,
Yeah. And two more things that could be factors in this decision. They also may not be factors in this decision. Number one, does the Manning family step in and say, hey, we feel like our son or our nephew or our grandson has a very long future playing this sport.
There's no doubt.
We do not want to mortgage it by potentially rushing him back from maybe his second concussion. Like, nobody knows for sure. At least we don't know for sure if Arch Manning suffered a concussion with that hit he took in the playoff game against Ohio State. A lot of people believe that he did. But yeah, maybe the family comes out and is like, yeah, we're not going to let him play this weekend.
Oh, no, they'll let you know. I mean, they'll be talking to the kid during the week, and if he sounds goofy on, Wednesday and Thursday, they're going to call Sark and say, nah, I just had a conversation with him. He's not quite the same because, we know Sark doesn't know his guys. So he'll say, I know everything about him. And then the dad will call up and say, no, I just talked to my son. There's something missing. You can't put him out. You can't do that. And Sark will be careful. He's not going to be, that's not silly. He's been a quarterback. He's been in football. He's had his bell rung before. And he knows how much that goes into the quarterback, what the quarterback has to do and all the decision-making he has to do and get people lined up the right way. You're not going to take a chance. And generally it's about a week. It really is about a week. I mean, you're rushing a guy. You're rushing him back on Wednesday unless he just had something minor happen to him, like a real concussion is at least a week.
Yeah. Well, look, I've never had a concussion, so I can't speak from experience.
Oh, you soon will. You have that girl that you have right now. You'll soon get one. Believe me, you'll do something. You'll get concussed.
She going to hit me over the head with something?
Oh yeah. You'll do something eventually real what you think is just normal for you, and she'll say that's dumb, and you'll get a pan or a broom across the top of your head, and then you'll understand what that's about.
Has that ever happened to you?
I've been married twice. I've had a few concussions.
Oh, not from your football career, but from your married career?
Oh, I had one concussion in my football career, and that was me slamming the back of my head on the turf, which back in there was just cement with a pad on it.
Oh, God.
I didn't get hit. I never got hit and got a concussion, but the back of my head on a catch, slam back.
Yeah, that's when a lot of them happen.
Yeah, but I was back at practice in 2 days. Nobody cared about the wide receiver.
Rub some dirt on it, Chief.
I just had to shake it off. That's why that's what all these head problems started with me.
Oh,
me, I could turn around the corner and walk into a wall and get concussed. So I'm always careful. Plus, I'm a professional faller now that uses my head as a landing pad now. I used to be able to turn in midair and land on my shoulder. I now use my head as a battering ram. So lately it's been bam.
I don't think that's a good strategy.
No, it's a terrible strategy. It's an old man strategy. That's when things start to change. When you start worrying about your golf game and busting your wrist, instead hitting your head, that's a bad strategy.
That is a bad strategy by you. Yeah.
But I'm finding out my head's pretty hard.
Yeah, it's good. You are pretty hard-headed. I feel like both of your wives have said that about you too.
It only takes one hit the wrong way.
Right. Yeah, I don't think I've had that one yet, but I'm also dumb enough without a concussion to
You don't need one?
No, I don't need one. I'm good here, but I love that. Bucky has had one concussion from football and a few from being married twice.
Yes.
That is fantastic. The other factor here, Buck, and maybe this ties into the first thing that I mentioned with the family potentially stepping in and saying, hey, we're not doing this. This offensive line is horrible.
Oh, yeah.
So the risk of re-injuring or aggravating or, hell, something else getting hurt is a lot higher behind this offensive line than a lot of other offensive lines.
How many times are you going to have to take off against Vandy with this offensive line? 6 times where you're going to have to take off and run and get away? I mean, actually truly get down the field and run with it? Yeah, because you think over the last couple of weeks you had pressure on your quarterback and he took off and no, he was going to have to run to escape a few times and get hit and slammed to the ground and whatever they do under the pile and everything else. So no, it's a week. I can't imagine him playing in this game.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Vanderbilt kind of middle of the pack right now in the SEC in terms of sacks as a football team, but we've seen this Texas offensive line make worse pass rushes look very good this year.
Yeah.
So
no, you got to take that into consideration. So
yeah, that's the thing too. If you brought him back in behind a really good offensive line, it's like, all right, well, these guys will keep him upright. He's going to have clean pockets today, and we don't have to worry about anything else happening. But behind this offensive line, it's kind of a miracle, Buck, that Arch has stayed healthy as long as he has with the amount of hits that he's taken. That's
true. I mean, every week there's 80% of shots to the chest and everything else when he's throwing. So no, this would. You got to wait. I've got a feeling it'll end up being a week from now. Is there a week off after this week, or is it the following week?
No, a week off after this week. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. His uncles and everybody else in his family are looking towards that, probably. Sark's probably, he's not going to give you any information. I mean, if the kid is just the regular kid and you see that on Wednesday and all it was a little ding and he's fine to go, but it's going to be very touch and go here for the next 7 days. I got to believe 7 to 10 days of what it'll be when it comes to a concussion.
Yeah. Yeah.
Only guy that needs to be concussed this weekend is Pavia.
Oh, we're trying to put a bounty on Pavia right now.
No, I don't want him to get hurt. I just want him to get hit. I shouldn't say concussed. I don't want him to get hurt. I just want him to get hit a lot of occasions. Oh. When he's wandering around thinking he's going to run down the field and help his running back with a long run where he makes blocks and stuff like that. Make that dude pay for just being on the field.
Yeah, you've said it a couple of times this week already. You want Anthony Hill in Diego Pavia's hip pocket.
Oh, my God, yes.
If that guy goes to the bathroom, Anthony Hill's got to follow him. If that guy wants to go get a hot dog at the concession stand, Anthony Hill better be like, you know what, I got this. I'll pay for this. He's got to be right there.
The Texas coaches can't be as dumb as what the Mississippi State coaches did by punting the ball to nibble it. There's no way you can't have a down where that guy is not accounted for. That's bad football. That's bad coaching.
You're talking about Diego Pavia still?
Yeah. Oh yeah. You can't leave him go and say, oh, on this play he's not going to be a part of it. He's going to toss it left and he's going to take off to the right, and you're just saying, I don't worry about him. I got to go follow where the ball is. No, somebody needs to be following that dude.
Yeah, well, he's the quarterback. He touches the ball every single play, and he's obviously a huge part of their run game as well. So he's a stud. I mean, he's one of the best players in the country right now. If the season ended today,
Brian Kelly type coaching if you do that.
Yeah, if the season ended today, I don't think Diego Pavia would win the Heisman, but I do think he would be in New York as a finalist.
Sure.
So he's having a great year. Vandy's obviously having a great year. They're number 9 in the country. This is the highest they've been ranked since the 1940s, Buck, when you were in college. So it's
man.
been a long time for the Doors. But yeah, Diego Pavia, obviously the straw that stirs the drink. So we'll see. Again, plenty to talk about with this game, but without question, the biggest storyline is whether or not Texas's starting quarterback will be out there. We know Vandy's quarterback will be out there. Will Arch Manning be out there for the Horns, or will Matthew Caldwell make his first career start as a Texas Longhorn? All right.
Yeah, and he has a quick release. He'll move around if he is the starter. They'll do some things with him. They'll roll him out. You like the way he runs when he takes off. You like that time he took off and ran with the ball. They'll put him out, get him. They want to get him probably on the perimeter a little bit because he's not a tall guy. He's kind of a shortish kind of fella, around your size probably. Not as tall as I am, but not a big guy.
What are you saying?
I'm taller than Pavia.
You're saying, I thought you were talking about Matthew Caldwell.
Yeah, he's not a big tall guy, is he?
He's only 6'4".
Oh, he is 6'4"?
Yeah.
You're falling for that, what it says on the pamphlet there? Come on.
I'm falling for what it says on the Texas roster. Yeah. And also, you're saying you're taller than me? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, it was a slip of the tongue. I've been concussed. I hit my head on the way up the steps.
Oh, you suffered one this morning, huh?
Oh, yeah.
In the protocol right now. Well, we'll take our first break here because Steve Sarkisian was asked like 3 or 4 different questions about Matthew Caldwell yesterday. So we've got plenty of Sark sound talking about Caldwell. We've obviously seen him a couple of different times this year through the game-winning touchdown pass in Starkville this past Saturday. So he's made some big plays in his first few months on the 40 acres. We'll get to that Steve Sarkisian sound to talk more about Matthew Caldwell in a moment. But first, how about some sponsor shout-outs?
Shout out our friends over at Relax the Back. Of course, Relax the Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle. And folks, my back couldn't be happier. Sitting in my chair, got to sit in my chair this weekend. I would have been sitting in my chair if I'd have gone all 18 innings last night, but there's not a chance. I went to my bed and used my Tempur-Pedic pillows from Relax the Back. And you folks also can do that. Zero gravity recliners, Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattresses, adjustable mattress sets, just for you, human scale office chairs, desk, and all the accessories that you need to make you feel great, whether it's your shoulders, your thoracic, your lumbar area, your hips. You can get it done at Relax the Back. 2 great locations, the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods out west here, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center right across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out Relax the Back. Also, some love to our friends out at Covert Bee Cave. Buck, I told you last week, my car just passed 150,000 miles.
Oh, boy, you're on the lookout now?
And I'd be lying to you if I said I haven't been spending some time on covertbeecave.com looking at some cars.
There you go.
Oh, yeah. When it's time, when I finally decide to pull the trigger, knowing me, it'll be like a year and a half. But Covert Bee Cave is where I'm going to go, man. Their selection is unmatched. They've got 3 dealerships, 7 different brands, 42 acres of cars, trucks, and SUVs out there on one lot off of Highway 71. And of course, you can do what I did. Just shop online at covertbeecave.com. The people out there are fantastic. Say hi to Dan and Mike and Stacy and Jerome and Ron and Cameron and the whole squad there. They're going to treat you like family the way they treat us like family. And what do they say about those Covert prices, Buck?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Not ever.
Yeah, don't bring that car in when that thing is smoking and somebody wants that Old Betty. So don't bring it in when before it starts to smoke and the wheels the rubber starts falling off the wheels.
I'm back and forth on it, Buck. Like I've looked at the trade-in value for my car.
Oh, yeah. What is it?
Not much. They said, we will trade you this car for one of Bucky's Whole Foods colognes.
Oh, yeah. See if you can put the car in your pocket and bring it back.
It's about $2,000. And I'm like,
okay.
All right, look, that $2,000 is not nothing. Don't get me wrong. But, nice to have a backup car. Like it's an Altima, gets good gas mileage. Maybe if my next vehicle isn't as small of a car, which I don't think it will be, I think I want something bigger. then I keep this for long road trips, perhaps. Just make sure I keep it in good enough shape to use from time to time, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, you don't want to drive it totally into the ground. I've done that before, but I'm now, you know me, because I get all used cars. I got my car from Covert out there, and and it's a little Benz, but once again, I've been good to the cars. I rotate the wheels, maybe once a year, but what I do is I change that oil. Paul's Motor Works. If you get to Paul's, as long as you change the oil on most cars and do it timely, and don't say, you know what, I think I can go another 800, I can go another 1,000. I know people do that, stretch it out. Because I always ask the guy, how far can I really stretch this thing to?
No.
Well, this new kind of oil can take you really up to this. I think because my car at like 3,000 is ready to go, hey, change the oil. I'm like, 3,000 miles? It's like 2 weeks for me.
3,000? Well, that ain't right.
Yeah, I'm like,
Mercedes is conning you there.
Well, the light will come on at 3 to 5. It just comes on. You don't have to really do it. But
Yeah.
I'm like, no, dude, this thing, supposedly the new fuel or the new oil that you put in there can go eight grand or something. I stretch that bad boy out to that. But I don't do it when it says immediately change it.
No, nobody
does. Nobody
No.
does that. Not even you on the old Betty. I don't think you do that.
No chance. No chance.
But you can't overstretch it either with those cars.
No, I'm usually pretty good. I mean, I'm not the most on top of it, but like I've taken care of her and she's taken care of me. So
yeah, and I'm not, me, I don't change my own oil. I'm not that guy. Never have been. Hell, I don't change the wheels. So how am I going to change the damn oil? And so I'll go get that damn thing changed. And I swear my oil change has gone from back in the day to like $60 to like $120, $130. I'm like, what?
hey, welcome to the world in 2025.
Wow.
Things are
Yeah,
more
there's
expensive.
a lot going on with oil changes. Say hello to our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems. As the weather changes, you want to make sure that everything's working properly in your home, whether it's heating, plumbing, or air conditioning. The folks at Woods Comfort Systems will get that done. They'll send their technicians out. If there's anything going wrong and you notice a temperature change when you're expected to be cool in your house, or when you know it's time for it to get warm and nothing's working right, your filters aren't changed, they will do all of that for you. For close to 70 years in Central Texas, they've been absolutely the very best, and they can do it for you because it's going to get cold, and you're going to have to turn that heat on, and you want that bad boy smoking. You don't want that thing to happen. So you get them out there early and get it all fixed up, and there's still plenty of time for that. I don't expect it to be freezing anytime soon, but the change is going to come, so be prepared for it to winterize your home with our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems.
Yes, indeed. WoodsComfortSystems.com for more info or call them 512-842-5066. And our last sponsor shout out for right now, Centex Tickets. We talk about everything being a lot more expensive nowadays. Well,
Yes.
How about a 10% discount on any ticket purchase? Yeah.
Take advantage of it.
Tickets. They'll do that. They'll do that for you. Centex 10. That's the promo code. All you have to do is type that in when you purchase any tickets at centextickets.com, and boom, you're instantly going to receive 10% off. So if you want to be at DKR this Saturday for Texas and Vandy, don't shop around a bunch of different sites. I get it. There's a lot of places you can choose from. You're going to get the best deal and the best customer service and 10% off from our great friends at centextickets.com.
Yeah, a couple of dudes are saying 5,000 miles, BK. Mine, 5,000 miles. I went in to my guy and he said, oh, no, dude, you got another 1,000 miles. And I'm like, I'm here now. I said, you don't get it. That extra 1,000 miles is going to be here in about 3 days for me. I'll be right back. And he's like, no, that's going to take you at least a month, isn't it? And I'm like, a month for 1,000 miles? Are you kidding me? I was back there in about 4 days. And he goes, you're back. I'm like, yeah, look at this. Look at this. Look at the mileage on this. He goes, hell, you're right there. Where the hell did you go? I said, I got places to go, man.
You get 1,000 miles in 4 days?
It was right there. He said, I said, I'm here. And he goes, where in the hell did you go? I said, I got places I'm driving around doing. I said, I'm doing things. I think I'm doing just sitting at the house.
You said, hey, dude, I'm married and my wife doesn't work. I can't be there.
Yeah. What do you think I'm going to do? Sit there? You're going to talk to her all day? Come on, man.
That's awesome. All right. Well, keep the text coming. Keep the comments coming. We appreciate y'all's support on a Tuesday morning. Let's dive into some more Steve Sarkisian sound here. We mentioned it. Sark was asked a few different questions about Matthew Caldwell. We will start with this one. Hey, Sark, what have you seen from your backup quarterback so far this season?
I think that the good thing for Matt, he's a very even-keeled guy. I thought he had a great practice today. I think, the players have a lot of confidence in him. I think it's his maturity, his approach. He's very engaged even when he doesn't play. If you ever watched our sidelines in game, 18 is probably the most engaged player on that sidelines. He's always picking guys up, offense, defense, special teams. And so he's got a really good relationship with the guys. And so I don't think it's like, well, who's this guy? He's in a lot of faces a lot of the times. And so it felt very comfortable, felt very normal today. I thought the bigger thing for today was that KJ Lacey got reps with the twos. And I thought that was really good for him. He's a very talented player who's been growing and getting better. So it was fun for us to see him get more reps today.
Yeah, they and plus this, Caldwell's had success when he's coming in the game. If it's one play or two plays, he's had success when he's come in. That helps too for your team. They feel like, well, he's going to come in and make a play or two or three. When he's in there, things are going to happen good. Lacey, I hope you don't get to that part of it where you've got to play him, but you've got to have somebody ready. With this offensive line, you got to have a few quarterbacks, in the stack back there waiting.
Yeah, well, that's interesting, right? And we'll dive back into the Matthew Caldwell conversation in a second. But how about Steve Sarkisian letting us know that true freshman KJ Lacey is getting reps with the number twos? And my question to that is, what the hell happened to Trey Owens?
Oh, dude, they've moved on from that to me. In my mind, they've moved on. They have not mentioned his name. I haven't heard his name mentioned since, I don't know what spring it was. I don't know if it was this spring or last spring, when we actually saw a spring game, but they haven't even mentioned his name as being, when they even talk about one or two or three, they don't even say his name anymore.
Right. Yeah, they don't. And he's been relegated to fourth on the depth chart. And it's interesting because he's a redshirt freshman. KJ Lacey's a true freshman. So if you're just looking at that, you would think that, all right, Trey Owens would be ahead of KJ on the depth chart. And look, Trey Owens was this team's number 3 quarterback last year. He actually appeared in a few games in the 2024 season.
No, expect him to be out. Expect that dude to be out the door when the season's over.
Yeah, I think so too. He's still on the team as of right now. He's still listed on the official roster on TexasLonghorns.com. But it's look, that's the scary part of this thing. I think KJ Lacey has a chance to be a special college quarterback. But if Arch Manning cannot go this weekend, you are one hit away from a true freshman playing quarterback in a must-win game in the SEC.
Yes.
So, I like hearing Coach Sark say some good things about KJ Lacey. He was a highly touted recruit. The staff was very high on him. They offered him very early, and it sounds like he's come in here and done a great job since enrolling early in January. But, that's the reality of the situation is you could be one play away from needing a true freshman to maybe save your season.
Yeah, and I think it's important that the next guy who comes in has had some success. Like I said, whether it's one play, BK, or 5 plays, the people around him feel pretty confident. And he's got a quick release. He does some things, and he's experienced.
Yeah.
That's why they went out. That's why they went out and got that dude.
Yeah. So for the Matthew Caldwell conversation, you're right. Look, Matthew Caldwell wasn't brought in, Buck, until after the spring. So Texas gave Trey Owens a chance to prove that he was good enough to be this team's backup quarterback. And more so, hey, if we need you for a couple of games, we trust that you're going to help us win a couple of games.
Right.
And Trey Owens couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. So Texas went out and got Matthew Caldwell. And like you said, he's experienced. This is his 5th year of college football. This is his 4th school. He started at Jacksonville State, an FCS team, back in 2021, then transferred to another FCS school with Gardner Webb, the Running Bulldogs, Buck. Pretty cool mascot for Gardner Webb. He was there for 2 years. Then he transferred to Troy last year, finally up to the FBS, started the last 5 games of the year for Troy and appeared in 9 games total last season. And then here he is.
Well, he's got experience in travel alone,
He does. He does have experience there. And this year at Texas, like you said, he's been good. He's appeared in 5 games. He played in all 3 of the G5 games that Texas had, and he threw 1 pass against Florida, came in off the bench in the final minute, threw that dime on the deep end to Ryan Wingo for 26 yards. And then obviously this past weekend, 1 for 1, the great touchdown pass to Emmett Mosley in the corner of the end zone to win the football game.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and talk about how great a passer he is and everything. I just, I don't know during the course of that. A game is different than coming off the bench. You throw a nice pass. It's not that much pressure. You get it done. But he does throw looks like a nice catchable ball. And he doesn't hold on to it very. He makes it. He's a quick decision maker. He almost knows what he wants. It's like he knows. He sees things pretty quickly. So you got to be, and he's got the escapability too, because he's got to have the escapability in this offense as the quarterback. You just have to.
Yeah, well, he has one of the longest runs of the season, right? He had that 50-yarder against Sam Houston.
Right.
I remember, he was so worried he was going to get tracked down from behind, and he was going to get tracked down from behind, that he, ran out of bounds. He probably could have ran for, 5 more yards, but he's like, no, I'm not going to get hit here. I'm just going to wave the white.
Well, he doesn't have to run it long now. He can get out of bounds. If he gets 10 yards, he can go sideways and get out, because he's got to play. If he has to play a lot of snaps, they need to keep him healthy. They don't need to get to a freshman quarterback.
No, and
there's some things they may want to do with him that are a little bit different.
Maybe. I mean, he's got 2 carries this year, 1 for 50 yards and 1 for 14 yards.
I like the average.
Yeah, exactly. He did have 5 rushing touchdowns last year at Troy, so he can move a little bit. He is a good athlete back there. So, like Arch Manning, you trust Arch to run. I think you're going to trust Matthew Caldwell to take off and run at times. So
yeah, this is another must win. They're all must win now, but you can't afford to have a guy in there and you're saying, hey, we're just trying to hold on until Arch comes back. No, you need to win the game. So you need to do all the things that if the kid has that ability to run, you need to find and let him go. But I think naturally, once again, BK, with this offensive line, you're going to see him running naturally anyway.
Right. Running for his life.
He's going to be running for his life. Yes.
Yeah, you ain't lying. And look, Texas has been here a lot in our lifetimes, but just look at the last 2 years, right? I mean, Quinn Ewers missed a couple of games in 2023. Malik Murphy started 2 in Big 12 play. Texas needed to win both of them. Malik Murphy went out and helped Texas win both of them. Horns make the Big 12 championship. They win the conference. They make it to the playoff. Last year, the SEC opener, right? Quinn Ewers did not play. Arch Manning, the backup, had to start the game, played really well, led Texas to a victory. That was a game Texas ultimately ended up needing to make it to Atlanta for the SEC championship game. So they've been here before. If they do need a backup, the hope is they can have similar success. Now, this Vanderbilt team is probably better than any of the teams that backups have had to play the last couple of years. But the good news is, Texas, they've got talent on this roster. They still have a great defense. I know last weekend sucked, but I still have faith in this defense. And the hope is that even if it is Matthew Caldwell, he could play well enough, but also the guys around him can rally around him and play well enough for Texas to win this football game.
Now, when Arch got hurt, BK, was that a late slide that he went down, or was that just an awkward slide, the way like he was going into second base more so than really getting down flat? Because he was kind of sitting up with his body up. He wasn't flat down when he got hit. He had his shoulder and his back and his face to the guy, didn't his neck to him? He
didn't slide at all. He was like diving forward.
Or was he? Oh, that wasn't a I need to get down.
No. Well, like he kind of tried to fall forward, but as he was falling forward, he got hit in the legs, and then it was the second hitter who came in from the left side and
got him right in the ear hole.
Yeah, a lot of Longhorn fans think that was a targeting, and maybe it could have been reviewed for a targeting. Somebody asked Steve Sarkisian about that yesterday. Like, do you think it was targeting? Did you send that play into the SEC for review? Because coaches do that every week. And Sark said, we always send a bunch of plays in for review. So he didn't specifically comment on whether or not he thought that was targeting.
I don't think he did. I didn't see him going nuts on the sideline after that. It was more like it was a late attempt at a slide more so than anything.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a slide. It wasn't a slide.
Whether it's a late attempt or not, they don't.
There was no attempt. He didn't slide, but you still can't forcibly contact somebody to that. I don't think it was a targeting, for the record, but I see why people think maybe it could be, but like there's still, even if you don't slide, there are still things that you can't do when you're hitting somebody. But no, yeah, Arch didn't give himself up. So look, it was overtime. Like if you're not going to slide, that's the time to not slide. Obviously, hindsight's 2020. And now you wish you would have gone down to avoid taking
Rex
that
says
hit.
it was more of a dive, like you said, than an actual slide.
Right. Yeah,
he was trying to get yardage. He wasn't trying to give himself up.
Right. He was going for the first down, and he got the first down. But in overtime, big play. It was a first down, the play call. He was going for another first down. But no, he didn't give himself up. He got hit. There would have been a penalty thrown for sure if he took that hit after he started to slide, but he didn't do it. So yeah, I don't know how he got there. But Matthew Caldwell, back to him. It's been a very tiny sample size, Buck, but he's looked pretty good. 8 of 11, 85 yards and a touchdown. We mentioned the 2 runs that he has this year, and people have been calling him Matthew Coldwell because of how clutch he's been. He's got ice in his veins with those 2 big plays. It's really his 2 only plays that he's made an SEC play so far this year. But like you said, it's different. Like, go back to last year when Quinn Ewers got hurt against UTSA. Remember, Arch Manning came in mid-game and lit the world on fire.
Right.
Like, I think he had 4 passing touchdowns, maybe a rushing touchdown as well in like a half of football. And everyone's like, oh my God, this guy is the greatest thing since sliced bread. He was absurdly good in that game. Then the week later, he has to start against Louisiana Monroe, one of the worst teams in FBS. Arch Manning, 15 of 29, threw a couple of interceptions. Did a lot of good things too. It wasn't like a horrible game. Texas won 51-3. But like, it was clear you saw a difference between guy comes in off the bench versus, oh, shoot, I'm the guy. And you got to prep like you're the guy all week, and everyone's expecting you to be the guy all week. So, yes, as great as Matthew Caldwell has been, we don't know what he's going to look like in a start against a team like this.
Yeah, but that's what his experience of being in those situations now could come in. It's a good thing that he's, like I said, he's not just some sophomore coming in who hadn't really been in, has come into games at the end or thrown 1 or 2 passes. This is an experienced player that understands the game. I mean, he's watched a lot of film. He's been around a lot of, decent players, I got to believe, where he understands enough. So I don't think he'll put the team in harm's way. I would expect him to do okay. But once again, what do you do to protect him? You still have to scheme things to protect him, even with the guys up front. The 5 blocks of silly putty. You have to do things that keep your quarterback, who isn't that experienced in this offense. What do you give him that that he's good at? So
right. Yeah, not very experienced in this offense and has played 1 year of FBS football. Let's not forget that. And like, you look at Matthew Caldwell's career numbers, not trying to dunk on the kid, but he's a career 60% passer, 22 passing touchdowns, 15 interceptions. And his first 3 years were at the FCS level. So those aren't like the greatest stats ever.
No, dude, if he had great stats, if he had great stats, he wouldn't be here.
If he had great stats, he would have been here 3 years ago.
Yeah, or he'd be somewhere else.
He wouldn't have had to transfer from FCS school to Troy to Texas. And
right.
Good for him. Like, if he does get the start, what an awesome moment for Matthew Caldwell. Like, this is why you put in the work. This is why you're willing to go to Jacksonville State and Gardner-Webb.
Absolutely right. Take a chance, yes.
Yeah, and this is why it's like, you know what? I don't have an NFL future, but like, let me play 1 more year of college football. Like, you do all of that. You put in all of that work for this opportunity right here. So
this is the guy who's making some money in college for another year. Yeah, hell yeah. And now has an opportunity to play in the SEC.
Making a little money, getting a graduate degree, presumably from the University of Texas. Like, there are reasons why it's a smart move by Matthew Caldwell, but a lot of guys in his shoes would have given up. And Caldwell put in the work, and here's his opportunity. So will he capture it or just let it slip, in the words of Eminem?
Well, we'll see what the head coach has designed stuff for him so that he has success, that it's not all on him. So
yeah, here's more from the head coach, by the way, talking about Matthew Caldwell. Sark was asked yesterday, like, what'd you like about Caldwell before he came to Texas. Why did you decide to recruit this guy in the first place?
I think, like, to my point, he's a guy that has been in a variety of systems. He has athleticism. He throws a really good ball. What I liked about him on his visit was probably the biggest thing was just his demeanor, his approach to it. It didn't seem too big for him here. He didn't feel entitled by any means. He was a guy who just wanted an opportunity, and that's what we were looking for, a guy who had taken some snaps in college football. And then that's how he's performed, since the day he got here. That's the way he's worked at it throughout camp and throughout the season, and he's making the most of his opportunities. He's played well every time that we've put him in the game, whether it's been at the end of games with the long runs, with the passes, whether it's been at Florida where he had to come in and throw a ball to Ryan Wingo on an in-cut, whether it was this game. And so, what gives me confidence is who he's been, and so feel very comfortable with Matt whenever he's in the ball game.
What a great question. That's how you get an answer out of a coach right there. You ask a great question like that about a kid, and that's the kind of answer you get. You don't get that short, brief, I like him because of his athleticism, over with. You get the full array of what the coach knows about the kid. You ask a good question, you get a good answer, and that's what just happened right there. Sark doesn't generally give you those long ones like that, but if you ask him something that kind of, I think that was a good question.
That was a good question.
He thought it was a good question too, and I you're just finding out a lot about who the player is that's going to be possibly quarterbacking this week, which is good to know.
Well, Sark will ramble about his players, and again, he's not going to talk poorly about anybody, whether it's a guy.
Well, he can give you some short answers too.
Yeah, he'll give you some short answers, but usually, I don't know. Like, it was a good question. I'm not disagreeing with you there, but again, a week before Jarrett Gibson transferred, Sark talked about him for 2 minutes. So Sark's not going to bad mouth
about him the day he got on campus, or even before he even got here, like he was the greatest running back that I've ever seen, or you've ever seen. I know that. He'll do that too. I know some of it. I just look at and go, okay, I'll wait till he plays.
Right. Well, Matthew Caldwell, to Sark's point, he's right. Like, he has done very well whenever he's been called upon. Again, not a lot. He's thrown 11 passes, and this team has played 8 games this season, but 8 of 11, 85 yards. And you think of his 2 moments that he's had against Florida and Mississippi State, coming in cold off the bench in the final minute of a fourth quarter in a 1-possession game, and obviously in a tie game in overtime, to make those throws. That's very, very impressive. So,
well, he'll have a lot of people behind him in a big game like this against Vandy coming to town. I love that.
Here's my biggest concern. And this is obviously a concern if Arch Manning does end up playing on Saturday, and maybe he will. This team can't run the ball.
Oh no. So, that's
so a quarterback's best friend is a good run game, and Texas is averaging 94 yards per game against Power 4 teams on the ground this year. So, I'd feel a lot better about, all right, well, you need Matthew Caldwell in this week, but hey, you got a strong running game. You can just hand the ball off 40 times and say, Caldwell, just throw it like 15 to 20. Don't turn the ball over. Be a game manager. Just drive the bus, and we're going to find a way to win. Your run game hasn't proven to be reliable enough to where you can game plan like that.
Well, you're going to have to rely on it a little bit because you can't put it all on a new quarterback. So this is a coach's game. This is where the coach makes his money. You got to scheme up some runs. You're at home. It's 11 in the morning. You played pretty well at 11 in the morning. The fatties up front, you better scheme some stuff where they can block, and your running backs have a chance to get it going. And if you're going to put C.J. Baxter in for 8 plays, you got to be successful on half of those when he comes in the game. You need him to be at his best. You need Trey Wisner to be at his best, but you need this offensive line because that team on the other side is going to run the ball all day. They're not going to stop. They're not going to stop. Even if Texas stuffs them, they are still going to try to run the ball because they've got some big play guys running back that just when you think it's over with and you've stuffed them a few times, BK, they're off to the races. They got 2 guys that can kind of go out of their backfield, and their coach isn't afraid to keep on running the ball into the fourth quarter.
No, Vandy wants to limit your possessions. That's just the way they play. Like, they want to win the time of possession battle. They huddle on pretty much every snap. They run the play clock down to under 10 seconds on pretty much every snap. Like, that's just what they do. They're comfortable doing that.
They want to be in a slugfest with you. They think they can outslug you.
Oh, yeah. They want to control the clock. They want to do what Kentucky did to Texas 2 weeks ago. Like, that's just what they're about, and they've been able to do that a lot, which is why they've won so many games these last 2 seasons. So you have to maximize, if you're Texas, you have to maximize your offensive possessions because you're not going to get a whole lot of them.
Yeah, if you leave this game and you were the tougher team, that will be impressive for the Longhorns.
Yeah,
because this is a tough bunch.
it is. Well, let's play one more sound from Steve Sarkisian here before we get to our next round of sponsor shout-outs. This is a longer answer. It's about 2 minutes, but it's about the run game. You know, Steve Sarkisian was asked, I think it was the first question he was asked yesterday by our own Eric Henry, like, how do you get the run game going? What's been wrong with it? What can you do to fix it? Here's Sark going very in-depth about turning the ground game around.
I think one of the keys is, the run game, it needs to be in unison. And we're I thought we blocked some runs really well the other night. And we ran some runs really well the other night, but consistently we aren't quite in unison the way we need to be. There's run timing that's involved. It's runners setting blocks. It's linemen and tight ends understanding angles of where the runs are going, where they should hit. And so we need to spend more time on that. We need to be diligent. And again, to your point, we need the run game. And again, I thought the run game was relatively effective, but then the game went the way that it went, and we had to kind of divert away from that, and then we snuck some runs late. Trey had a couple runs later in the game when we were throwing it, but we got to be able to run the football, and we need to be able to play 2nd and 5, 2nd and 4 football. That allows us to have the whole playbook at our disposal. 2nd and 10, 2nd and 12 is not where you want to live. And same with being said, when we call some of our play action passes, it's okay to check the ball down too, and you can find hidden yardage and checkdowns in the passing game on 1st and 10, because we just don't want to be a run pass team. That's not advantageous either. We need to have the right type of balance. We need to utilize all of our offense that way. And so this week's going to be very important because we need to be very efficient as an offensive football team because the possessions are probably going to be limited. That we're not going to go out there and run 80 plays this week. We're probably going to be somewhere between 50 and 65. And so when you think of it that way, that's about an 8, maybe 10 possession game. And so you got to maximize your possessions when you get them.
Yeah, you don't have enough good runs to go play action a lot because there's nothing to hold. There's nothing to hold these linebackers or anything else. They're not going to think you're going to run because they know you can't run. So they're not falling for all that. And if you do have dump offs, you definitely have to take those because for me, your runners, they do their best. They do the best things when they get the ball, when they're already past the line of scrimmage and they can go one-on-one against a guy and turn around without your blockers in their lap, So you got to find ways to get – I think perimeter to this week will be important. How do you get this team, your team that's still got a lot of speed, how do you get them on the perimeter against this defense? How do you get Trey Wisner outside somehow, some way? How do you get Wingo in some of these jet sweeps where he gets it more than one time in a game, where he gets it 3 times, where he can get the perimeter? I think if you get this perimeter, you can have some things that happen to you good on the perimeter. I think if you beat your head to the ground that your guys are going to move their guys inside, that's not a good thing.
You got to do something to get the run game going, don't you? I mean, I get it.
I want to get on the outside. How do I get on the outside? By the way, as I'm saying that, the tight ends can't hold up to the defensive ends. I haven't seen that, or you haven't seen that. I know that they seem to make jack entries, one of the guys right at the point of contact, and I'm like, that guy?
They don't have any tight ends who can block.
Yeah, I mean, you've said that. I mean, that's a part of your run game, and you're right. I guess Hammer Hands, I was thinking, is that guy, but I guess he's not. I haven't watched him close enough. Obviously, I just know that a lot of runs come around where Jack Entries is, where he's in motion, and then he's in line to block that guy. I'm like, he's about to get pulverized by that tackle. He's not going to trap that guy. He's not even going to fall in all he's going to do is fall in the hole or get knocked in the hole. And that's happened a lot. For some reason, they thought that guy was going to be a blocking tight end too,
Yeah. I mean, I don't think they thought he was going to be like George Kittle out there, but I think they thought he would be Gunnar Helm quality out there. And
they did. They really thought he was going to be Gunnar Helm.
I don't think he's that.
No.
None of the tight ends. I mean, as a blocker, he's obviously not that as a receiver. Gunnar Helm wasn't some great blocker. Let's not change history here.
Yeah, but he was a willing blocker. I mean, he was pretty willing.
Yeah, Texas played 5 tight ends against Mississippi State, which, number one, I don't get that. But he played 5 tight ends against Mississippi State. They were all ranked in the bottom 8 offensive players in terms of Pro Football Focus grades in Starkville. Like, you're not getting enough from them, which is why I would like to see.
And that's why you play 5. And that's why you play 5.
I'd like to see him play like 1. Like, we need less 12 personnel. All of these jumbo packages, again, we touched on it yesterday. It makes sense in theory. Like, our offensive line's not very good. Let's help him out by bringing in more people to block. But these tight ends are so bad at blocking, it's just that means you have less guys who can actually get open and make plays and more guys who are just being wasted every time you snap the football. Your best offense this year has been when you've spread it out and gone 11 personnel or even 10 personnel with no tight ends on the field. So I get you can't live in desperation mode. Like, Texas's offense was playing its best all season when they were down by 17 points this past Saturday in the fourth quarter, and they didn't have a choice but to go spread and up tempo and air it out. But you don't have to wait until you're down 17 to do some of that stuff.
And by the way, you don't have to be the greatest of defensive lines. When you start asking about where they rank Vandy and run defense, you don't have to be that great to stop the Horns right now in the run game. You don't have to be top 20 or any of that kind of stuff.
No, like, come on. I mean, Texas maybe just played the 2 worst teams in the conference these last 2 weeks, and they couldn't run the ball. So the good news is you're back home, but the bad news is, like, you're playing against a much better defense, and you have struggled a lot for large stretches of the game. I know Texas ended up with 45 points against Mississippi State, but look, 10 of Texas's first 12 drives this past weekend ended in 0 points. So, like, they still have some issues offensively, and we're talking about a backup quarterback playing.
Yes.
And you're playing against a top 10 team. Like, you've got to clean some things up on that side of the ball still. And it starts
I'll
with
say this. CJ Baxter didn't show up on the injured list, right?
We have not had an injury report. The first one comes out on Wednesday.
Oh, you mean he could still show up on it?
I mean,
I thought he was clean. He looked like he got through pretty clean. I mean, he leaned on a couple of runs. So this is one more week of him getting, of healing up a little bit more. I mean, maybe he's getting closer and closer to being himself.
Yeah, I mean, they clearly had him on a pitch count. Like, I think Trey Wisner played more than 60 snaps, and CJ Baxter played 20 snaps, like right at 20. So it almost feels like that's the number that they had in mind. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think either of those guys are fully healthy.
I know. During the course of the game, I was going, why is he getting that many snaps? I was like, that's too many snaps for him. He's not going to do anything.
Well, he did have the longest run of the day, but it was 10 yards. And, I mean, I disagree with Sark at the start of that cut that we just played. Said, I thought we were running the ball pretty effectively early in the game. And I'm like, I must have been watching a different game. Maybe I don't know. I was watching A&M or LSU. I don't know what I had watching or going on at the same time. But, yeah, look, the 32 carries for 72 yards.
No.
2.3 yards a carry. It's just not good enough. So you're playing not just this weekend, but obviously with Georgia and A&M, you've got some really good defenses in the month of November. You have to find a way to get something going on the ground. Here we are. Yes. We're still saying it. We've been saying it since the summer. Now we're talking about it here going into the last month of the season. It's kind of a miracle.
Yeah, a team that's going to run it against you, you need to run it against them.
Doesn't matter, but you're right. Like, you're right, especially in a game like this. But like, you should be able to run against whoever you're playing against, whether the other team runs a lot or doesn't. You're Texas. You should have an offensive line.
You're back at home, 11 a.m. Yeah, you should be able to. You got to get off some good runs against this team this week, because that's going to help if you have a different quarterback. That truly will help. So you need to scheme up some stuff, and I think the perimeter will be the key. I believe they'll try to get outside, and for a guy like Trey Wisner, he needs a nice long run again. You know, he won't panic like I saw Jaden Blue do the other night when he was wide open on a run and his body froze.
Yeah, that was weird in that Cowboys Broncos.
Was that the weirdest thing you've ever seen? Did you notice that he kind of froze? Because he really wasn't expecting to be, out in space like that. I'm like, this is the best thing that you do out here. You're out there and there's nobody in the picture, and the next guy who comes up in the picture, you're going to make miss. And he got tackled by that dude. I'm like, really?
For a guy whose best attribute is his speed, he looked very slow on that play.
That was all up here. That was that was, you go in the film room and you do that, and you get that guy out there 50 times, about 35 and 40 times, he's going to make that poor guy right there. He's going to, first of all, it's not like he's going to make a miss. He's just going to outrun him around the corner.
Yeah.
He started going in slow motion. I'm like, that's a mental deal. That's like, you're not expecting that, and you need to be expecting that.
Yeah, well, I would take Jaden Blue on the Longhorns right now if the Cowboys want to offer him up for the rest of the year.
Yeah,
and more faith in the Horns doing something.
I'd like to see them get some speed outside. I think they will this week. I think they'll work because they're not going to power this defense inside with their stand beside the quarterback and hand off and go off tackle. No, they got to bounce outside.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line, 512-222-9328. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch. Live chats are rocking and rolling as well. We'll get back into some Longhorn football conversation. Our guy Chris Phillips was supposed to join us at 8 o'clock, and he has not joined us. I'll text him, see if he comes on in a second.
All right, buddy.
But before we do that, how about some more sponsor shout-outs?
All right, it is Tuesday. Tony C's Pizza, 2 for Tuesday. 2 for the price of 1. Austin's original coal-fired pizza, serving that New York-style Italian pizza that you're going to love, and that great Italian food, the New York-style pizza, Italian food, straight from the cookbook of the Ciola family. They've been in the Bee Caves area for 15 years, and 2 for Tuesday, 2 for the price of 1. Can't beat that. I love it. Unwind Wednesday is tomorrow, half-price bottles of wine. Highway 79 in Round Rock, of course, the deli beside the Dell Diamond, Anderson Lane, and Bee Caves. Love Tony C's Pizza, and love you, Mr. C.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Tony C's. Also, some love to McCall Custom Homes. If you were looking to upgrade your home this fall, do it with the best in the business. That is McCall Custom Homes, a father-son duo with more than 40 years of experience here in Central Texas. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly special. Kitchen remodels, bathroom renovations, weather starting to cool down. Finally, you're going to want to spend a little bit more time outside because it's not unbearable out there. If you want to upgrade your patio setup, McCall Custom Homes can help you with that. If you've got a growing family you want to add on, you get my point. They can do whatever you want to do. Don't sell a house. That's such a pain in the you-know-what. Just upgrade your current place. You bought it for a reason. McCall Custom Homes can help make your home a little more special. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Right now, they're offering free estimates to TSU listeners. Find out more information at their website and reach out to them there. Again, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
I was out on the putting green yesterday. Thank you to Mike McCall and the gang for getting the putting green, preparing myself for numerous birdies today. You know, I had 2 last week, 2 birdies back-to-back last week. And you know what? That little putting green, it's not so much of you making the putts, it's going up there and actually putting the ball, the practice of the swing. That came into play last week for me, back-to-back birdies in my round of golf.
Yeah, back-to-back birdies, and you shot, what, a 78?
No, BK. I shot like 92.
It was 94 last week. It's funny how that score went down.
I forgot to count the birdies. Just knock off 2.
Oh, man.
But, that was at a cup. That Twin Creeks is a tough course, a lot of distance. I'll be playing, speaking of Horseshoe Bay, I'll be playing Ramrock today. Yeah, I got a chance. Yeah, if I make 1 birdie from my putting today, if I get on a green in regulation, even from the grandma tee box, that'll be good at that place. But I want to thank Mike McCall. That's helped me out a lot. It's just a repetition of getting over the putt, you know, and stroking the ball, folks. And no, This is not a public course, so I don't want to see you out there with your kids out there having a picnic on my green. Don't want to see that. No, this is not Butler. No, this is not Butler pitch and putt.
Oh,
no.
No stroking.
I am thinking one of these days I'm going to come here in the evening. There's going to be like 25 people out there with picnic baskets. Yeah, you know, with their dogs crapping on the putting surface.
That would be hilarious, right there.
It would not be hilarious. Don't even think about that.
Oh, man. Well, shout out to McCall Custom Homes. They can do that for your place as well. Wow. Also, some love to AV Consultations. How about a word from our man, Tom McKay? over at AVC.
This is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
If someone was asking about Wingo's drops, that's just reps. That's more reps and more reps. You don't do less reps, and you don't play mental games with wide receivers or fumblers. You need more reps. You have to have more reps and more reps. And when you think you can't go out and catch enough passes, you go back out, BK, and catch 100 more. I don't care if your neighbor's throwing the ball. I don't care if your girlfriend's chucking balls to you. If you turn your back to her and then turn around and she throws the ball, you just got to catch it. She throws it at your nuts. You got to be able to get a ball there, high, low, to the side. It's just reps. There's not a mental game in that deal. You've been catching footballs all your life. That's the position you've been playing, unless you were a quarterback changed into a wide receiver from high school or something, and you're just learning the position. It sounds like he's been that for a long, long time. You just need more reps and get your buddy that's in the apartment building and say, listen, let's just go out in the parking lot, throw me the ball. Things like you can't that whole, I'll take the ball and take it to campus, that kind of shit. No, I don't believe in the gimmicks. If you got the jugs gun and somebody can shoot that to you, hell, you're an NIL guy. You can pay somebody to throw extra balls to you if you want to get good at it, because you're losing money every time you drop the ball.
Yeah.
You really are. I mean, you can, the things you do, the things he does when he catches the ball, and when you're watching him play and the long pass over the middle, and it's just a matter of it coming to him, and you're, as a fan, you're uptight about, oh my God, is it going to happen? He's wide open. Is he going to what do you think that must feel like for him? It's got to feel the same way. He's got to feel the same exact way at times that you feel when you see a ball come his way. You're thinking, oh no. And it should be automatic. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you watch your guy to play for the Texans all those years and now he's playing for the Ravens.
Hopkins?
Yeah. I mean, that ball comes to him. It's like a catcher, it's catching a scoop. I mean, it's like nothing. It's like second nature. It's like reaching up and grabbing a glass out of the cabinet without it bobbling and falling on the ground. You don't have to over-exaggerate it, but for him, he has to over-exaggerate catches. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he has to look them into his hands and bring them almost into his body. And that's tough because at this part of his career, he should be able to just kind of snatch it and go. But it's like he's still kind of – I mean, it is what it is. But yelling at him and screaming at him and doing stuff and playing weird games with him, that's not what's going to do it for him.
Well, they got to – whatever they're doing is not working well enough. I don't know what they've tried, but they got to try something different because this –
remember, it was his eyes before. I mean, maybe he still can't see.
Well, I feel like he had less drop issues last year before the LASIK than he does this year.
He did. He has more drops now, I believe.
It's crazy. Like, I wrote down 5 more takeaways from Texas, Mississippi State, and some of these are about last Saturday, but also some of these are things that need to change or need to stay the same for these last 4 games of the regular season. The number one thing I wrote down was Ryan Wingo is the most frustrating player on this team. Like, we know he has skill. We know he's a weapon. And we know that Texas probably doesn't win that game on Saturday without him. But we also know that he nearly cost Texas the game with some drops. Like, he had the best 3-drop performance in school history.
Yeah.
And he also had the worst 5-catch, 184-yard game I've ever seen.
God, would I like to have had a lot of those kind of games. 5 catches for 184.
I know. So it's like you can't be like too mad at him because he was a huge part in your offense and why you won the football game. But 3 costly drops. I mean, he left 100 yards and maybe another touchdown on the table. Drops, like, he's so good with the ball in his hands. There's no denying that. So find a way to get him the ball. You see why this coach.
Yeah, he's a big running back. He's like a big running back once he catches it.
Right. You see why this staff is trying so hard to force feed Ryan Wingo the ball because when he does catch it, whoa, great things happen. But, like, drops are an issue. Chemistry with Arch Manning at times, like, I don't think he's always in the right place. That's an issue. I can't figure out why it's not coming together for Ryan Wingo. And I wonder, I know it's only his second year, but like, I just wonder if this is who he's going to be, just the ultimate boom or bust type of player.
Well, I would say if it happens after this year, that's exactly if he doesn't straighten that out when you go into next year, that's probably what it's going to be.
Yeah.
And he may mature as a senior, but he's got the ability to be gone before that because those big bodies, they love those kind of guys in the NFL. But they sure don't love the ones that can't catch.
No.
You don't last long there.
No. And look, boom or bust players are fine, but your number one wide receiver can't be boom or bust every Saturday.
No.
Like, he has to be a guy that you can rely on every single week to make the catches when the ball is.
Yeah, well, not when you've had the last couple of years of guys who just made unbelievable that you can throw it anywhere and they're going to get it. If they can get their hands on it, they're going to get it. They very seldom had drop ball. That's generally reserved for tight ends. And now you can't have that in your wide receiver. Like you said, your number one guy. He can't be that guy.
Right. And
he's going to be because he's the most talented guy on the field.
Well, here's the frustrating part. Again, 5 catches, 184 yards. That's incredible. Ryan Wingo had 129 yards after the catch.
Yes.
It's 40 more than any other player in college football had after the catch this past Saturday. That's amazing. But he was targeted 12 times, and he only had 5 catches. That is not good. And obviously, the 3 drops, not good. So to become an elite wide receiver, which is what we want Ryan Wingo to be, that's what we thought.
Well, that's what he should be, and that's what he should be by now.
Right, with the size and speed and skill, like you feel like he should be that by now. But
yeah, because we talk about those guys like the kid from the 2 wide receivers from Alabama, the kid from Ohio State. I was going to be thinking of him in that vein now. I just because of the inconsistency, he leaves himself out of that conversation, you know. But his ability, once he has it, he's as talented as any of them once he gets it in his hands.
Yeah, and of course, for this Longhorn offense to reach its full potential, you need more consistency from number one. I mean, it's that simple. So, yeah, I mean, more bubble screens, like just more shorter passes to make sure he's going to catch the ball. Obviously, you can hand the ball off to him a few more times too.
Absolutely. I think, you know, if you're bringing Niblet in your backfield to do the things you're going to do and swing him out, take the other guy and swing him out and get him on the perimeter, because you get one-on-one with him and somebody has to come up and make that play. They better make it quick. He better not get momentum going because he's hard to bring down. You know, he's hard to arm tackle and try to drag down. You need more than one to tackle him. That's the key is with him. One secondary guy can't do it. They have to rally to him. And by that time, he's down the field somewhere, you know?
Yeah. Mississippi State found out the hard way.
Maybe he's the guy to get on the perimeter, BK. As I said, maybe you're going to see him in different kind of motions, reverse motions, where they do hand it off to him, and he gets the perimeter pretty quick. If somebody can hold the fort up on the corner for him a little while, I'd rather let some linebacker come have to scrape all the way around and try to get to him. Good luck.
I know you hate the bubble screen, but that was one of Texas's most effective plays.
I mean, the bubble screen's all right. Once again, I've never liked the bubble screen as the first play because I used to see Texas do it. Mac Brown, those guys do it every game. Was there? Look out, run out to the bubble screen. It's sort of like Niblet going to the game. All 11 run to number 21. They used to do that on the first play, and I used to go, oh, my God, this thing's going to get blown up one of these times. Or, of course, the other wide receiver would grab a guy. But these guys are doing a good job without holding. I'll say that. Chris Jackson is doing a good job because that is a hard block without grabbing a guy's jersey, trying to pretend like you're an offensive lineman out there with a defensive back who is doing everything he can to make you hold him. Yeah. And you want to just grab his little ass by the jersey and pull him back. They do a pretty good job because as a receiver, I was never asked to do that. There was no bubble screens back in there. Not coming out of a 3-point stance. I never had to worry about going down and blocking somebody. You know, the only thing they asked me to do is block on the goal line. I was a lead blocker on the goal line offense.
I don't know why they did that.
Because I was strong and I was aggressive and I would grab a guy by the legs.
What are you, 5'8", 150, and you're lead blocking?
5'9" at that time, 5'9", probably 170.
Yeah, that's insane.
And I would hit it up in there in the full house, and where I went, that's where the ball went.
It's insane that they even had you on the field at all, let alone as a lead blocker at that
Not only
side.
would they do that, they would arc the tackle and leave the defensive end to me.
Mm.
Back in those days. Like I said, I played against Notre Dame at Gillette Stadium. It was Gillette Stadium on a Monday night game against Notre Dame, and a guy, I grabbed him I grabbed him in a short yardage play. And he goes, "Hey, if you do that again, I am going to kick the shit out of you." And so I get down the goal line. It was Ross Browner from Ohio, played for Notre Dame. He was an All-American, All-Pro.
Okay.
And I went out and I reached and I grabbed his leg and he kicked me in the hip with his other foot. He kicked me right in the hip. He gave me a hip pointer that lasts for like 6 months.
Mm.
I couldn't even put a belt on.
You went dirty on him, so he went dirty on you?
And he told me he was going to do it. He goes, "If you grab my leg again," little man, he was like that was a big guy at that time back in the day. He was 260 something.
He tried
I
to
was
warn you, man.
170. Oh, he crushed me when he kicked me. I was down, and he kicked me when I was down. You know, I had one leg in one hand, and he just hauled off and kicked me right in the hip. All hip pointers suck.
Mm. Yeah, thankfully I've never had to deal with one of those. I don't even know how we got there. Oh, yeah.
I never
Ryan
carried the
Winger.
ball, man. I never carried the ball in the goal line offense. I was pissed. Shouldn't I have been the ball carrier?
I don't think so.
No, just go ahead and be the battering ram.
It's going to be battering ram. I don't know if that was a great job for you either, but I guess of those two options, give me the second door, please.
Yeah, Ricky used to laugh at that. I said, "Hey, listen, yes, you're going to play fullback your first year so you can learn how to protect and block, and it'll make it easier for you as time goes on." And he goes, "What were you, a wide receiver?" I said, "Hey, dude, I blocked at the goal line." He goes, "You got to be kidding me with your little leather helmet on. You would jam your little leather helmet up in there."
Oh, my God. That is great. Leather helmet. Awesome. All right. I think Chris Phillips is going to join us here in a couple of minutes. Something's wrong with his phone, but hopefully he pops on here in a moment. We got to give him some grief for a tweet that he sent out during the Texas-Mississippi State game on Saturday.
Oh, he wasn't a believer?
He wasn't a believer. And
Oh,
he wasn't
no.
alone, but this one went pretty viral because it was pretty egregious. And obviously with the Longhorn comeback and win in overtime, that Chris has some egg on his face. So we'll get to our conversation with Chris Phillips, hopefully in a couple of minutes. But before we go around the SEC, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, Texas Orthopedics, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and more. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton, dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. Their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com. And you know, it's OLIPOP day today for me. Golf means I need to have something good in my system. You know, the temperature is going to be nice today, a little 85, got long pants on, collared shirt, looking fantastic. But I need that OLIPOP for that energy, BK. I don't need to go out there and have a nice cold Coca-Cola with a bunch of sugar or even Gatorade. I need something that's got some substance to it that's going to help me out today. And I'm thinking of getting cream this morning.
Oh,
that's a good one for a good golf day, yeah? Along with my 2 birdies today.
Oh, cream soda OLIPOP to start your day. It's never a
hell yeah.
idea. Yeah, it'll be an OLIPOP day for me too. I got to go to the store and restock on my OLIPOP selection. Love it. And the Buck just told you, great tasting soda that's actually good for you. High quality ingredients that supports your digestive health. So unlike the sodas you've been drinking in the past that you know are bad for you, OLIPOP is actually good for you. And you're going to enjoy what you're drinking as well. It really is the best of both worlds. Something that tastes great and is great for you. Pick it up wherever you buy your groceries, HEB, Target, Walmart, Costco, Whole Foods. Pick it up at 7-Eleven and other convenience stores. You can even get it at Starbucks too. That's how good this stuff is. Next time you shop, make sure you shop OLIPOP.
Hey, let me ask you, did you, for Circuit of the Americas, I know you went out. Did you see the concert?
I did. I saw the Turnpike Troubadours concert on Sunday after the race.
Oh, you didn't do the Saturday one?
No.
Okay, I need to find out somebody how that thing went.
Or the Garth Brooks show.
The old man, how he performed. Is he still performing at a high level? So if anybody went, let me know how that went. Because I'm wondering what I missed probably.
Maybe somebody did. It was during the Texas-Kentucky game, which going to Garth Brooks would have been a lot more enjoyable than having to
especially if you thought you had one in the bag there.
Yeah.
At Kentucky.
No kidding. And they won. They found a way to win. But, God, that was a chore to
Absolutely.
watch that game a couple of Saturdays ago. But,
we may be saying a lot of that for the remainder of the season. They found a way to win. But that's all. That's the only thing that matters.
Find a way to win. Yep. Find a way to win. And you've gotten by the hair of your chinny chin these last 2 weeks. And again, the standings, they don't care about eye tests. They don't care about stats. They just care about the scoreboard. But you're playing, again, much better teams in the month of November than you just did in the month of October. So you're going to have to button up and clean some things up to have a shot to get back to the college football playoff.
Yeah, the head coach would like for them to be, obviously, everybody like for them to be more consistent in the run game. But they got to their play has to stay consistent. I mean, you're just going to have a time where the defense eventually, they've put on a good front for a long, long time in this system, a long time.
What just happened on Saturday? What do you mean?
That's what I'm saying. So you're going to have to be able, as we talk about the run game, you're going to have to be able to run the ball in this conference. You can't get away with what they're getting away with in the run game. They're going to have to be so much better, BK, somehow, some way.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know how. I mean, you can hope and you can pray and you can say, and I can tell you that CJ Baxter is now 100% healthier, but behind this group, he's going to make things happen. It's just hard to say that.
Yeah, no, it's, again, we're 2/3 of the way through the season. So we're not talking about small sample sizes anymore. Like,
no,
your team kind of is what you are. Now, that doesn't mean you can't change. That doesn't mean you can't get better. Doesn't mean you can't solve some problems.
All you need is a couple runs to get yourself going.
Yeah, I totally understand your doubt or skepticism, whatever word you want to use, when talking about this Texas run game. I don't think you're alone. I think most Longhorn fans are just, it's not like you give up on the run game, meaning you don't ever try it again. But I think a lot of people have just kind of given up on that ever being a strength of the 2025 Texas Longhorns.
No, it won't be a strength. I mean, when it's all said and done, that won't come down. They won't. I don't believe there's a 600-yard rusher. Is there a 600-yard rusher in this group now?
I don't know. I don't think we're on pace to have a 600-yard rusher this year.
Not even a 600-yarder?
Trey Wisner leads the team with 263, and again, we're 2/3 of the way through the season. So we're barely on pace for a 400-yard rusher right now.
Do you know the teams that they played, those 3 teams that they played?
Yep. Trey Wisner missed all 3 of those games.
Yes.
Don't forget. And CJ Baxter missed basically 2 of them. So that didn't help the Horns' chances. But even if those guys played with this offensive line, there's not a 1,000-yard rusher on this team. There's just not. So, all right, find ways to win. You don't need to have a 1,000-yard rusher to have a successful season.
No.
There will be teams that make the college football playoff this year that don't have a 1,000-yard rusher. So find a way to win games despite your inability to consistently pick up yardage on the ground. All right, let's go around the SEC, one of our favorite segments every week. We chop it up with Chris Phillips of SEC Unfiltered, who was at the slaughter in Baton Rouge, Buck. He got to see Brian Kelly's last ever game as the LSU head football coach. Chris, is that something you brag about? Is that something you're sad about?
I think for me, I probably have to brag about it. We said we were going to bring the voodoo to Baton Rouge. I just didn't know in what capacity. So I think, admittedly, when I went down there, I picked LSU to win the ball game, obviously, most notably, and it backfired. And my LSU buddy told me that he thought LSU fans were going to be upset with me because they wanted Brian Kelly gone. They didn't want LSU to win the game. So I think it actually worked out the best way it could have, is that they lose the game so badly that they get what they ultimately wanted, which was a coaching change. So, like I said, we brought the voodoo down to the Bayou. I just didn't realize in what capacity it was going to happen. But no, yeah, in all seriousness, it's always fun going to Baton Rouge. We had a great weekend outside of the, I was probably due a stinker a little bit. We see some thrillers every weekend. So, Yeah, good for a half. It was good for a half, but A&M's for real, man. We say it every week, but they're on a different level, and LSU's that thing was boiling all season. It was about to boil over, and sure enough, here we are. But I did not expect to see Brian Kelly probably fired at this point in the season. So, yeah. There's no gray area at LSU. You're either winning at a high enough level to keep your job, or as a good friend of mine once told me, 9-3 seasons get you fired. So here we are.
9-3 gets you fired these days.
There's no gray area at LSU, man. You're either going to the playoff and competing for titles, or you're out of there. So,
well, his predecessors had already won national championships, or at least gone to title games. I mean, he's in his 4th year and he has nothing to show for it. You know, and he talked about leaving Notre Dame to go to LSU to win national championships.
Yeah.
It's just
it's like I said yesterday too, Bucky, and I'll put this as quaintly as I can, but you can't be a jerk and not win and keep your job for very long. It's like a guy like Sam Pittman, right, wrong, or indifferent. He stuck around so long because the conversation always started with he's such a great guy. Yeah. The Brian Kelly fit was always weird. Even going back to his that first time that he spoke at the basketball game, not only the fake accent, but I saw the clip of it again where he's like talking about, I haven't even won all my games yet. Like he always came off as just a weird, strange fit, very pompous, very arrogant. And it's one thing if you're that and you back it up on the field, but they just never did. They never did at the level you have to. And then especially going back to this past offseason where he said, we're keeping receipts. We'll see you in the national championship game. And it was always – Brian Kelly was always the coach that – I said this over the summer too. It's like, why – he always does too much. He's always the guy doing too much. And then obviously now all these stories are coming out, skeletons out of the closet, the way he treated people and everything. You're just not going to last very long if you're operating that way and you're not winning, right? And you're not winning. So it's not surprised.
If you're going to be a not so good guy, you better win a lot of games.
A lot of games.
Yeah. And a couple of championships along the way. Chris, the OU game, your thoughts about the next guy on the hot seat do you think that's possible right now? If things just go totally south for him, it's not over. That schedule is not over for him. He's not out of the woods yet. I still think they would wait till the very end if they were to do that.
Yeah, I don't think that'd be like a mid-season fire or anything because they've still got a lot to play for, number one.
Right.
Sitting there as a 2-loss team, but I do agree with you, Bucky. I don't think Brent Venables is out of the woods yet. There's just so much football left to be played for them. I mean, there's still an opportunity for them to go 7-5. I mean, if it happens, and you look at the way their schedule finishes too. I mean, going to Knoxville this weekend, which we talked about it a little bit when Red River came around, and the environments that Oklahoma had experienced or lack thereof, and that was an awesome environment, obviously, getting to be there and seeing in person, but that was 50-50. I know they went to South Carolina, but that was an early game. This game on Rocky Top, this is their first, and it's crazy to say it because it's about to be we're about to flip the calendar in November, but this is their first really big time environment they're walking into. And I don't really, and I'm not trying to just say this to say this, I don't know if they really realize what they're walking into with the dark mode thing. I mean, Neyland's going to be a scary place to play on Saturday night. So you've got that. You got to go to Bama, who's at a different level. Mizzou at home won't be easy. And then, I mean, who knows what LSU in the final game will look like. They still have talent. So you realistically could lose all 4 of them, So, yeah, Brent Venables isn't out of the clear yet. So, hey, I think the decisions that are going to have to start being made, though, with all these openings happening, are there enough quality candidates to fill these jobs? And I guess you have to make a decision, do you want to, be fighting with some of these other schools in the coaching carousel to go get your guy? I mean, I think that has to partly weigh in the decision. Maybe not for an Oklahoma, but if you're a smaller school, for example, if you're a South Carolina, that's one where I don't know if you don't wait another year just to not have to compete with some of the big boys to go get the guy you want. But, yeah, Brent Venables is not out of the clear.
You're right. Everybody can't get exactly who they want to get. Somebody's going to get the Tulane guy. Somebody's going to get
some other G5 guy, Alex Golish.
Yeah, the Georgia Tech guy, if he wants to leave. You're not getting exactly who you want. There's too many good jobs that are going to be open. There's too many money jobs that are going to be open. So if you want to make a change, that December and that recruiting deal, you may have to make decisions on what you're willing to offer somebody while the dude is still coaching himself,
Yeah, I think that's something you just have to think about. Bottom line, we got a lot of big time jobs opening up. What if Drinkwitz leaves Mizzou to go somewhere? That's Mizzou's open up. What if Kiffin leaves Ole Miss? Ole Miss is open up. There's a lot to consider. So, but again, all that being said, I think Oklahoma is one. Yeah, if they finish 7-5, he's gone. I don't see any way he's back. I don't think he's out of the clear. I think you're totally right. This weekend certainly is a big one that's going to help determine that. This is a playoff eliminator for them, I think.
Yeah, Chris Phillips of SEC Unfiltered joining us here on Bucky and BK, and it's crazy. I mean, LSU, Florida, Penn State already open, and potentially Oklahoma joining the fray too. That would be absolutely insane. While we're on the topic of the coaching carousel, we've asked you about Florida and where you think Florida should go. We'll ask you about LSU. Like, where do you think LSU should go? Who should their first couple of calls be? Who do you think would be that home run hire for the Tigers as they look to replace Brian Kelly?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a few very obvious ones. I think their first call is going to be Lane Kiffin, which on that note, guys, I more and more so have a sneaking suspicion that he's not going to leave Oxford. I don't know what it is. There's something in my gut. I don't really have anything to base this off of. And, I don't know Lane. We don't know Lane. None of us know what Lane's thinking behind closed doors. But I don't know, man. Oxford's just such a good fit for him. And with the ever-changing, ever-evolving landscape of college football, is LSU a better program than Ole Miss? Yeah, for sure. Is Florida a better program? I think you could arguably do things at Florida you can't do at Ole Miss. But then again, I don't know that you can't win a championship at Ole Miss. I don't know. I don't know. The way they're able to build the roster through the portal and what have you. And I don't think it's as simple as you go to Florida and all of a sudden he's competing for national titles. Like, the parity's not going away. It's only increasing. But yeah, for LSU, they're going to try to go after Lane Kiffin first. A name think as big as you can think if you're LSU. I think that's the thing. Like, nobody's safe. I think you could throw out Dan Lanning. You could throw out Marcus Freeman. You could throw out Eli Drinkwitz at Mizzou. I saw John Summerall is near the top of the odds. I know he's a Louisiana guy down there at Tulane. I don't think that's a hire that's going to inspire a lot of confidence in them or get them really excited and fired up. I think there's this ego thing at LSU. They don't want to feel like they're taking Tulane's seconds, if you will, because he's in state and we're above that. We're better than that.
They would go Brady before they do with Tulane.
Yeah,
it would give him a shot.
I think so too. Yeah, I think so too. Outside of that, it's a great question. It's a great question. I think they're going to try to land a big name, though, go after a big fish. It's the LSU job. It's the best opening in the country by default. It really is, because you go down to LSU, they're going to give you. They're crazy, and they're different. Louisiana is the most different place I've ever been in the United States. It's a one of one down there, but they love their football, and they're going to support whoever's in charge. They're going to give them everything they need and then some. That's why there's just no excuse at LSU. You got this recruiting hotbed. They're going to support you in NIL. They're crazy for their football, and they expect to win. So I think there will be a guy out there, a big-time guy, that'll accept that challenge. Again, who it'll be, I don't know. But I do think finding a guy who's more of a culture fit is going to be important. Not from the standpoint he's got to be Ed O and be a Louisiana guy, but
he's just got to piss on the floor. Got to be able to pee on the floor.
He's got to be able to come in and at least embrace the people of the state of Louisiana. I don't even think BK, from what I've heard from people, he didn't do that. He didn't do events with boosters. He didn't have them over to his house. And you guys know that's important in today's day and age. That's important in the current landscape of college football. You're a fundraiser. You're a CEO. You're doing that stuff as much as anything. So they got to find a guy.
Boston guy. Guy's from Boston.
Yeah, it was just never a fit. They got to find a guy that comes in, instills that toughness, that discipline, that nasty attitude. I saw guys like Jacob Hester and them talking about it. Get back to being what the core of LSU football has always been.
Yeah, I could see, for a guy like Lane Kiffin, I could see him. He's going to get paid. he's going to move up. I mean, if he's not one of the top now, he's going to be, even at Mississippi, they're still going to have to pay him more. He's going to have a good enough season that they're going to get to give him more. I don't understand why I got to believe he thinks he can win at Mississippi and make that his program, you know?
Well, he's had opportunities to leave before too. I mean, at Auburn came knocking a few years ago. I mean, heck, we only know about the calls. We only know about the calls that's made publicly that he's gotten. I mean, who knows how many times he's been offered a job behind closed doors. And I actually saw something this morning coming out from the Grove Collective, which is Ole Miss's NIL collective, that apparently donations are increasing and memberships are increasing, and they're showing an increased commitment to him. Like, hey, we're going to give you everything you want, more. I don't know, guys. Like, I do think it's a situation. It's not as simple as like, okay, you can win a national title at LSU or Florida, you go. I mean, guys, if he stays at Ole Miss, he doesn't even have to win a national title, and he's going to have he's going to have a statue outside of that stadium. Like, and so that's pretty cool. And he's got his whole family there, and I don't know. I think it's a much more difficult decision than people are going to make it out to be. So I'm curious to see it. But listen, if Lane goes to Florida, goes to LSU, immediately those two become that's scary for everybody else in the conference if they land Lane. So I'm fascinated what he does. I really am.
Yeah. Chris Phillips of SEC Unfiltered joining us here on Bucky and BK. All right, Chris, you have to atone for your sin of a tweet that you sent out at 6:12 p.m. Central Time this past Saturday. And look, you weren't alone. There were plenty of folks tweeting about Texas, Mississippi State around that time, thinking that the game was over. How could it not be? Mississippi State had a 17-point fourth quarter lead. Here's the tweet, Buck. I don't know if you saw this. Mississippi State was always the play. Texas stinks. How about them damn dogs? Congrats, Jeff Lebby. Now,
you didn't congratulate their coach that punted the ball right down the middle of the field.
I know.
The best punt returner in the nation.
How about Niblet? Niblet's a freak, man. Niblet's a freak. So I will say this. I did still win my bet. I took Mississippi State plus 7.5 and they covered. So I'd like to throw that out there. I could come on here and say that that's what I was referring to, but I won't. Long story short, by about 6:12 p.m. on Saturday night, we were having ourselves a pretty good time out at the tailgate, walking into the stadium. I mean,
you were with all your Bulldog fans. You were with all the Bulldog
fans. I look up and I see State up 17. Listen, the Texas stinks part was a little much. I shouldn't have thrown that in there. Again, admittedly, I was a little it was Saturday night in the SEC. You could imagine how I was feeling.
There you go.
The Texas stinks part was a little much. I didn't mean it personally, but I look up, they're down 17. In that moment, I'm like, they are stinking it up against a team that in Mississippi State, that's not very good. I mean, just flat out. And I feel like I owe the entire Mississippi State community an apology. Thank God, like Brandon Walker and his people haven't found that tweet. They would have blamed me for the loss, because I think that might be the ultimate jinx of all time. But I mean, guys, you're up 17 with 12 minutes to go. You should win the game. I'm like, I get in the stadium and I'm seeing Twitter blow up, and I'm like, how did they lose? I don't understand how Mississippi State lost that game, but it ain't over until it's over.
Congratulate Jeff Lebby on being a smart coach, and he's a dumbass.
Well, here's the thing, too. I felt so smart because I picked State to win that game straight up. I don't know if y'all saw that.
Yeah.
I did pick State to win that game. And I was like, man, I look so smart for this. Mississippi State's making me look like a genius. And they had to remind us all why they are who they are, I suppose. So, Jeff Lebby completely fumbling that down the stretch with some of that in-game decision-making. But give Texas credit for coming back. Some big plays, obviously some explosives, going down the field, using the passing game. And then, like y'all said, man, Niblet's a freak. I mean, he's an electric factory. So,
you just got to take the ball and kick it sideways, get 10 yards for the punt, and kick it out of bounds. Don't kick it to that guy. That guy's got something special going on, and that team has something special with doing that. BK, the entire pregame show said, oh, Lebby's not going to – you know what he's going to do? He's going to kick it out of bounds. He's not going to kick it down the field. And I'm like, don't give that dope that much credit. He thinks he's got a great special teams, because all he talked about was, we got a pretty good special teams. I'll show you. I'll kick it right to him, and let's just go cover it. That is the dumbest thing
That didn't work. Look at this comment, by the way.
That first reply was devious.
The top reply, you didn't even get the head in before you came.
that reply was pretty devious. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh my God.
I'm not gonna lie. I forgot too. I forgot how extra personal that game was because of Levy's OU ties. I kind of forgot that. So I can hear that coming out of Bucky right now.
That made him extra stupid. It just made him extra dumb to do that. That's all. And now, Chris, on that note, as you've seen Texas for a lot of games this year, how long can they keep living on the edge? I mean, it's just they have enough talent that they have individuals that they overcome these living on the edge deal. How long can that last in the SEC? All the way up until this week, you better have everything buttoned up against Vandy?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, listen, again, like I said, it wasn't a pick's never personal for me, so it wasn't. I wasn't necessarily pulling for Texas to lose, but yeah, that was the same thought process for me. I thought it lined up well going into Starkville, back-to-back SEC road games. I know it's not quite the upper echelon of the SEC, but yeah, at some point, like you said, you play with fire, you're going to get burned, and I mean, it looked for a while there like that was going to be the case. And again, good on the Horns coming back, great comeback victory. It's back-to-back overtime wins. Yeah, this weekend against Vandy, you better come out ready to go, because if not, I mean, Vandy's the real deal. Vandy is the truth. Diego Pavia, and it's so much more than him, is what people learn every single week. It's a really, really stingy defense. It's Eli Stowers at tight end. It's Cedric Alexander. It's A.J. Newberry at running back. It's Junior Sherrill at receiver. It's a really physical offensive line. Yeah, Vandy will punch you in the mouth. So, I know it's interestingly enough, Texas is the favorite in the game. I got to be honest, guys. I don't know how much some of that is. I know the game's in Austin, but I still think people look at a game like this, they see the Vandy logo and they see the Texas logo. And I think a lot of that goes into who's the favorite, who's not. Just my 2 cents, just my opinion on it. Because admittedly, I think Vandy should be favored. I do. I mean, I don't know what people you could have watched to this point to tell you that Texas is a better football team than Vanderbilt. I don't know what on the field of play has shown that. I'm not saying Texas isn't going to win, but at some point, man, like, are we ever going to stop doubting Vandy? Are we ever going to stop doing it? I mean, I know it's not a good LSU team, but I watched them in person beat up on them. And then last week, all they do is beat Mizzou, who's top 15 again. And, we're in this weird spot where it's like, you look at Texas and you want to believe they're better than some of those teams I just mentioned. But then again, like, they haven't really played that level all year. So it's like,
right.
I think we still all in the back of our minds think to ourselves that Texas has that capability to be that team we once thought they would be. But at the same time, guys, we're flipping the calendar to the month of November. Like, you kind of are who you are at this point in the season. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, listen, you've been playing with fire the last 2 weeks. You've won them both. I mean, listen, it's a win's a in the SEC, especially on the road. You get to come back home. I'm really intrigued to see. I mean, this is the first home game for Texas since the Sam Houston game? Yeah. And first SEC home game of the season, which is mind-blowing. So, I mean, who knows? Maybe that spells a recipe for the boys to be fired up. They come out and put their best game together. But I think you're going to have to. You're going to have to go out and beat Vanderbilt because they play really solid, fundamentally sound football. They're not going to beat themselves. We saw that against Bama. But outside of that, that was more the one-off, the exception more than the rule. You're going to have to go out and play a fundamentally sound game yourself. And I just, admittedly, I question it. That's all I'm saying.
Chris, they got a lot of kids with chips on their shoulders. I mean, Cedric Alexander, I watched him play in high school. And when he went to Vandy, I said, well, that's probably a place that he can play at, that he'll be okay at, and just okay. But he's pretty good. He's a lot faster than I thought. I know he was a hardcore runner. He has the ability to make you miss. He's got a chip on his shoulder. The quarterback does. The tight end does. They got a bunch of guys with chips on their shoulder like they're mad at the world. And Vandy will not stop running the ball. Texas, as good as they are against the run, Vandy won't stop running. They're going to try to prove a point how physical they are in the run game this week. And if you can't, Texas is not going to match their run game. But if you don't attempt to be in that run game with your own run game, that's where I see the problem is they won't stop running the ball.
Yeah, I'd have to imagine the messaging from Clark Lee and company is going to be, let's go out and see if Texas wants to go toe-to-toe and punch each other in the face for 60 minutes. They're going to try to test their manhood, no doubt. I mean, it's, they'll use Diego Pavi in the run game, obviously, but they're just going to line up. And, I think that they do such a good job being creative with it. They do things that a lot of other teams don't do in the run game. But, yeah, you're right. You're right. It's going to be a war in the trenches, and if Texas doesn't bring their lunch pail, it's going to be a long day.
Yeah, last quick one for me, Chris. A game that really nobody cares about, but I'm going to ask you about it anyways. Kentucky at Auburn this week. Does the losing coach get fired on Sunday?
If it's Hugh Freeze, yes. I think that's very likely. I still don't know about Mark Stoops and where we are with – I mean, guys, listen, basketball season starts Monday. So I don't know if Kentucky's more – and I'm not joking. Everybody in the SEC starts Monday, November 3rd. Is Kentucky more focused on that, or are they going to make it a priority to get right in their football program? But if it's Hugh Freeze, it won't be a matter of if; it'll be a matter of when. If it doesn't happen Sunday, will it happen Monday? Will it happen Tuesday? I mean, I did see somebody in the Auburn Scoop and the Auburn Beat say that they think no matter what, he makes it till end of season. So, we'll see on that. But yeah, you lose to Kentucky I believe it's on your home field. Yeah, you're going to have that's going to be a really, really tough pill to swallow. I can't believe, BK, you didn't ask me about the game of the weekend, the ultimate poo-poo bowl with Arkansas and Mississippi State. I mean, that one just, man, that one's going to –
everybody's got to win, right?
You're going to be able to smell the stench from every city in the SEC, that game being played. That is the ultimate who sucks less bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, that one that game's going to feed families, man. ESPN de Ocho, I think it's being aired on.
That's too much. The CW turned it down too. They don't even want
9 a.m. on Cartoon Network.
Yeah. Wow. Bless it. All right, Chris. Fun as always, my man. Safe travels to Georgia, Florida this week, and we'll be watching your Twitter account. No.
Yeah, we're going to be looking to see if you join his Levy staff.
Yeah. Hey, don't worry. The game's early, and I'm not going to be in Baton Rouge, so I should be okay when it comes to the tweets this week. Every now and then we get a little loose with the Twitter fingers, so I'll try to keep it together this weekend.
You ain't alone. Appreciate you, brother. Talk next week.
Yeah, thank you, Chris.
Bucky, y'all the best. We'll talk.
All right, be good. Chris Phillips, SEC Unfiltered. Kind of owning up.
He did throw one out there, huh? Wow.
Oh, he did. I mean, credit to him for not deleting it. Like, now you put something on the internet, people take screenshots of it. It lasts forever. But that tweet is still up there. He hasn't deleted it. And, Texas fans have been roasting him since that game went final late Saturday night. But, that was – look, he wasn't alone, but that was a bad one right there. Yeah.
Hey, don't hit sin.
Was always – it's not why I don't tweet very much. There are plenty of other reasons why I don't tweet very much, but – this one, this can happen. Mississippi State was always the play. Texas stinks. How about them
damn dogs? Yeah, because they are damn dogs. That's for sure.
Congrats, Jeff Lebby.
Congrats. Here, punt another one down the middle, coach.
Congratulations on one of the worst collapses we've seen in college football in a long time.
Wow.
Maybe that's what Chris was congratulating. Like, it's impressive
doing that.
It's impressive to choke away a game and a lead like that. So maybe that was why Chris was congratulating him. Oh my God. Unbelievable. All right, Buck, we'll save. We've got some Vegas odds for LSU's next head coach, also Brian Kelly's next job, and a couple of other coaching vacancies. We'll do that tomorrow.
Perfect.
Real quick, shout out to Altstadt Beer.
Love them.
The best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Yeah, we're kind of in the middle of this sports equinox right now with football and basketball and hockey and baseball all going on at the same time. You need a great beer to accompany all of your great sports watching this week. Make that
your
Altstadt
beer. Drowning your sorrows.
Drowning your sorrows. Texas is 3-1 in the SEC.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Sark.
No sorrows here. The seasonal Oktoberfest, it's awesome. My fridge is stocked with it. Perfect beer for these fall temperatures. If you haven't tried it yet, you are missing out. They also have their new Vienna Red style lager.
Vienna Red?
I'm telling you, man, they're not messing around with Altstadt. They've got, the lagers, the Kolsch, the Light, the Hefeweizen, some of the classics, but they're brewing all of these seasonal brews. They're not taking their foot off the gas, all right? they're constantly working at the Altstadt Brewery, and that's good news for us because that means we get to constantly enjoy great beer from the Altstadt Brewery. So get you some, any liquor store, or next time you're hitting the town, your favorite bars and restaurants all throughout the great state of Texas are carrying Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Somebody said MLS. MLS is going on. Where are we at here? Are the trees here doing anything? Are they in the MLS playoffs?
Yeah, Austin FC is still in the MLS, and
I know they're still in the MLS. Are they in the playoffs this year?
I think so. I think they're playing LA this weekend. I don't know if it's this weekend or maybe this week, but I know they made the playoffs, and I know they're playing LA, and I should know more than that.
I saw Messi sign another contract with Miami. He'll be there until the day he dies. And they'll just keep paying him outrageous amounts of money, and that's cool.
We've got Austin FC at LAFC tomorrow, and 9:30 kickoff time in Los Angeles. You gonna stay
9:30 tomorrow evening?
Yes, you gonna stay up for that one?
There's a good chance that I'll be asleep.
Come on, man.
Oh, man, I got a big week. Vandy's coming to town. This is I got to be fresh this weekend. This 11 a.m.
11 a.m. kick, yeah, which means we'll have an 8:30 pregame show start time out at Schultz Garden.
Absolutely, man. We got to be ready for that. This is a big one. This one, pull out all the stops, Sark. You got to let them hang. Just got to let them hang this weekend.
Yeah,
doesn't matter who the quarterback is. Let them hang. Let's go.
Let them hang. Let your nuts hang, as Vince
I
Young
don't I don't think this coach is going to be dumb enough to kick it to your punt returner. I think you're going to have a little bit smarter coach than that goofball that spent time at OU.
Yeah,
I got to believe
he's the coach of the year. He's going to win coach of the year in the SEC for the second straight year, and he should. He should.
Bring the little round-shouldered guy. I can't wait to see him come waddling into the stadium.
Right, because you hate New Mexicans. Sorry, you hate New Mexicans. So you hate Diego.
No, time for the little prince to turn back into the little frog that he is. That's all.
That'd be nice. I hope you're right on that one. World Series, any final thoughts? I know we opened the show with a couple of thoughts, and we can bring Double R on for this conversation.
Well, you need to let the people know what I did for them on a Monday.
You did make the people some money last night. You had the Kansas City Chiefs covering a big number against Washington. They took care of the commies with ease. And you also had the LA Dodgers, even though they were like minus 200 favorites. But yes, we'll give you credit because we're nice. I should say I'm nice on this show. So you did gain 150,000 units for the people, Buck.
150,000. What a way to start the week.
And you do have another World Series game tonight if you would like to put some action on that.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and put the 50,000 units on the team from Canada tonight. Shohei is tired. He's not getting his 10 hours of sleep. He went 4 for 4. He's tired, and he's going to take the mound today. Are you kidding me? They're going to blast that dude. How
is Shohei so tired? His last 5 plate appearances, he didn't do anything. They just told him to go walk to first base.
Well, he's tired from those doubles that he had. He had to run out the doubles in the home runs.
Yeah, you're right. He's awesome. God, he's so awesome, Rodney, isn't he?
He's tired because he got back to the hotel and had to stay up late to call his cousin for today. That's why he's money.
He's live betting the game in the dugout the entire time.
He's an honorable man. He does not do that. He doesn't need to do that. He's got billions.
Right. Man.
Shohei Ohtani tied a World Series record with 4 extra base hits. He reached base 9 times. Guys, the previous record for most times reaching base in a World Series game was 6. Shohei reached base 9 times. That record's not going to get touched ever unless it's by him and they play a 20-inning game somehow.
Yeah. All the records that are going to get broken are going to be by him. He is breaking his own records. He will be the greatest baseball player ever to play the game.
It really is. I mean, he really is going to be, and that's the thing about it, to where you get into that conflict all the time when somebody like this comes along and they're going to break records that were set by, pioneers and legends of this sport. And you always get to that era versus this era. But imagine now with him in this era, with the team that he's surrounded with, it's like, my goodness. And he's just getting started, guys. He's just getting started.
Rodney, my favorite, and I thought the greatest baseball player of all time was the say hey kid, Willie Mays. I mean, growing up during the time when Willie Mays was at his, I thought he was, and I said I didn't think I'd ever see another one. You know, between he and Mickey Mantle, and now this guy is, already he surpassed what I think of Willie Mays, and I thought Willie Mays was the greatest thing I'd ever seen on a baseball field. And so now, you know, Mike Trout. Remember how Mike Trout held this? Oh, he's the greatest baseball player. I'm like, it's not even close.
Yeah. This guy's not going to sizzle out. I mean, unless, you know, God forbid. Well, I mean, you know, well, I guess he already had Tommy John, right? So, I mean, let's see where this goes. I think what they ought to do in this series, just to make it, I mean, for shits and grins at this point, let him play at some point in this series. Let him play every position. Right field, left field, put him in center field, put him on third. He can play every position, man. This is like the ultimate utility guy, and then he jacks the baseball out of the park.
Here's where I am in baseball. I'm so far out of it. What is it that he does if he's not pitching and not being a designated? Is there a position that he plays?
No.
I mean, seriously, in the field, is there a position that they would be comfortable with him? Is he a left fielder? Can he play? Would you think that he can play those positions? Could he play center field if needed be?
I don't know.
That kind of athlete.
He was an outfielder in Japan before he came over to the States, but he's pretty much been full-time DH since getting to the big leagues, right? He was on the Angels, an American League team forever, and obviously now you've got the universal DH, so it's just what he does. He's full-time DH.
But you see him like Judge standing out in right field.
Yeah.
And
I mean, he's an insane athlete. Like, he'd be a great outfielder if needed to.
Yeah. Put him as athlete on the roster like they do in football. But, and something that was pointed out last night, or I don't remember if I saw this online or at some point this morning, to where it's like, you talk about this dude and people are like, oh, it's incredible what he's been able to do. He's been doing this for years. Like you just said, BK, this dude comes over and it's like, he did that in his home spot, and now he's over here doing it against the best in the world.
He's the best. He's the best. And Willie Mays and Mickey Mantle, those guys wouldn't hit 100 if they were playing today. Bunch of bums.
Come on, Willie Mays, are you kidding me? Rodney, you hear him talking about
85-mile-an-hour fastballs. Yeah, good luck hitting 102 with movement, Willie.
Oh, you might have to get Jeter out for that one, Buck. You might have to get Jeter out.
Yeah,
where's that guy?
Jeter doesn't like you talking. Hey, it's Jeter. Yeah, Jeter and Ohtani in the same vein. Yeah.
Good move by Jeter to leave the game when he left, because he wouldn't be doing jack either.
God, it really is, man. To just watch this dude, it's like you just have to, whether you're a Dodger fan, whether you're a fan of this guy or not, you just have to sit back and think, dude, this is really cool to watch. This shouldn't be happening. I mean, he's
the best athlete I've ever seen.
I love.
We got to stop limiting it to baseball, because that's disrespecting Shohei Ohtani. He's the best athlete that the world has ever seen, right next to Joey Chestnut. Those are your top two.
Oh yeah. We'll find out about Ohtani once he gets hammered tonight when he hits the mound after 4 hours of sleep.
Oh, he's going to be drinking tonight?
Yeah, that's what I'm like.
They're gonna rock him. He'll get rocked for about 8 runs tonight.
No.
And we'll be saying, "Oh, he's not that great a pitcher." Don't worry. Tomorrow will be a little bit different.
Well, he is very regimented. So we'll see if he got that sleep thing, because I know that's important, you know, in whatever he does. But it's some kind of routine that he has. I mean, to do what he does. But
whatever he does, everybody should follow it if they're in baseball.
Yeah. He doesn't have a position. It's like, what's this guy doing? Where'd he go? Oh, he's calling his cousin again.
What does he do? Does he just sit around in the dugout eating seeds?
He's just on his phone. He's on FanDuel, just
getting
a few live bets in there. Oh, man. Real quick, guys, today is National Chocolate Day. What is the best form of chocolate that one can consume?
Holly Berry. Oh, that's caramel. That's caramel.
Yeah. Who's the peanut butter skin wax? Is that Joy Taylor? Who's got
Joy Taylor?
Yeah, of course. Taylor. Of course, we knew he'd be ready to go for that question.
There you go.
What's the best? Halle Berry's a hilarious answer. Best chocolate, gentlemen.
You know, I'm not a big chocolate guy, to be honest with you. It's like I'll eat, you know, some Reese's or whatever every now and then, like with Halloween coming up. But I'm not like an aficionado. Chocolate ice cream, shit, that's a boring answer.
I'm still a Snicker bar because I like them nuts.
Oh,
Snickers that's got a lot going on though, right? Like
Yeah, it does. It's got a lot in it.
That's got the nut, the caramel, the chocolate, and the nougat. Like,
look at Wags. He knows all of that.
I think I'm going to go with the Milky Way, right? Like the Snickers is amazing, but I think the nuts is just too much on the palate.
Have you ever been a Hershey bar guy? Just straight up Hershey bar.
Straight up, yeah.
I like that one.
The AKA
one with the almond
human treat. They used to call them the human treat where I'm at. You get them in little blocks. Hey, you do something good, you get a little human treat. There you go, buddy.
You know what's a good chocolate bar? What's a good chocolate bar?
Hey, there you go. Hold out your tongue. There you go, buddy.
Boom, like communion. The good chocolate bar is the one that the kids sell for the band when they come around with the box. What's that? World Finest.
Some of them have almonds in them.
Oh,
yeah,
come on, those aren't good.
Yeah,
quit trying to lure kids to your houses, weirdos. Those
this one right here, that's a pretty good one. I think it's is it
Toblerone?
Is that it? The one with the caramel in it, or is that Caramello? Am I thinking of Caramello?
Toblerone is the
Anthony?
name of that chocolate.
Caramello Anthony?
No, with the caramel, and you know what I mean, where you break up the chocolate and then it's just the caramel that comes out of it.
I like those Lindor chocolates. I like those with the different white chocolates and all that.
Oh yeah,
I have those. I eat those. I sneak a whole bag of those, leave them in the car so they melt in the sun.
Nice. But I don't like those Valentine's ones with strawberries in it or cherries in them.
Milky Way is one of them where I can just eat the cube, right? Like I can have like a whole bunch in the party size ones in the case in point. Remember when we were at the radio station? They'd have all that candy right there. I was the one crushing the Mike and Ike's in the Milky Way. I left all the Snickers for you, boss.
Oh man, yeah.
I just went on Wednesday when the barbecue or the tacos showed up. That's when I found a reason to go.
Good move.
I gotta pick up
you and the entire sales team. That was the only time they showed up. Was when
who was that one? I hated that one intern that he just go sleep back behind Coke instead of going to get the damn tacos. I'm sitting here trying to cut up reports. You know who I'm talking about? I think his name was Kyle.
Let's not call him out or anything.
Sucked. Kyle, you absolutely suck. All you did was sleep behind Rita's desk while I went and got the tacos, and I'm supposed to be cutting up audio for BK, Bucky, and Aaron there.
That dude is probably the CEO of that company now.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait.
No, he's probably the one that put the lock on the doors.
Oh my God! All right, best chocolate.
All right, boys.
Reese's is the answer, gentlemen.
I'm about to go shoot 84 today.
Ooh,
I'm shooting 84, 2 birdies today.
Hell yeah, man.
I gotta go get creamed with OLIPOP so that I'm healthy and ready to go.
I don't know how to follow that up. So
yeah,
later, boys.
Later, like that's got my tongue twisted. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'm Wags. That's double R. Sorry for the tardiness today. I had to take my dying dog around the block. Gonna be sitting in 2 hours today. Gonna be rolling with J Guns. So strap in. Let's get them ready, man. Where you want to go first, partner?
Man, I gotta tell you,
I'll give you the floor since I'll be on the floor for a while.
So before we on the floor for a while, shit, you're gonna be on the floor, man. I'm heading your way as soon as we're done. I'm gonna walk in.
You're busy, aren't you?
Well, yeah, I gotta do some inventory. I'm about to go outside and sweat, but at least it's cooler. Speaking of that, I'm kind of in geek heaven right now as the hurricane Melissa is coming in, dude. I love tracking hurricanes when they're happening. You know what I mean? It's like I put it on the weather stuff, and I'm just like watching, monitoring what's going on.
Do you like so much? Is it hurricanes or tornadoes?
No, tornadoes scare me. And I don't want to be in a hurricane or a tornado, but when those situations are going on, I just get infatuated with wanting to follow the activity and how they change and
how they screw up other people's lives.
That's why I always said, I don't want to be in one of those things, but I think it's just amazing.
Do we have a category? Do we have a category for this hurricane? Is there a hurricane out or something that
this one's pushing 4? This one's pushing 4. I think it's Jamaica. Jamaica's about to get tore up, which sucks. I mean, I hate that part, but just to watch how these things can change, it's like I get totally enthralled with it, man. I
always go back to
I've got weather devices in the house.
I go back to Patrick Swayze's quote from Point Break, where he goes, "It's just a little portion of where Mother Nature lets us know just how small we really are."
Well,
It's a Cat 5, Ike says. It's got upgraded to a Cat 5. Be on the lookout for hurricane. What's the name of the hurricane? I haven't even.
Melissa.
I don't watch
Melissa.
the news. I have. The only thing that I watch is sports and sitcoms. And
I watch.
you know what? I'm absolutely fucking happy.
Yeah. Well, I watch sports, local news, and weather at this time.
Don't even need to watch the local news.
Oh, I do. I got to keep up with what's going on.
Same script.
I'm an aspiring councilman. Yeah, you know, I got to stay up with what's going on.
Where do you want to go first, partner?
Man, let's talk some baseball, brother. That right there. You know what that game was, Wags? I think we can. A word that gets thrown around way too much. I think we can actually use it this time. Epic. Everything's epic. Right?
Go ahead. Tell me about it. Tell me about the game.
Epic. Took forever. The story of the game is Shohei Ohtani. I mean, everything that he did, that's what we were talking about before you got on here. To watch what this dude is doing, and it's stealing every headline. It's doing everything that MLB wanted it to do, where you're watching probably arguably the greatest baseball player ever happen right before our eyes in the year 2025. And to see all the records that are about to be broken, that are being broken, this dude, what can this guy not do, Wags? This guy's amazing. I mean,
he's pretty good. Freddie Freeman's pretty good. Teoscar Hernandez is pretty good. Mickey Betts is pretty good. The Dodgers are pretty good. They're pretty. Clayton Kershaw's pretty good to be able to come out of the pen with two out, bases loaded, come out there and just be able to get the Dodgers out of a gem. And did I say Freddie Freeman's pretty good too? Freddie Freeman's pretty good.
Freddie Freeman has ice water.
Only player ever to have a walk-off home run in multiple World Series. Am I wrong about that?
I'll tell you who else is pretty damn good is Will Klein. I mean, that dude comes rolling up in there.
Hadn't pitched in months. Coming in there, throws over 60 some. I think he threw.
I thought it was like 62, but 4 scoreless innings. I mean, this dude comes rolling in here.
Klein's pitch count last night?
I thought it was 62 to 68, something like that.
Yeah, but I mean, just to be able to come out and not even throw for you weren't even on the roster. You weren't even on the roster for the World Series. Then you see your name on the roster and I'm gonna get in the clubhouse. Next thing you know, you're getting a call to the bullpen. Hey man, we need you to come in here to throw 4 frames. How about that? And Yamamoto was ready to go, bro. Ready to go after 2 no-hitters, or not no-hitters, 2 complete games rather. Being able to come back out and volunteering to go for the Dodgers, man.
Blake Snell wanted to go in. Did you see that? Snell wanted to go in.
Yeah, it's that's what I'm talking about, dude. Like putting everything. I get it. Like it's your moment. Like of course, whoever silences the opposition and wins this game, this pivotal 18-frame game, it's probably going to propel them. And even though there's no momentum in baseball, this is probably going to do the opposition in. The loser of this game is probably going to do it. It's probably going to do the Blue Jays in, right? You played 2 games. Played 2 games that you went through all of them went through their entire bullpen, right? Like the bullpen's just smoked. So we'll see how this works. We'll see how they go on after this, man. It's fun to watch, dude. Strategery, as they say, amigo. But yeah, Freddie, I mean, and I kind of had a vibe too. Like I kind of had a vibe on. It's hard to not have a vibe with Shohei Ohtani. When they were showing the stat where he was 6 for 6 with, excuse me, what was? I think it was 6 for 6. I'm trying to pull it up now. Yeah, 6 for 6, 4 home runs, and then he's got 2 doubles, and then he's got 6 innings pitched. 0 earned runs with 10K, right? With his last home run. I was taking a picture of that, but I stumbled. I screwed up. I didn't take the picture. I actually took a video and I captured like that home run in the moment. It was so wild. And then all you hear me do in the video is just say, Jesus, effing, like say profanity. It's just, it's untimely. It's must watch. It's appointment viewing. He's going to do, if you pitch to this guy, he's going to do something. He's going to double out to right, or he's going to put it over the fence.
It's just these are guys that step up in the huge moments, and this is where, and that's, with this team, like all these guys that we're talking about that are pretty good. It's like there's that guy too.
They're Toronto's pretty good too.
They are pretty good, and I'll be curious tonight because Springer. I mean, Springer is imperative to that team just with what he's capable of doing. But he goes out.
Is that an oblique injury?
It's something with the right side. So I don't know exactly what that may be, but. Wags, 609 pitches last night, 19 pitchers. Holy shit. And then quick turnaround. Let's do this again on West Coast time.
I hope you enjoyed your nap, right? I hope you enjoyed your nap.
37 runners left on base.
Nap in the ice bath. Get ready for this thing and let's get numb, baby. Let's get comfortably numb here as we go into tonight.
Yeah.
I was kind of like, all right, it's Monday night and we got the World Series. It's the World Series, but I mean, it's baseball. And then all of a sudden you get something like that, right?
Yeah.
It's just, it's like you said, epic form. Thank God that we didn't have Joe Buck for this call, right? Like, thank God Joe Buck and Troy were on Monday Night Football and we only got, we didn't even have to have 18 frames or 9 frames of Joe Buck. I'm kidding. I kid. You guys know, like, I give Joe Buck a hard time when it comes to football and broadcasting, but baseball, he's pretty spot on for baseball. Like I think him and Smoltz are probably the perfect combo for baseball when it comes to the World Series and just painting a ball game.
Yeah. I'm an old washed up play-by-play guy, so I have massive respect for that dude for the way he's able to
like. You're right. He's like, if you're listening to him, it's really hard. If you're a baseball play-by-play guy or a fan of just good baseball play-by-play, it's really good. It's just a good call, right? He's got a fantastic call.
That's one of those with that dude listening to guys. I've scribbled shit down that I've heard him do, and it's like, I like that.
John Miller's my favorite. He'll always be my favorite. But excuse me, Joe Buck is probably, he's up there, man. I give the guy a lot of shit for football. But anyways, where you want to go next, Carter?
Last night, Wags, because I'm like, okay, the Dodgers take game whatever. What was last night? Game 3. That was game 3. Dodgers take game 2. So I'm like, I'm not expecting much here. I think the Dodgers are going to, kind of put this one to bed early, being at home. And then I'm thinking with the Monday Night Football, I'm thinking, well, Daniels isn't playing. The Redskins are just injury riddled, so forth and so on. And I'm like, it's going to kind of be a dull night. Well, I got the football part right, but the baseball, that was late. Did you make it throughout the whole game?
Bro, I was up. I was up. Me and Rocky. We were long night last night. And here's the thing. I'm trying to find this comment. Rob had a comment about Kershaw. I'm scrolling.
Oh yeah, if this is his last.
If this is Kershaw's last appearance, pretty good way to go out, right? I'm assuming that he would be reserved or put in that role again, right? Like that was a makeshift. We need somebody to get us an out right here. Clayton, can you come in and knock the door down? Clearly, you don't want to waste his arm too much, but I did wonder why he only got one out. Now, and I get it. Like, there's fatigue on the arm. I understand that completely. And you're probably trying to plan for your next bout here. But, I mean, damn, like, when you're in a game of that magnitude and you understand that the winner of that game is probably going to propel you to the World Series, like, don't you have to feel like it's all hands on deck? We take this thing now and we recover and hope to, because the opposition's going through the same type of attrition, right? They're battling through all their roster as well, trying to get to the end of this thing.
Yeah, no, and that's what makes today's game so interesting, because it's like, man, I mean, like we're talking about, lack of sleep, fatigue, the amount of all the pitchers that we saw last night. I mean, here we go with Bieber and Ohtani. But where do you go from there?
Right. Like, are you gonna reserve Kershaw for, I mean, and that seems to be a nice little move. And I know it was only one out. I get it. But to have Kershaw in your tank, in your reserve tank, to be like, you know what, we get into this situation. And how many times do you see, World Series going into, extra innings? And 2018? When was it? When Muncy did it? And going into 18 frames. But yeah, just an absolute absolute dandy last night.
Great.
Man.
I mean, it really was. It really was.
And like Teoscar Hernandez getting it started off early too, right? Just getting the Thunder going, and then Toronto goes up, and then to come back and just dial it up like on cue too, right? That's the thing too. It's on cue. They pitched to him, and he knocked it out of the park, man. Dialed it, tied it up.
Yeah.
I've never seen anybody, and this isn't hyperbolic, right? This is not hyperbolic. I think we can all say this. I haven't seen anybody play like this before in my life.
Yeah,
ever.
No, I haven't either.
Be able to pitch, be able to do anything,
everything,
anything on the baseball field.
That's what we were saying, and before you came on, is it's like, I mean, I think at this point, it'll be a fun game. Let's try to get him in every damn spot at some point. Put him out in left field, even if they never hit it to him. Put him in right field. I mean,
no, I want to see this guy and remain in my mind that he is baseball's god, because he is. I've never seen anyone. It's unprecedented. Double R. I've never seen anyone like this.
And the cool thing about it is
none of you have. None of you have.
That's where you can go back through baseball lore and look at Willie Mays, Babe Ruth. I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on. And we read about them. We watch those old highlights and all that. We are like living through this shit right now. And that's a pretty big deal as a sports fan to see like the greatest of all time, to actually sit and watch that. The fact that you lived through Michael Jordan and, insert those people right there. But this is like still going right now, and you're watching what is never going to happen again. I mean, I'm sorry, this is never going to happen again. And like we were talking, this is just getting started, Wags. This dude's just getting going. So anyway, yeah.
Vin Scully was the greatest ever. Yeah, but Ike, how many of Vin Scully's games did you actually hear? Like Harry Carey was great. Vin Scully was great, but I didn't hear that many of their calls, right? Like John Miller,
the highlights,
John Miller will always be my favorite because he was on Home Team Sports with the Orioles for so long, right? And then he went to ESPN baseball with Morgan. Like there's and they were a tandem, and now he's Giants baseball too. So I don't hear John Miller that much, but I mean, growing up, like that's the voice. Myron Cope for the Steelers broadcast, and Greg Lloyd just crumpled him up like a sody straw. Like there's just iconic voices. I
mean, Milo Hamilton,
Chris Russo, like Chris Russo will always be one of my favorite talk sports radio guy, right? He's just classic East Coast Flames, just coming at you, just spitting shit at you all the time, just constantly yelling, right? Like that's just my type of style. Is just East Coast conversation, man.
Baseball is so different because I have to tell you, I mean, I've called a lot of all the big three. And again, not at major league levels or nothing like that, but some very important high school games. I have gotten a call in all three different facets. But I got to tell you, baseball is the coolest. I mean, because it really is. You're sitting there, and I love, like when the advent of video came in, I'm like, that kind of sucks. And when I do a football game, baseball game, basketball, I'm still doing it radio style,
right?
Like, you're painting
and that's why I can't stand Buck. In football, right? Because Buck lets the TV tell the show instead of paint the picture.
Forget that shit. No, that's
my only criticism, right? Like, not everybody is listening. Your call is still on, and actually, that's not true. He does not have a call on the radio, so I stand corrected.
Yeah, Wags. I still. I mean, you've done games with me.
I thought that it was a multicast, right? I thought that somehow but he's not multicasting. He's only going out over TV. Yeah, and that's why he does it. I thought that I was giving a hit on him, but I was wrong. I'm sorry, Joe Buck. You are good.
I'm still they're going right to left, north to south, whatever you want to call it.
Right. And here we go, north to left, or left to right on your radio dial.
Yeah. So-and-so's wearing white pants, burnt orange jersey tops. I mean, all of that. And then like I had a kid doing a game with me one time, and I was like putting out the weather. I'm like, okay, it's 87 degrees in North Austin. And by the end of the game, we're going to be at whatever. We go to break, and he's like, why'd you say that? I'm like, because that's shit that people want to know what's going on. They see it, but they're not there. And they can sit here and think, okay, well, the win.
Yeah, it was a game. It was almost an entire game that lapsed since the last home run of Shohei Ohtani in the 7th inning.
Yeah. That's so. What was it? 6 hours, 6.5, almost.
It started at 5. I think it started at 5 p.m. West Coast time, and it ended around midnight. So do the math. I'm too tired to do it right now.
Yeah. And here's
6 hours, six hours or so.
And here's a good tip right here with what Jake's talking about. What I learned, and I actually learned this from Craig. This is something I learned from Craig, to where it's like you're building that moment, and then when it happens, you make the call and shut up. Just let them embrace.
And that's it. Anything else that you want to take away from last night, except for Freddie Freeman? All he does is just hit clutch home runs too. So
all he does is win. Can't wait for this. Can't wait for tonight, man. Can't wait for tonight. Here we go.
It's gonna be dandy. Absolutely. Yeah, brother. Where do you want to go next, dude?
Let's mention this off the Coda text line. Our man, Gorgeous Greg from Gorgeous Georgetown. He'd been in Cancun. Somebody walked away with his luggage at the resort lobby. Come on, people. What? Why?
Did he get it back, Greg?
No, did not. He said, luckily, it was only clothes and shoes in the luggage.
Yeah, so you put your dirty underwear in there. You just got yourself a bag of shit.
Yeah. Take a shit in there.
I'm sorry, Greg, that sucks. I'm trying to make light of the situation.
I know.
Hey, Bieber and Otani on tonight, man. So
Bieber and Otani.
Treated with the doozy. You know what else is on tonight? Stars and Caps. Stars are hosting the Capitals tonight up in D-Town.
Oh, that's right. I saw that. Yeah. I was in Dallas over the weekend. They were getting
watching that, but I mean, I'll be having most of my guys on the damn World Series here for Game 4. Yeah, absolutely.
They were excited up in DFW this past weekend because they said that this might be this could probably be Ovi's last trip to the AAC. So last time that they'll get to see him. So I think a lot of people from Dallas are going to go to watch the legend.
Hey now, all right. Also, we had a football game on last night. I don't know if you guys were. Yeah, there was Monday Night Football on last night. Joe Buck was on the call, actually. Coincidentally. Yeah, Joe Buck and Troy Aikman were on the call last night. Chiefs took down the Commanders 28-7. No Jaden Daniels last night for the Commanders there, but they tried to make something squander out of nothing. But guess what? The big story of the night is that it looks like the Chiefs have found their stride. We talked about it. We talked about how dangerous they could be, if they're just finding ways to win and they're not firing on all cylinders. Well, now they have all their weapons back. They appear to be healthy. And look out, not just the AFC West, but look out for the entire NFL, because it looks like how do we want to phrase this? The champions of 3 out of the last 4. It looks like they're ready to try and contend for 4 out of the last 5.
Yeah, and this with all these people coming back and being contributors and everything that you have right there, where people were kind of beating the drum a little too early in the year, because last year Kansas City was winning games that they shouldn't. This year they lost games that they should have lost when it started out.
Yeah, Mahomes was playing like dog shit last year, or not dog. He was playing mediocre, but to everybody else's, to his standards, that's dog shit, right?
Yeah, but these dudes look like they're having fun, and that's scary. I mean, because all of these guys are coming back, and this is where Kansas City is. And again, this is all, reliant on health. You got to keep all these guys healthy. You got to keep everybody out on the field. But this is where I think the Chiefs are going to assert themselves in the AFC West and say, we don't care if the Chargers are on the up and coming. We don't care if Denver. I mean, because they hear that, because so many people have been ready to supplant somebody else to rule the AFC or the AFC West other than Kansas City. And like I've said, you cannot exclude these guys until somebody knocks them off. And this is what Andy Reid and this group has been doing for the last
case in point. I mean, here they come. I mean, I get it. They're 5-3. I understand that, but they've taken. They look like they're gettable still, right? They look like you can find ways to beat them, but not recently. Not in current form. In current form, their defense, and I understand that they went up against Marcus Mariota last night. I understand that that's what the defense was. The Chiefs defense was going up against. You're probably going to be victorious in that situation over Jaden Daniels, I would say. But they're still starting to catch stride, and not to mention you have distribution amongst your weapons now. You somehow find a way to have Rashee Rice covered for a couple of plays. you're going to get beat by Zay Worthy, right? You find a way to cover Rashee Rice and shore up the back end so Worthy can't blow the doors off of you. You're going to get beat by Travis Kelce, right? There's just there's weapons on this team that
everywhere
just come alive. Not just weapons, the alphas of the weapons. Like we're talking about tier A hound missiles of the weapons, right? Like these dudes are superior, and not to mention you got one of the best processing chips throwing it too. Right, like dialing up these weapons as well. So we talk about Shohei Ohtani being, one of one. Patrick Mahomes, currently right now is still one of one in terms of quarterback play in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, 28 points, at least 28 points for the 5th straight game. And when you want to talk about the offense cooling off a little bit, well, you keep adding those weapons and you keep bringing those people back, and then the defense, 2nd straight game, a touchdown or less. I mean, look at this bunch. This is complimentary, top-notch football. Two
takeaways, and again, Marcus Mariota. Understand it, but
sure.
Also, three, wasn't it? They had a fumble recovery too, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is where you go back.
No. Sorry, they did not. They didn't recover the fumble. They did not recover the fumble.
And this is where Wags, where we talk about with the Commanders, and to kind of tie this to the Cowboys, is to watch how the Commanders are just a mash unit here of beat up, missing people. Speaking of missing people, and not winning games. If you're the Cowboys, you need to go make a move because this thing is kind of still sitting in front of you, because the division has come back to you, and with Scattaboo out, and Philadelphia's going to do what they're going to do. But I mean, start thinking wild card here, because the Cowboys are still in the hunt part of the playoffs.
We mentioned a little bit about that on did we talk about that, or did I talk about that with somebody else?
About the Cowboys?
Yeah, about the Cowboys going out and getting deep. Didn't we talk about that on?
I think we talked about that on Friday.
We talked about it on Monday, didn't we? Or no, you're right. If
you've been talking to other men behind my back, you've been talking.
No, I'm remembering. I feel like we're just having the same conversations. I'm not talking about. I'm not cheating on you, amigo. I wouldn't.
Okay,
do that.
You better not. You better not, buddy.
I'm having a lot of deja vu. I'm feeling like we had the conversation about the Cowboys going out and making moves to, especially now with their offense firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, we mentioned it, then but it was before the weekend, because then the offense got shut down.
There we go.
So but Kansas City, man, to watch them, and that's like, if you're anybody in the AFC, you're watching this shit, and you're like, here we go again. Who's gonna knock them off? The Colts. I mean, if you get the Colts, and the Chiefs. I'm going with the Chiefs. I think. I mean, Colts look great.
I'm going with the Chiefs because of I guess because they've been there, right? And the experience that the team and the organization has recently, right? Like, I mean, 3 out of the last 4 champions. Like, how do you in that situation in an AFC championship setting, like, how do you not lean the Chiefs' way? And regardless of how the Colts have played all year long, and I mean, we're 3 touchdowns, almost 3 touchdowns is the floor a week for Jonathan Taylor, right? He's at least going to come out and give you 3 touchdowns, right? He's done it. He's done it each 3 weeks, or the past 3 weeks. So yeah, Jonathan Taylor's just on a tear. That offense is seeming like they're firing on all cylinders. That would be one hell of a matchup right now to see in an AFC championship. Their defense is playing pretty impressive right now, pretty stout. You'd like to think still the advantage with how well they're playing. I'd still have to go with Kansas City just based off the fact that I just know I remember what I saw with Daniel Jones in New York, right? And I'm not. That's not fair to put that on him because he's in a different setting. He's clearly got a much improved offensive line, and he's got some weapons to work with too, right? But still, being that as it may, I have to go with what I know. And I know that Patrick Mahomes can win in those clutch situations, and I haven't seen Daniel Jones win in that clutch situation yet. So I'm going to go with what I know.
And I don't know when you look at, I mean, the current division leaders right now, the Chiefs are not there. It's Bo Nix and the Broncos.
But they're climbing.
They're game back. So
if you had to do power rankings, if you had to do your 32 ranked power rankings this week, double R, where the hell are they?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you have to put them in the top 5. I mean, because it's like you throw the records out the window. You watch the intangibles.
Yeah.
I mean, you go and you see all this. But I mean, look at these guys right now. So you got Jones with the Colts, Bo Nix with the Broncos, who look great against the Cowboy defense. I mean, you got the kid with the now the Patriots. I think Wags are the ones, and we talked about this right before the season. The Patriots seem to be the one to me at this point, where when you get the mindset of that head coach that could maybe get in there and scrap it up pretty good with Steve Spagnuolo and that bunch and Andy Reid and maybe get a little bit to Patrick Mahomes, because that's kind of the old school grip and grind football.
I don't know if the Patriots are there yet. Like, yeah. I can't. No, like Patriots they don't have a rookie quarterback, but I mean,
right? Yeah, I mean, well, hell,
Drake May's playing sensational football right now. I mean, just playing outside of his mind.
Yeah,
but
Bo and Nix, Bo and Drake May are in their sophomore years and progressing and progressing. It seems like.
Yeah, but I mean, but we all know what we're seeing with Drake. Like Drake May is playing lights out right now.
Yeah,
like absolutely lights out.
Yeah.
I don't think I can give the nod to you with that. I like what the Patriots doing. I like what I love Vrabel, right? I love what they're doing, but I don't think the Patriots are in any way of an area to where, or a position to where they can knock off the Chiefs. Not just yet. They're not ready to reclaim reclaim the crown and the throne just yet.
So are we doing all of this? Another team not leading in the AFC, leading their division, but still sitting right there are the Bills. So I mean, are we still everything we're watching here going to have Bills and Chiefs?
They have a tremendous running game, right? And they play some great defense too. But the thing that gives me a little bit of pause and reluctancy with the Bills is their ability to blow the doors off of the defense, right? They don't have that. Shakir's fantastic, but he's more of a like a slot receiver, right? They don't have that receiver that can blow the doors off. They got some size. Coleman's got some size, but they still haven't been able to put it together with Coleman or Palmer. So again, there's questions at the receiving core for me. Usually the teams that have the championship caliber roster, they got a defense that can just gnaw you to death, which the Bills got a formidable defense, right? But also they have almost pieces they got the quarterback clearly, right? They got the ground and pound. If it's by committee or if it's by bell cow, they still have that. But they usually have a receiver that can blow the doors off of you or blow the doors off the defense, right? I don't see that right now with the Bills. I just don't. So that's until they can give the opposition that threat. I feel like they can just play kind of in a mentality of downhill football and kind of, if we get beat every now and then by a Hail Mary or a 40-yard aerial assault, then we can live and die by that. But usually let's just keep everything up front. And honestly, Double R, the way that Cook's been able to tote the rock and kind of keep possession and keep the ball just time of possession for the Bills, it feels like that's kind of been a really good recipe to roll out. But you have to have that weapon as
you do.
The underlying factor. You have to have that weapon that can blow the doors off of, just so you can keep the defense honest. That's my opinion.
And that's kind of always been we've mentioned that, to where it's always that missing piece, it seems, with Buffalo and Kansas City and Buffalo are doing right now what they do: rinse and repeat. Kansas City, here they are coming to life middle of the year. Buffalo, they stumble and fall and lose games that they shouldn't lose to. Buffalo does a really good job of playing down to the competition. Sometimes it seems like, I'm like, how do you lose that game? But
they also do a good job at playing up to the competition too.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So I don't know, man, but here we are with Colts, Patriots, Broncos, Steelers. Old man Rodgers there, with the Steelers, and it's like they just have to me. The Steelers just happen to be leading that division. It's like, okay, they're good enough to lead the division. How'd you like them Steeler outfits the other day, boy?
About that game, I don't know if I'm sold on Green Bay.
On the Packers, just inconsistent.
Like you see what they can do, and again, like the Steelers defense isn't. We're not breaking news here. The Steelers do not have a good defense.
Is not
right.
Good.
It's I think they're ranked 28th in the league in terms of defense, and
a little bit better than Dallas. Yeah,
they are better than Dallas. They are better than Dallas.
Dude, you and me could play defense.
Steelers of old. This isn't the steel curtain that we're thinking about, right? No. Like that we usually associate Pittsburgh football with.
You got that right.
They're another team that has to come out and, ironically, rely on Arthur Smith's play calling ability in the arm of a
40-year-old man.
Rodgers, 43-year-old Aaron Rodgers here. So
with a big helmet.
It's kind of wild. Warren can get it going there every now and then for the run game with Pittsburgh, but I don't believe Pittsburgh's buyers. I'm not buying in Pittsburgh either. Like, I think they're on house money. I didn't think that they. I'm sure maybe they probably had the vision of going this well right out of the gate, but I didn't see them playing this well right out of the gate. I thought this was going to be Baltimore and with a healthy Joe Burrow, this could be Cincinnati kind of making a stride for this thing. And Cincinnati's only 3 years removed from the Super Bowl, guys.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like they've fallen from grace. That shows you how fast you can fall from grace when you tie up your money poorly and you lose your quarterback. So, hey, a la Joe Flacco, though, trying to make something happen, trying to stay relevant for the Bengals, for the Cats there.
And I'll tell you with the Bengals, Wags, sorry to interrupt you, but before I forget, the Bengals where you had kind of gotten yourself, you had the fan base pretty excited. A lot of folks were excited about Joe Flacco. You go out and you get beat by the Jets. It's like, there's your chance to maybe kind of inch. And not that I'm going to sit here and tell you that Joe Flacco's taking this team to the divisional round of the playoffs, but you can stay close to the Jets.
But the Bengals defense is that bad to where
the Bengals defense is that bad. And it's
and honestly, dude, the Jets defense has kind of been playing pretty damn good for the past couple of weeks, right? Like, we've been giving the Jets a bunch of shit. Their offense hasn't been. Week 1, their offense was on par, and then after that, they've gone to shit. And then their defense was kind of stepping up and doing whatever they can to keep them in ball games. But then the last week, the Jets defense didn't show up at all, and then the offense shows up and out offenses the Bengals there. So,
well, they're going to sit here. They're going to sit here and jack around. They're going to sit here and screw around. And here comes Lamar back. And then here we are again, Baltimore, Buffalo, and Kansas City all over again when people are ready to count them all out in week 5.
Well, we got some Longhorns to talk about here. We got some Sarkeesian sound to get into if you want to get into. We got about 15 minutes of the show to roll into, but you want to talk about a little bit of the burnt orange Kool-Aid at all, or you want to get into some sponsors first?
Yeah, let's get some sponsors. Let's talk about all the great folks.
All right, well, let me tell you about my guy Hurricane Heck first, right? There's a new lawyer in town. You guys know this. We've been telling you about it for a while now. And when that storm hits, the storm hit last night. I hope you called him. Hurricane Heck's the guy that we're talking about, your go-to personal attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. Proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. And he's not just a lawyer. He's a Longhorn through and through. He brings that same burnt orange fire and pride to the courtroom. If you're injured in a car accident, your heart's broken, you got a dog bite, you got to give him a call. It is Ryan Hurricane Heck. That number, 512-938-8929. Again, 512-938-8929. Email my guy Ryan at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
That's right. Looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV? Do it today. Do it this weekend. It's an early game. You want to go hunt down cars? You can do it in the afternoon. Go to Schultz in the morning, catch the pregame show, watch the game there, go home, and then go find that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. It is at Covert Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com. Weekly specials available. It is the service after the sale, oh so important as well. Here's a word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Absolutely. Thank you, Hayden. Thank you, Dan. It is covertbeecave.com. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Also, your home entertainment system, everything that you need, whether it's a home theater system or you want basically a man cave. You want I've got two 65-inch screens in here. I've got a 75-inch screen in here, and I just sit here and watch whatever it is. Doesn't have to be just sports. It's in anything, the Netflix and chill, all of that stuff. It is audiovisual consultations, AV consultations.
field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but ABC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Absolutely. AV Consultations. Check them out today. Also, McCall Custom Homes. Our man Mike McCall, the great trades, the great crew over there for over 4 decades. You have been getting that great service, whether it's a new home build or you want to renovate some part of your existing home, indoor or outdoor space. You heard Bucky talking this morning. He was out on his putting green. That was installed by McCall Custom Homes, and they can do that for you. Free estimates right now for Texas Sports Unfiltered listeners and viewers. Be sure and mention TSU when you talk to Mike, and you call Mike directly. You're not calling a phone service. 512-633-9580. That's 512-633-9580. Get that call or text in. You don't believe what I'm saying? Check out the gallery of projects at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Hit me up on one of the socials, or if you have my information, text me. I'll send you pictures of what he did here to our master primary bathroom. Sorry about that. We build value into your home. It is McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check them out today. Tell me you heard about them right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Yeah, man. Texas Sports Unfiltered.
All right, amigo, where do you want to go next?
So you mentioned it, man. Concussion protocol. And that is, what is that? That's where folks are like, what is that? Well, it can't be, they sit there. What think it's like.
Do they just sit there and smell the smelling salt? Do they sniff that stick?
Yeah. Well, it's got to be their own stick. Well, in the NFL, I guess. But it's like, it's like a 5-step process, right?
Hold on. What are you sniffing over there? You sniffing that from under? You sniffing that from under cheese? What are you sniffing over there?
The government cheese, my man. Government cheese.
Still has that cheese.
No, I ain't got no more, dude.
Actually, I think there is an expiration date. You have to check. I think there actually is an expiration date.
There is no more, dude. I think there's a little bit of crackers left in there, but that's about all that's left.
Jay Corbin, help him out.
Got to get back out there.
We're gonna go do a show at Sue Patrick just so we can go get you restocked, amigo.
Got to get back out there. But yeah, it's like the concussion protocol thing. It's not where it's just like, okay, well, I think he's all right. Yeah, put him back out. This is a very detailed.
I wanted to hear about Vandy first. I want to hear the coach talk about Vandy on the opening there. You got control of that, amigo? You want
to hear about Pavia? You want to hear about intro on Vandy? How about an intro?
Yeah, let's hear the intro on Vandy, and let's get into a little bit of Pavia Nation.
Are we going to talk about Pavia's mom?
You've probably already woke up drinking coffee talking about that already. So people keep sending me, I'm not all about her.
I'm not either.
Like Jackson Dart's mom. All right. Okay. But I don't know. I'm just like, let Theo Vaughn, you can have her, buddy. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't care about Pavia's mom or Jaden Daniels' mom, but here's a coach on Vandy.
What? I don't know who Jaden Daniels' moms look like.
Attractive woman, but
okay, I haven't seen them flashing Jaden Daniels' mom around.
Well, she always makes an appearance.
Okay,
you find her.
I will check out Jane. Is this what we've grown into? Right.
Before you get off,
we've reduced ourselves to looking at NFL quarterbacks' mothers.
I think so, and sideline reporters apparently. Because I saw a shout out to Miss Beisner Buck a little bit earlier here on this program. Michelle Beisner Buck, Joe Buck's wife, the cute girl with the bob haircut.
No, I know who you're talking about.
She all right. I know you're talking about. All right. Here's Coach on Vandy.
Minimize possessions. They huddle, they shift, they motion, they do a lot of different things offensively, but they limit your possessions. They're a very efficient offensive football team. And then conversely, defensively, they play really well. They play collectively together. They've got an elite field goal kicker. They've got an elite kickoff returner. So they're an all three phase team. And it's going to take all three phases to battle and compete. Obviously, the quarterback is the tip of the spear. He's one of the more competitive, players that I've competed against. He's their leading rusher. He obviously passes the ball. He makes plays at critical moments when they need to have it. And so he's a guy that, he's getting all the praise that he's getting is well deserved. He's a very good football player. And I think, one thing about playing quarterback, it's not always about the passes you throw. It's not always about the runs you make. It's about instilling belief in your teammates and instilling belief in your organization, instilling belief in your fan base. And I think Diego Pavia has done that for that program. And so all the credit in the world to him, all the credit in the world to Clark and the start that they've had to the season. So it's going to be a heck of a challenge for us. Looking forward to it. Like I said, I think we've got a re-energized team. Looking forward to getting back home at DKR.
Again, both teams heavily penalized here going into this matchup. But here's the one thing, and this is kind of it's negating facts here. But Texas is +7 on the takeaway margin, right? The turnover takeaway margin. But Diego Pavia takes care of the ball very well, right? Like Vandy, they don't make mistakes. Like they are penalized, but they don't give you the ball. Right? They don't give you extra chances to score. We needed every chance against Mississippi State. I don't know, if we go in here and play the way that we've been, and God, it's every week, Wagner, you're saying this. It's the same shit, guys. You can't go in there with 9 penalties, right? Or if we play Saturday night in DKR with 9 penalties in sloppy football, I fear that we will not be victorious. Okay, like you just can't keep putting yourself in front of the gun all this, each week, like week in and week out. You can't keep flirting with disaster and expect to just come out victorious. It doesn't work like that, right? Odds are you're gonna get bit in the ass. So
yeah, Molly Hatchet will get your ass this time.
Right, good pull, Molly Hatchet there.
Love that song. NASCAR.
Good. We should have used some Molly Hatchet going down in the Gator country there.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. And the other part about that is, Wags, and look, it's been when you look,
dude, you can stop coming in here. I'm sorry, Double R. They're throwing some distractions out right now. You can't. We're not talking about Red Sec right now. Damn it. We're not talking about Red Sec right now. That you just derailed the entire effing show. All right?
Come on now.
Go. Red Sec is about to drop. It's about to drop. Hold your britches.
You just went through a month where, look, this is where you go back to it. Was this past month impressive? Yeah, OU was, but maybe that, and what you did last week was very impressive. But you just went through a month where you weren't at home, and somehow you kept your ass in the middle of this SEC title, whatever. So you have to dig in on that positive right there. But this whole last month of sitting there kind of stumbling around and tripping over yourself and falling behind and doing all these different things, if you do that to Clark Lee's team, I don't care if it's here or in Nashville, Wags, these guys, this team has the mindset of that quarterback. And that quarterback has the mindset. Look, he hasn't minced words about this. I'm gonna come in and kick your ass.
Right? Yeah, he don't
he don't give a shit.
He don't shy away from it. He embraces it. He wears it on his chest. And you know what though? He backs the shit up. Like that's just it. Like, we all laugh about it. Like I made a joke. I made a joke at the beginning of the season. I made a joke like, "Hey, Pavia might be taking this team to the SEC championship." I was joking. When I said that.
This dude.
Are you kidding me? They got one loss right now.
Yeah,
this
dude has paid off every amount of shit damn near that he has talked. And we're only today. What's today? Tuesday. We're only Tuesday. So at some point, this dude's probably going to have a zinger for Texas. And, I don't know how Texas uses that or whatever, but that's where you've kept yourself in this, but you can't. This isn't Kentucky. This isn't Mississippi State. This isn't UTEP. This isn't any of that shit. You come out and you're down by 17 or 20, you are going to lose. I'm sorry, because you don't have the complimentary football still. One game ain't fixing me of that problem.
He's the X factor in college football right now, right? Like he's able to do it with his arm. He's able to do it with his legs. He's almost 17. He's 1,698 yards through the air. That's how good he is through the air. He's playing. He's 3-1 right now with the ratio. He's 15 touchdowns to 5 interceptions. All right, almost 70% completion percentage, 68.8. Okay, and then on the ground, he's giving you almost 500. He's 458 on 85 carries. Right, he can get up at it and 5 touchdowns, 5 tutties.
Yeah. I mean, the dude doesn't shy away from contact. I mean, the dude's just a grinder. I mean, the dude just wants to play football. And that's
he knows he's a ball. He knows ball.
And that's the scary part, because his team has taken his mindset. I mean, this is a mean looking team, and they're coming in and talking about the slow starts, Wags. I mean, Sark was asked about that yesterday. Are you surprised about the slow starts?
I don't know. I mean, every year, you have issues, I'm sure this time last year I was talking about something else, like something we needed to clean up or get better at. So every year you have things, and I think that's our job as coaches to identify where your issues are, and then try to put a spotlight on them and then try to improve upon them. I say it all the time. We as coaches get what we emphasize. So if we want to emphasize starting better in the game, we have to look at maybe the game plan itself. B, what are we calling in that game plan to put our guys in position to play a little faster, where they can go get it? And then C, on the players. The players have to be energized and engaged and ready to go. And I don't think that we weren't ready to go the other night, because clearly we started pretty fast, but then we hit a lull in the second quarter. And so it's keeping that flame lit and burning hot for 4 quarters. I have a feeling we'll be ready to go Saturday at 11 a.m. We've been a very good morning, football team. We've performed well at 11 a.m., especially at home. And so we got to wake up early and get ourselves ready to go. And we're going to have to play from the beginning. This is going to be a 4-quarter game. That doesn't mean you have to wait for the 4th quarter. We need to play all 4 quarters with the right sense of urgency, if you will, from the opening kick.
All right, and so
that's what I want to see.
He said a couple of things there, Double R, right? And a few things I want to hit on, right? First and foremost, how do you get him to play faster? Right? You've diagnosed that you need to get them to play faster, but what are you doing to get them to play faster? Are you removing some of your actions? You removing some of the motions, pre-snap motions in your offense too? Like, and on the defensive side of the ball, like, you want to talk about playing faster? You guys are playing fast, but sometimes you're standing around waiting for people to make a play. Yeah. And I've said this time in and time out on here, man. Like, come off your block. It's not a cardinal sin to get blocked. It's a cardinal sin to stay blocked. Shed your damn block like we've seen you do in the past, right? And get out there and make the damn play. Don't just wait for somebody to go make the play. 8 hats to the damn ball.
And the thing is with the offensive line, because that's going to be the underlying thing now, especially when you may have a different quarterback coming in with Matt Caldwell, and that's how does
do we have anything on Arch Manning? Actually, Steve Sarkisian. I see this. Steve Sarkisian was asked about Arch Manning. If he practiced on Monday, here's what he had to answer.
He did not. He's in protocol right now. We'll have more information as the week goes.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's like a 5-step process. There was somebody on the board that had actually laid it out. It's like 5 steps. You can do light aerobic practice, light aerobic workouts, and then it's this and this and this. And they're constantly checking to make sure that you're in a good capacity to be able to play. So now you have that comes in, and how does that factor in? And that's where I want to see how the momentum with this team gets the ball for the first time. If it is Matt Caldwell, how that changes, if that tempo is different, because look,
you know what, I think you've seen, and again, I understand it's Vanderbilt, and you were going up against Mississippi State. But I think the dude comes out just cold as ice, right? And then drops it on a platter
every time.
Mosley there, right? Like, I don't think you change anything up at all, right? If as long as the dude feels comfortable with the playbook, right? And again, I know that it was reduced when you brought Arch in terms of Quinn's playbook and Arch's playbook last season. So I'm assuming that that's going to be a little bit of the way that it goes with Sarkisian. This just kind of make everything comfortable and kind of let everything kind of come naturally to Caldwell here. But if I'm Sark, I've seen what I needed to see.
I'm not
again, it was only one play. I get it. Might have been an anomaly of a throw. right? Might have been the greatest throw he's ever made in his life. I get it. But still, to do that in that situation, in that moment, nails. Cojones, right? To come in there and deliver like that.
Yeah. And here's
I
where
feel
you
confident with Matthew Caldwell going out and getting the entire playbook that Arch Manning has right now.
I totally do too.
Let me back that up. I don't feel confident in it, but I've seen Matthew Caldwell be able to perform some throws that can get you 15 and outs, and then throwing fades on a goal line that just seems like it's vanished from the game, right? But this guy, it's in his bag and he just drops it. He just drops it on a platter. I feel confident with Matthew Caldwell dropping back and throwing to our wide receivers. I do.
And the other part of it is, I mean, it doesn't matter if it's Arch Manning, Matthew Caldwell, Adam Wagner, or me out there.
It matters if it's me or you, bro.
Well, but like the one thing
put us on the line, right? Put us on the line.
And that's my point, because it's still that offensive line. And for the problems with Arch, and when you talk about timing and all this, when you got like 2 seconds to try to make a read and make a play, that's going to affect you. But if this offense comes out and you have that fast start and Matthew Caldwell is lighting up this defense, that it is. I don't think you change anything, because the one underlying thing that isn't different, no matter who the quarterback is the ineffectiveness of the offensive line. And that's not going to magically fix itself in 7 or 8 days. So you're still dealing with that card. So that's where you come out, and I have a lot of faith in Caldwell, to be honest with you.
So I think
he's going to be just fine.
Jake, it was red zone issues this year. Well, Jake, it's not just red zone issues this year. It's the entire offense this year, buddy.
Yeah. It's like the whole green zone, the whole 120 yards of the field seem to be the problem. But I think the other part about this, I was having a discussion with a friend last night, and he's like, "Well, I'm worried about this young kid Caldwell coming in." I'm like, "Young? Dude's like a 5th-year senior. I mean, this ain't no young dude."
Fatal Gator has a really good point here. Sayin might have a bid for the best QB in the nation, being of what he did, like his resume against this Texas defense, right? Like that does
a hell of a debut.
Great point. That's exactly where, like, that has to make some type of a notion, being that it was his first game on display going up against this defense, right? And it wasn't like this was a makeshift defense. Right, this was a defense that was honed, and it lost a couple of pieces, but it was still like it was the returning. I guess the returning might, our best feature in the return for this Texas team.
Yeah. Well, and the other part about that for Julian Sayin, when he came in, and again, this is where, not to make excuses for Arch as we've gotten to this point, but it was like all of the hub and everything about Arch, and people didn't think about the new offensive line. People didn't think about learning the continuity with receivers and so forth. I think the other part about that is where you were talking about Wags, about changing offenses up and all of that. And again, I don't think you can be that creative just with the state of this offense right now, whoever the quarterback is that Arch and Matt Caldwell apparently have a pretty good relationship, according to Steve.
Yeah, and the relationship was pretty good with. I feel like that's on Sark, right? Like I think Sark's done a really good job at keeping
played that position. Yeah,
right. Exactly. And I'm sure every quarterback's been in that position before, to where they want to win and they're sitting behind the guy. They're the next guy, right? I'm sure he's been in that position where he's been the next guy before. It's probably it resonated with him, and he's just done a very good job at keeping. To be simple with you, keeping people happy, keeping the family happy, right? In a world where instant gratification is imminent, like it's going to happen. If I'm not getting reps, I'm going to go somewhere where I can get reps and get paid, right? He's been able to manage and keep a happy house somewhat, right? Yeah. Especially with I guess with QB1 and QB2. So yeah, it's nice to see. It's nice to be able to think that, all right, if our quarterback goes down, this guy can throw too. He's pretty good too,
and that's
right.
That's part of, and that's the beauty of the portal now. That when you're able to do college football deals the way you do it now, I'm sure there was strategy. I'm sure there's something that went into this to where Texas decided that this was going to be the dude that you're going to bring in. And like when 18 comes on the field, when I see 18 walking out right now, I don't think of the 18 wheeler that wore that number before as a quarterback. I think of a dude walking out, and I'm like, that kind of looks like Arch. So yeah, I think it's going to be good. I mean, I think it's going to be all right. Hey, look here. Tom Bruce
Let
Wayne.
me some sugar. I'm your neighbor.
Uh-oh. Oh, hell.
Billy, you
Billy,
making some noise for Billy
have
there?
to have you live in here one day, buddy. You can come up in here.
Let me some sugar, Billy. I am your neighbor.
There it is.
What he is saying, Double R.
Pour some sugar on me.
Get out of here, man.
What else do we have, man? We got. I mean, I'm just looking forward to baseball tonight. I'm like, all right, ain't nothing
baseball
else
tonight. Puck also drops at 7:30 for all you hockey heads out there.
Oh, by the way,
all you
San Antonio Spurs. I'm repping today. Oh man, did you see that box score last night? San Antonio. You want to talk about dudes and multiple? Nice job, San Antonio.
I didn't watch any basketball last night.
I had to check in.
I did not. I was too busy with 2 games of baseball last night.
Yeah,
in a Monday night football game.
Monday night football.
I kid. It was 18 frames of baseball. We got 2 games of baseball.
2 games. 2 games.
Has the
Jay
World,
Guns. What's
has
up?
the World Series started yet? I haven't watched.
Come on, man.
I just woke up from my nap. I was watching Game 3, and I took a nap right now. It ended at like 1:30 last night. Jay Guns.
What's the series?
Are you
2-1.
fucking with me?
Come on, man.
I'm not joking. I haven't watched
Dodgers versus Toronto.
Yeah,
Shohei Ohtani.
No, I know. I know it's Dodgers Blue Jays.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh
yeah, it's 2-1. Dodgers won last night. And
he's like it's the Dodgers and the Montreal Expos in the World Series.
I would take. I'm going to send you this picture. Did you watch it all last night, or are you messing with me?
I haven't watched. I don't think I've watched any baseball since I went to the Rangers game in August of 24 or July. I don't know. They lost to the Red Sox that day. But hey, fun fact: my mom was born in Montreal. So
nice.
Is she French?
No, her dad is in the pharmaceutical industry, so she moved like 5 times in the first 18 years of her life. She lived in Miami, Buffalo, Montreal, Chicago area, and a military base in London for a little bit. She went to a school on a military base in London for a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, she didn't live on it, but went to school there.
Diversity right there, all those spots, man.
Yeah, and then she went to Colorado Boulder, which is why I have random Colorado gear from pre-Dion. So yeah,
nice,
right on.
I haven't gotten any of the prime gear. Probably won't. So
get yourself. You got to get a hat.
No.
You have what's his name? The dude that announces football with the Texas knocked out. What's the guy's name? Does color for Fox. Shit, can't think of his name. Texas knocked him out. He played for Colorado. God, I don't know. Whatever.
I'm blanking on it too. Double R.
Yeah,
I'm blanking on it too.
Speaking of blanking,
Jay Guns, I was taking a picture of the stats that he flashed up for Ohtani when he was batting in the 7th inning. And I mistakenly recorded it, right? I didn't take a picture. I was just it's like, oh, okay, I'm taking a video. So I was just like, this guy, I'm repeating the stats. And as this dude, as I get done repeating the stats, he swings the bat and on cue hits a home run. Like they threw to him and he hit another home run. So it's just, he's right now, he's 5 for 5. I think he's 5 for 5. He got on base 8 or 9 times last night. 9. He got on base 9 times last night. Like he's
so y'all are older than me.
Thanks
for leaving and know more about baseball. Watch more baseball than me. If we leave out Ohtani, who do y'all say, or did before this year? Who is the GOAT? Are y'all Babe Ruth guys, or y'all?
Mickey Mantle. I've always heard my granddad talk about Mickey Mantle. So
where's Ohtani? Do y'all think he's already
there, man? Already there.
Greatest I've ever seen, Jay Guns.
Yep. Greatest. Unfortunately. Yep.
Isn't it? I mean, I know like we're living in present day and everything's better than it had been. The athletes are better. Like everything in sports is better. Technique. There's getting earlier training, but isn't it kind of crazy? Like 2 of the biggest freaks in the sports world are in sports right now. In San Antonio.
You referring to Mahomes?
No, I was talking about Wemby.
Oh, Wemby. Okay, Mahomes is a freak as well. So I think there's 3.
Like, not only do they have GOAT potential, one I guess has already reached it with Ohtani, but like we genuinely have never seen anything like Shohei Ohtani or Wembanyama. And I guess you could say the same thing about Pat Mahomes, but like the things he does that are special, people have done those things before, but not quite to the extent he
At
does.
one
not
position.
consistent.
Yeah.
Not consistent.
Yeah. Where these guys, where like with Wemby and Ohtani, it's like it's not just one part of their game. It's like they're able to do all of these different things. And that's unheard of.
Wemby has a guard skill set at
over 7 foot. Yeah, it's not fair. That's a cheat code.
7-footers can defend him, and he runs right by him.
Scary.
Yeah.
I'm glad that
And
dude's
he's
on my
the
team.
best post defender in the league. So.
Absolutely.
Hey, can I
Boys,
ask
I'm gonna go do some inventory. I'll see you
Double
later.
R, can I ask a favor? I gotta use the bathroom one more time real quick, and I gotta.
I can also go solo if y'all need.
No. I gotta
hang
sneak
out
out
for a
real
bit.
quick because if I wake her up, then I gotta take her out again. You know what I mean? So I gotta sneak out. So hold on, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
He means his dog, Jordan, not wake her up. My wife's over here. I can't wake her up.
No, hey, I was never gonna say Barry Bonds. So when I was young, my primary sport was baseball. That was what I was best at. But I like basketball more. Baseball was just so boring, and like it got old quick. Where I quit by like 5th or 6th grade.
Yeah,
because it was spring and fall ball, and it just was a grind. And like I was really good. A lot of people asked me to play on their teams and stuff, and it just like it got old and it was so boring. And I was also better in coach pitch and enjoyed that a lot more too. Obviously, So I got tired of it, but I still followed the sport a lot whenever I was playing baseball. And I'm kind of like an encyclopedia. Like I like learning about old stuff. I know a lot of random facts. When I first started on Texas Sports Unfiltered, if y'all remember, like I had a wall of old basketball cards. I had just as many baseball ones. And my dad was, or still is, I guess, a big baseball fan. Had been a bigger one in the past, but he was always like anti-Barry Bonds. Keep him out of the Hall of Fame. He cheated. He took steroids. I know everyone in the era was doing it, but he broke all these records because of steroids.
Yep.
And I remembered one day I got a pack of old baseball cards, and it's Barry Bonds' rookie card from when he's on the Pirates. And he's so skinny.
Yep.
And I remember grabbing the card and asking my dad, like, there's 2 Barry Bonds? Because I didn't think that could be him.
Barry Bonds a third?
And he's like, no, that's him. His just head got way bigger, and the rest of his body did once he started taking steroids. Because his head is like a different shape in the Pirates rookie card thing compared to what he looked like for the Giants. So,
yeah,
I don't know.
Jordan, it's like you said, I mean, just having watched so much baseball over the years, I mean, like that whole steroid era when it comes to the McGuire and the Sosa thing where people want to talk. I mean, that was truly fascinating to watch. And the steroid thing was kind of hanging over it the whole time. And still, what that did, I mean, to me, that truly saved baseball, because baseball was in a really bad spot at that point because they had the strike in 94, 95, whatever it was, that just kind of closed the season down, and there was no baseball, and it was just a very sour taste that was left, with big business taking over baseball. And then these guys go on an amazing run. I had gotten away from baseball in true reality for a little bit, but then that shit starts happening. And you're watching this every day where they're like breaking into programming because Sammy Sosa's coming up to bat or Mark McGuire or whoever. And it brought people back to the game, whether it was tainted or not, and that's with Barry Bonds, with what he did and watching all of that. It's like, dude, that's a, I mean, I don't want to say golden era. That's a big time in sports when all that shit went on.
Imagine if they had the pitch clock back then too.
Dude, man. Yeah.
They wouldn't. I don't know if they would. Oh yeah, they would probably hit more home runs.
Because like, do y'all like the pitch clock?
I do.
I think it's good. It speeds up the game.
Great.
I'm all right with it at this point. I'm not a fan of the ghost runner.
Yeah, no. Well,
I'm not a fan of putting an extra runner, but
well,
yeah.
Thankfully, it doesn't come into effect. In World Series play. But.
Yeah. And I saw some outrage this morning to where it's like, okay, MLB's got to do something to speed the game up because I was up till 2 a.m. Bullshit.
I'm good with going to 1:30 watching a game like that.
Me too.
Like that's
Me too.
Were they on the West Coast too?
They were in LA.
They started at 5 p.m. Pacific time.
Yeah.
Damn near 7 hours last night.
2 questions for y'all. Y'all like college or MLB baseball more?
It's a different vibe.
Yeah,
is it weird to say it's a different sport? Because it is.
Something about that ping of the aluminum bat gets me.
It's also like It's just a different vibe, right?
It is. Yeah.
I feel like you have. I feel like a dominant team in Major League Baseball. Honestly, because there's enough time for a major league club to go through attrition, go through that long rigorous season, to have injuries, and then be able to come back and put it all together for October baseball, right? Like you can't do that with college baseball. You almost have to have, for a perfect season, you have to have luck, right? Like no one can get hurt. You got to be solid 1 through 9, and you got to have 3 guys that can take you, on the mound. Like, and that's usually baseball 101, but it's very relevant just in college baseball because there's minimal room for error in a game of failure.
What I love about professional baseball, is the fact that you do have the tiered, where you have AA, you have AAA, and then you have this path. And same thing with hockey too, where I'm growing so much appreciation for hockey, where you have this path that gets you, when they say getting to the show, that's a pretty damn big deal right there. So
yeah,
that's pretty cool.
I've always thought baseball is the hardest sport to make it to the top. Because there's so many freaking developmental and rookie leagues and stuff. Like,
no doubt.
And
okay, guys, I'm gonna jump out
later, brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
See it. There isn't a clock in college baseball, is there?
No.
Okay.
Not to mind. No, there's not a college.
I usually like college more.
League baseball.
Like I like college football more than the NFL. I think the quality of play, or I should say,
or I guess it's Major League Baseball now too. So
yeah, but in basketball, like I guess NBA is more exciting to watch because they don't play defense. But on the flip side of that, college, they play harder. It's almost like the quality of basketball is up. But on the same note, the way the transfer portals affected basketball, I know it's had a similar effect on baseball. Like it's so hard to get drawn and feel a connection towards a college basketball team. Like
Jordan, I might be wrong because I'm seeing stuff in the comments too. Let me double check because I thought there wasn't a.
They said there's a pitch clock.
There is a pitch clock in baseball. There is. So yes, excuse me, I was wrong. But sorry, what were you saying?
No, I was just gonna ask. I was just curious about that. There was one more I had for y'all, but I forgot. I don't know. Maybe I'll come back to it. But
I gotta send you this video of last night with just Shohei. Like it's almost like appointment viewing. Like you have to sit and watch him whenever he comes up. He's going to be on the mound tonight, dude. So, and by the way, I didn't mention no stats. He's got 6 frames, 0 earned runs, 10 strikeouts. Come on, bro. Like he's the best I've ever seen in my life.
He's the Jermaine Bishop of the Major League Baseball.
He's pretty damn good. He's pretty good.
When Shohei Ohtani grows up, he wants to be Jermaine Bishop.
Sure.
We all do.
I guess. Or I don't know. But my guy was always Lim Baez. You never saw Lim Baez either, did you? Or did you ever see clips of Lim Baez?
No, because he was dead like 20 years before I was born.
Still, but
when did he die? Was that 80s or 90s?
I want to say it was. I don't have it off 89. I want to say it was earlier than 89 because. I want to say, God, it had to be like 85 or Jordan was a rookie.
He was in the 83 or 84 draft. Michael Jordan was. I mean, I saw the
81 because Maryland still had the black jerseys. Maryland had the black jerseys with the gold letters.
Yeah, they said 86.
Thank you.
Yeah, I did, Rob. But I've seen the No Bias. I think it's called No Bias. The documentary.
Without bias.
Without bias, yeah. That one is great. I'll tell you what, ESPN, besides creating turning all their shows into a hot take, basically, like all their analysts are hot take artists. Their product sucks. I like some of their guys.
How do you feel about McAfee? WWE,
I'm not a fan
of sports talk.
Like at the end of the day, it's ESPN. You're the worldwide leader. Y'all used to employ guys that did a job like Stuart Scott. You still got Scott Van Pelt. I think
that's the saving grace,
or right? Whatever his name is, does a good job. Like man, McAfee it's bro talk. I don't want bro talk.
Dude, it is great.
What it is.
It is so bro talk. It is absolutely, as I go into my bro talk, it is Chris.
Yeah, and like that's fine if that's y'all's product, but y'all are never going to be on Channel 1 on ESPN for 3 or 4 hours a day like he is. And like on College Game Day, I don't think he's horrible, but sometimes it's like, dude, you're trying so hard right now to be a character. And it seems like
that's what he is. He's a
it seems like McAfee for the most part, people hate him or they love him. There's very few in between. I'm kind of in between. I think he does some things well. I think at times he brings a product that is different than anything else you will find with the different people he has access to and the stores he has. But so much of his shows are just like, why
do you feel he's genuine though? Like, do you feel like if you ran into McAfee outside of what you're seeing on television, you think he'd be that same type of energy? You think he'd be like up on 8 all the damn time?
No. And like, I don't know, just like, again, man, it's ESPN. Y'all are supposed to be the standard. It's a worldwide leader. And like, there's clips of like McAfee ripping a dab pen during commercial breaks at the NFL draft. Like, what are we doing? You know what I'm saying? And like,
right in front of Saban?
Well, it's during commercial break. He's sitting in his chair, but the crowd is right there, and they videoed him. And like, what are you doing, man? And Fox.
I honestly, I never observed. I never paid attention to it enough. So he's doing that at Big Noon Saturday?
No, Fox is trying to get. They're trying to make Portnoy kind of their McAfee to battle McAfee and ESPN. But no, that was McAfee.
Oh, with Good Morning Marshall.
Was ripping a dab pen between commercial breaks at the draft. And dab pen is basically weed concentrate with the higher potency, higher THC percentage. Where like one hit off that is like 4 hits of a
Are
joint.
you telling me what a dab pen is?
I was explaining it to other people.
Okay.
I know most people over the age of 30 don't know what it is. I know you probably knew what it is or what it is. Yeah. So I don't know. But with ESPN, I just some of their shows, man, are unwatchable. And
I do enjoy Saban's analytics.
I enjoy it too. I do. I also think, like, to some degree, I mean, you knew it was going to happen when they hire him, but it's like, oh, Saban, get your ass on the board. Explain this. Break it down for us, you know? Like, you can tell he gets fatigued at times, but yeah, I love him on there. I think he's fine. I think Herb Street at times is kind of a cornball and goes against a lot of things he says, but for the most part.
So who's your favorite analyst?
I think Herb Street's good for college football. Okay. I just wanted to say that. Favorite analyst? I don't know. I don't know if I have one because I can't think of one off the top of my head right now. So I don't know. But I think Saban does a good job. Maybe him, you know. I think
that's. I mean, he's must-watch TV. Whenever he's on, like, I have to watch it.
Yeah,
like that's why I'm not seeing what McAfee's doing so much. I think it's because I'm honed in on Coach.
Well, McAfee also just like it's like he's trying to like clip farm almost. Just some of the stuff he says, you know what I mean? Like he wants it to get clipped and put on Twitter and go viral or whatnot. Well, like I don't know, McAfee, like
isn't that sad though that's where we're at? It's not even about making a point anymore. It's just about going. It's about being outlandish and going viral. Like that's it.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, man, Kendrick Perkins. I don't get how he's still on TV. Like, shout out to him making it out of Beaumont. That's not an easy thing to do.
You know why?
But
because he's so accessible. Like they call him, he rolls out of bed, he throws a sports coat on. They put him at his kitchen table and they put a backdrop on. Yeah, I could talk about it. Sure, let's go. He's just watching ball all day. That's all he's doing.
Yeah. No, I can't stand him. The only NBA coverage I enjoy is Inside the NBA with TNT, which is now ESPN. But they did a good job of not breaking that up.
They haven't muzzled them either. You know, they've allowed them to be them. You know what I mean? Like I thought when they moved over from TNT, they'd, you know, kind of be asked to kind of reel it in and not be as wild and crazy. They've been themselves. They've been great.
Who at ESPN has the stones to
say that shit to Barkley or Shaq?
Talking about them big old women down in San Antonio. Stop talking about that dirty ass Galveston water.
No, I ain't talking about them girls down in Galveston, Kenny.
Man, that Galveston. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Charles Barkley doesn't really say anything, just like Perkins does. You are right there, but I wouldn't say Perkins is better than Barkley. At least, like I don't know. I think Ernie and Kenny bring most of that show, and then Shaq and Chuck are there for comedic relief.
Shaq's got good analysis.
Yeah,
Shaq,
when he wants to provide good analysis,
right? Exactly. When he wants to get into the conversation, he can break it down pretty good.
The other times, he's just poking Chuck, trying to stir him up, but with
all the other times he is giving Chuck shit. That's all. But that's the fun part. That's the great dynamic, though. Like I thought that's the stuff that they would kind of fizzle out. But
they
that
can't.
keeps some entertainment there.
My 3 favorite bits from NBA or inside the NBA. There's a police presence. Where it's like, call 911. Chris Paul's in the locker room.
We gotta get those drops. There's a way that I have a switchboard too. BK and I both have a switchboard. I just gotta add that shit on here and then put it onto my soundboard so that I can.
Chris Paul's in my locker room. Call the police. There's
some good drops there. Where'd you want to go with today's show though? Any Longhorn talk?
And we'll get there in a sec.
Okay.
2 more bits.
Sorry, my bad. It is your show, Amigo.
It was that one, the Galveston one. I forgot who it was. They lost in the first round, and like the bit with them is, they're going to Cabo or they're going to Cozumel. They're going to Mexico. The season's end. That man, these dudes suck. They underperformed. Send the ass to Galveston. Like that, he said they don't get to go to Cabo.
Like Galveston's like a punishment. Like it's a prison.
Yeah.
My wife swears Galveston has the best beaches she's ever. We have lived in Hawaii, dude.
Yeah, I was about to say, has she ever been
not
outside?
Just Hawaii. We lived in Kailua, and the beach that we went to all the time was Linakai. All right, Linakai is like the number 2 beach in the world. Frommer's years ago. I don't know what it is now, but Frommer's rated that like the number 2 beach in the world years ago. The number 4 beach in the world, Kailua. All right. But we didn't like Kailua as much as we liked Linakai. So we would drive 5 minutes to Linakai and go to that beachhead. It's just, and my wife swears that Galveston and South Padre. She likes South Padre more than Galveston, but she says the beaches in Texas are better than the beaches in Hawaii. I swear she's sane. I know she's married to me, but I swear to God she's sane. Everybody that's met her, you guys know that she's sane, but she swears that the beaches in Texas are better than the beaches in Hawaii.
Does she just love being able to drive on the beach that much? Like,
I think it is the real estate. Like
she likes those oil derricks out in the scene.
It's not that. It's how much space that's on the beach, right? Like how much, and of course you don't really have this in Galveston, but at South Padre, you have so much room from where the water hits or the tide comes up to where you can, crash out and put your stuff and camp out at, right? Like there's just so much more real estate in Linakai and in Hawaii. Yeah, the water's beautiful and stuff, but you have like this much shore space and this much real estate to work with, man. It's not much. It's not that much more appealing. I mean, actually it is. I'm in the water all the damn time anyways. I'm not ever on the damn beach when I'm in Hawaii, of course, but I don't take anything to the beach. Now I'm so worried about people taking my shit, Jordan.
Yeah. Hey, Crystal Beach. My stepmom is from Beaumont, has like a bajillion siblings that all grew up in Beaumont. We do family reunions there. I think Crystal Beach is the best beach I've been to in Texas. But I mean, it's not a high bar to pass.
Dude,
all right, last bit.
Dude, let me close off. It's not even Linakai and Kailua. Not just that, but she was on the Hawaii State Outrigger team. She got to travel to every island and go to their beaches too. She was in Maui as well. She has been everywhere, and she swears that Texas are the best beaches. I'm not making this up, man. Why would I? Why would I?
That's crazy. All right. Last favorite bit. So we got Galveston, dirty ass water. The police presence. Have you seen the one where Shaq is like, do y'all know how to save money on gas? And they're like, what? He's like, the way to save money on gas, you don't wait till it's empty and fill it up. You just wait till it's at half and then put $20 in it. You're going to save money. And everyone is like, wait, what? Explain that, Shaq. And he's like, you're saving money because it costs this much to fill it up. But if it's at half and you put 20 in, it's full. So you're saving money. And they were like, Shaq, what? And he kept defending it, and they just went to commercial. But he's like, just put $20 in it every time. Yeah.
Put $20 in it every time.
Yeah. Whenever they announced inside the NBA was moving to ESPN and people thought they were going to change it, everyone on Twitter was putting out like these 10-minute compilations, their funniest moments. Those are pretty good. But all right, I don't have a ton of things to talk about with Texas. Arch Manning, as everyone saw yesterday at Steve Sarkisian's press conference, not going to play on Saturday versus the Vanderbilt Commodores. Vandy coming to town. Several Texans on their team. It's a homecoming for Shedrick Alexander, the pride of the East Side. Austin ISD's all-time leading touchdown scorer and rusher. He wears number 28 for them. They have a great backup running back too, McKylan Young. He was at Midland Legacy, as I like to call it, Midland Legacy.
That's clever. I like that. Never heard that before.
Yeah, and then he went to New Mexico State, where he was there with Jerry Kill, Pavia, a few of the other guys they brought over. And then they got him in the portal. He was in the same portal class as Pavia and Stowers from New Mexico State. But something happened. I don't know what it was. I still haven't gotten an answer. But something happened where he was not at Vanderbilt all last year. He was not at the school. He wasn't at JUCO. He was just back home in Midland working out. He moved back up there in January. He's now on the team, went through spring ball. And, I mean, he's who had that long touchdown run versus Mizzou on Saturday. I believe he's number 22. So they got him. They got Eli Stowers, who was the quarterback for Denton Geyer that Westlake knocked out of the game, the state championship game his senior year. And then Jackson Arnold came in as a 14-year-old freshman, first ever snaps were, in the state game, and he got smoked versus Westlake. And that was Westlake's first title they won of the 3 in a row. Trying to think. They got Dante Carter in their defensive backfield. He's from Cibolo Steel. Second-year player was
Steel's still a good program, right?
Yeah, they've taken a step back. Like, they're not going to compete for state. They haven't competed for state in a while, but
are they 3A or 4A?
Brother, they're 6A.
Are they?
Yeah. They're one of the bigger schools in San Antonio.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. And speaking of 6A, there might be a 7A soon.
Who the hell am I thinking of that is the dominant 3A school? I thought they began with a C.
Converse Judson. They're 6A.
Is it? They always play Lake Travis, right? Or they used to play Lake Travis.
Yeah, they used to play a fair amount in non-district, but now they don't meet if they go in the playoffs. And Judson hasn't been in the playoffs in a few years. Like, I don't know if they won a game last year. They were really bad last year. But yeah, I can't think of a team.
That's Salina.
Salina.
Thank you, Salina.
Which is way north of Dallas. And they actually had this. Did you see any of that stuff?
Uh-uh.
All right. I mean, there's no one at Salina for me to cover, so I guess this is okay for me to say. But the Salina.
Did I open up a bag of worms?
No, you're good. I mean, all this is reported and on the internet, so it's fine. But the Salina AD and head football coach is on leave right now because his son. Jesus Christ, man! So his son was working at one of the middle schools.
You don't have
actually, he was originally at a high school. Somehow came into a relationship with like an 18-year-old senior or some shit. There was a boy. He's gay, apparently. I don't know. And they found out about that. Apparently, kind of covered it up. That's what's being reported, and moved him from the high school to the middle school. His son, the AD and head football coach at Salina's son. And he has been the AD and head football coach there for a long time. They won state last year. He's won state before that. Salina is a really good small school program. They're in 4A, and they were dominating 2A and 3A. They have over like 6 state championships as a program.
That's what I was saying. I was thinking
like it's like some real Friday Night Light shit there, and it's its own town. It's kind of in the metroplex, but it's far enough,
right, real intimate and shit, right?
Where it's its own town. It's
Right.
a single high school ISD. So after that happens, they move his son to the middle school, and he's a coach there, and apparently has now been caught like filming kids in the locker room, and the other coaches would always have to tell him to go out of the locker room, and he got suspended or fired. And the parents of one of the kids in the middle school locker room lawyered up, got a third party, and now the cops and the third party are investigating Salina ISD.
Jesus
and
Christ.
Part of the investigation, they have since put the AD/head football coach on leave.
Did the AD know too?
The AD and the head football coach are the same person, and they're the father of the coach.
Gotcha. All right.
So he's screwed, and it's crazy because the thing with him having a relationship with the 18-year-old high schooler was last school year. And the dad knew about this. Everyone at Salina knew about this, and like they covered it up. And I mean, it's obviously a horrible story. But I mean, the way this is going to be covered from national media.
Yeah, I'm still on the fact that he's
so much more important than all this, and they screwed all these kids, which they did.
like you're filming middle schoolers in the locker room, dude. Like,
yeah, but the way this is going to get painted, it's going to hurt Texas high school football as a whole. When really it was Salina and the football coach and his son who had all this messed up. And apparently there are other things the son has done that are strange.
I'm sorry I asked about this, man. Jesus.
So, yeah, and their quarterback is a star QB committed to Oklahoma, Bo Bentley. That's the future of Oklahoma's program. And he's a great kid, by the way. I've enjoyed the conversations I've had with him, the few that we have had, and he's a great player. But, yeah, it's a huge story in Texas high school football. And Matt Stepp, who is basically the Adam Schefter of Texas high school football, he works for Dave Campbell's. He reported and broke the story 2 or 3 days ago that he had been placed on leave. So he's either going to get fired or have to resign. There's no way.
They're going to come back. Like anybody that brings this dude back after condoning that, right? Like that's, no, man. I get it. Like it's your son. Like I understand. Like still, man. Jesus.
Yeah, it's bad. But yeah. All right. To lighten it up.
Yes, my bad. I'm sorry. Yeah, I am sorry. I asked about that.
You're all good. But to lighten it up. Lane Kiffin,
my favorite coach, my coach.
Venables. Did you see this yesterday?
Dude, is this guy not the best troll in college football?
I know. He'd be so much better at LSU than Florida. Like, just as far as the fit of people who love that shit. So,
seriously, like when I think of that, like when I think of LSU, I think of Mulkey giving people the business, right? Right now, I want to think of Kiffin giving people the business, right? Give me fresh water. Let's turn fresh water into sweet water.
I love how Lane Kiffin has gone from this guy that everyone looked at. Oh, he's a Nepo baby. He gets to skip the line because his dad, he's this young prima donna. He doesn't care. He has no will. He doesn't try hard enough. And now it's like,
yeah, but Monty was
he's the greatest troll of all time, Like the narrative, shout out to him for changing the narrative over a long time. Like he has had to endure some real adversity, getting tarmacked by USC or Tennessee, whoever it was that tarmacked him and left him at the airport. Like he's gone through some shit and he's like in his 40s and has lived like 2 coaching lifetimes already.
I love it.
So
Joey, look at it. Joey Freshwater. Get it out there. Get it on shirts.
Hey, so on Sunday, Brent Venables talking about the Ole Miss loss said, I felt like we were the better team, but at the end of the day, it's a game of performance and executing, and I thought they out-executed us. Well, this is what – sorry. This is what geez.
You had the actual audio clip?
I don't. I wish I did. But this is what Lane Kiffin said yesterday. It's
it's the delivery too of how he gave it too. It's just like perfect. It's just just
3 different quotes because he kept coming back and saying more. He said, "That's an interesting take. That's a hot take. I wouldn't have thought people watching it would say that. I felt like we won at their place and weather that as a defensive head coach you would normally wish for, and won by 8 points. And I think we left a lot out there. I think we should have won by a couple scores. So I don't know how he evaluated that game and thought that they were the better team. I mean,
pause. There was a pause for like 2 seconds, and then he fired. Then he comes back, and then he's just like, and also,
he's like, I mean, we had way more yards, 21 first downs to 14, and we played 87 plays of offense, and they had 1 sack and didn't force any turnovers. That's an interesting take, but whenever he needs to say. And then he comes back and says, maybe they had the better team last year too when we beat them. Sorry. Comes back again. And he goes, maybe he had the better team at Oklahoma when we beat them 55-19 in the national championship at USC. Maybe. Maybe he had the better team at Clemson when we beat them 45-40 in the national championship at Alabama. Next question.
It's like he knew that question was going to get asked.
And
right?
he was like, goes, next question. My bad.
Up, bro. Unless he's just got recall like that, right? But I mean, that seemed like he had that dialed up, just waiting for it.
Yeah. All right. It's the time of the show where we're going to talk about the dirt that's been revealed on Brian Kelly since his firing, which is arguably one of the best things of college football when a coach gets fired. And all the local media, all the people that are in the city come out and are like, hey, he did all of this, but we covered it up because he was our head coach. But now that he's not and we all hate him.
So how does this not hurt their credibility when they admit to covering shit up?
Well, I mean, it's fine if it's fans on burner Twitter accounts or, local media reporters that will do the same thing for the next head coach. So,
right.
All right. But this is an old story on ESPN. This is from when Brian Kelly was at Central Michigan. On a winter night in Mount Pleasant, Michigan, Matt LaFleur and Rob Saleh thought they're invited to a party at the home of their boss, Central Michigan University football coach Brian Kelly. LaFleur and Saleh were either GAs or like low-tier assistants. Turns out they weren't on the guest list. They're on the worker list. Quote, we shoveled the snow and parked all the cars, Saleh said. Then at the end of the night, we had to go get the cars again. And then they went back to the tiny apartment they shared as graduate assistants and stood around the kitchen table, the one without any chairs. We decided when we're in that position, we're never going to treat people the way we got treated, said Saleh, now the 49ers defensive coordinator, and Matty's lived up to it. And again, this is a story from 6 years ago. So that one's good. Brian Kelly just being an asshole. This one is all time. So this is the night he took the LSU job. He was on a home visit at a recruit's house. I don't even know this recruit. His last name is Merriweather, but the local newspaper where this recruit is from had the story. It's this quote, he came back in, sat down, and acted like it was nothing, Merriweather said of the phone call. He was cool as a cucumber. About those bird ends, though. Kelly had 3 servings, Merriweather said. That's why the Merriweathers were shocked just minutes after Kelly and his assistant coaches left the house at 5 p.m. to see reports of Kelly heading to LSU. Screenshots from social media were immediately sent to Tobias Merriweather to Notre Dame were sent by Tobias Merriweather to Notre Dame assistant coaches for clarification. They had just left in a luxury SUV. So he's at a home visit. Whenever coaches do home visits, usually mom or dad, or they'll go get some
grub.
They'll make some food, break bread, eat over, dinner, talk over dinner, and just get to know each other better. And he's eating 3 servings of the mom's homemade burnt ends, takes a phone call, comes back in, act like it was nothing, and then leaves 5 minutes later, and it's all over the internet. He took the LSU job right after he was on a home visit recruiting for Notre Dame. So, yeah. Some more of them. Oh, this is just some real LSU shit right there. Have you seen this?
What's up? The witches who? Oh my god!
They blocked a punt when he's stabbing this voodoo doll. All the comments are like, "Hey, it wasn't A&M. That's a Brian Kelly voodoo doll." So, yeah.
I'm laughing. The funny thing about that is I had a guy in the Marine Corps from New Iberia, Louisiana. That's a real place, Jordan.
Yeah, hey, Texas has 2 players from there in their roster, Derek Williams and Melvin Hills.
This guy, his name was Brian Sargent, right? His last name was Sargent. It wasn't spelled like the Sergeant, but it was his last name was there. But you couldn't. I still don't know what the hell he was saying, right? Like, it had like 3 or 4 fucking teeth missing, bro.
Yep.
I just can't it just looked like I would picture somebody from the islands of Iberia, I guess. I don't know. Just
Hey,
I wish I could do a better job articulating what he looked like, dude. But he was amazing. The way he talked too, you couldn't understand a damn thing he said. Going down here, yeah. That's basically what it was. Sorry, go ahead.
You're all good. Here's another one. This is how Brian Kelly's tenure at LSU started. There were 5 weeks between Kelly's hiring and LSU's bowl game on January 4th. For those 5 weeks, Kelly and his top lieutenants just observed. But Kelly didn't speak to hardly anyone. Multiple sources call it one of the strangest transitions they've ever experienced. Assistant coaches were expected to go on the road recruiting for a coach who wasn't speaking to them. One assistant coach told The Athletic that Kelly told him on the phone they'd talk soon and never did. LSU had visitors in town for a recruiting weekend and asked none of the coaches to be there, one source said. Revered LSU cornerbacks coach Corey Raymond was expected to be a priority to retain, but Kelly had new safeties coach Kerry Cooks go see one of Raymond's recruits instead. After 2 weeks and no word, Raymond left for a job at Florida. The majority of assistants stayed on through the bowl game with no clarity other than a general sense that they weren't going to be retained. And by the way, he pulled this shit on Corey Raymond, who was the architect of LSU being DBU. He recruited, developed, and coached all those draft picks they had pre-Brian Kelly. Kelly fires him when he had been retained across like 3 different staffs. He goes to Florida. After 2 years at Florida, he gets scapegoated, and Billy Napier has to fire him and the entire defensive staff to keep his job. So he's available again. And then Brian Kelly fires his whole defensive staff because they suck, and he rehires Corey Raymond, who he could have had the entire time. He did the same exact thing to Blake Baker, who he could have retained from the Orgeron staff he inherited. He said, screw you. He went to Missouri, and then he hired him back for like twice the price, just like Raymond. Like, he's paying almost twice as much as he was the first time to hire those guys back. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and I've always said, like, there's never any accountability with Brian Kelly either, ever, anywhere. Like, I get it. Like, he's won where he's been, but still, like, he's just always, I felt like he's either thrown his players under the bus, or he's said by saying like they didn't come out and execute or give you some type of bullshit like that, or then come out and say like I didn't, my coordinators didn't do enough job preparing for this plan of attack and shit like that. Like, when is it ever on you? You're the oversight, amigo.
No, you're spoiled. You're spoiled.
Yeah, we've heard that too, right? We've definitely heard that.
That was the final nail in the coffin for him. I mean, few coaches have had a worse presence in press conferences than he has during his tenure at LSU. But whenever you only score 20 points, when DJ Lagway threw you 5 interceptions, and I'm pretty sure one of them was a pick 6, so they only scored 1 touchdown on offense. And the first question you get asked is, hey, what's wrong with the offense? Because the years prior, you had no defense, a great offense, but you couldn't score enough to win every game. And now you have a dog shit offense with a great defense. So they asked, what's wrong with the offense? He said, we played to win. We played to win and we won. You're spoiled. That was the end. This one's great. I have to turn this up a ton. I don't know if you'll be able to.
Good.
But listen to this. This was right after they lost to someone in 22. I forget who the loss was.
I got no audio.
Damn. I'm sorry. I don't know why it isn't playing. It used to work when I do it that way.
That's all right.
But basically, he was making fun of these beat reporters that were a little late to this press conference, and one of them was like, maybe if you win, we'll be on time. And he was like, he didn't know what to say. But apparently LSU was getting out of paying the full buyout.
How? I saw this. How is that possible, though?
It's $54 million. They're trying to get it to around 20. This isn't official yet, and it's because of morals code, the good old morals clauses. No reporter has the stones to come out and report this, and I think acquiring the proof, the concrete proof, and the sourcing for this is going to be near impossible because that's what you have to report something like this. But a lot of LSU fans, especially in this comment section, apparently it's a very poorly kept secret. And
they know he's shit, don't they?
Allegedly, it's a very poor kept secret that he has allegedly cheated on his wife multiple times. And apparently she went to file for divorce, convinced her to rescind it, and like they're married and are still together but don't live in the same house. It's like one of those deals. It's very strange. But that's what most LSU fans seem to believe is like the morality clause in this, and how LSU can avoid paying or, you know, get it down to 20 million instead of 50 something. So, and there also was a weird, I don't know how to describe this weird deal that went on in the hotel in Atlanta at LSU's SEC championship game versus Georgia's first year there.
Can you
Just
elaborate?
look up LSU SEC championship game hotel. You'll probably.
Why can't you elaborate it, man? Damn it.
Because LSU, they fired multiple people and multiple people lost their jobs or resigned, but they never gave a clear answer on why it was.
I'll look it up.
Yeah. So, yeah. Here's a great one. Brian Kelly had won everywhere he'd coached, so why'd it go so bad at LSU? Reminded of what Charles Turner, who was LSU starting center in 2022 and 2023, told me. Quote, for Coach Kelly, I think this is a different dynamic for him. When I was playing for Kelly the last 2 years, I didn't talk to him. I started every game for him. Just, hey, hi, how you doing? And that was really it. We never talked X's and O's. I never sat in his office and got personal with him. He never really got to know me. Turner said he hopes Kelly can get it turned around, but added he might not be the best fit for LSU. He's definitely a good coach, but as far as championships and all that other stuff, you got to come a different way with your players, Turner said. You have to let your players know that you really got them. And these quotes are from before he was fired, but still. But yeah. Some more great Brian Kelly stuff. This is how what caused his firing besides being bad at coaching football. Multiple program sources told The Athletic earlier Sunday, on the heels of LSU's third loss in 4 games, that LSU athletic director Scott Woodward wanted Kelly to make staff changes, including firing offensive coordinator Joe Sloan to try to fix an offense that ranks last in the SEC in rushing yards per game. However, when Kelly and Woodward met Sunday afternoon, things got very tense. After Woodward told the head coach to fire his play caller, Kelly fired back that he wanted to make other staff moves Woodward wasn't comfortable with. The situation then escalated with the head coach pushing back hard against his boss. It went bad fast, a program source told The Athletic. Can you imagine seeing red-faced Brian Kelly pushing you and be like, boy, see ya, you're fired?
Oh, I thought that was a figure of speech. He actually put his hands on him?
That has also been reported.
That's crazy.
Maybe that's the morality clause or part of it too. I don't know.
That's assault, brother.
Yeah. Also, people don't think the LSU AD is going to be allowed to hire the next coach because he's responsible for the 2 largest buyouts in college football history. And he's still the AD. This is awesome. LSU, before the season, put out this like montage of all their players taking the same photo with Brian Kelly. Look at what this dude did. This is not edited. This is his face in all these photos.
Are you serious? That's edited, Jordan.
No, it's not. I'll pull up the original video. It says the chances of Brian Kelly performing a blood sacrifice to steal your soul are very low, but never 0.
That's not edited.
Yeah, this is real.
I don't know, because I'm seeing the different frames. It makes me think that it's chopped.
It's real. I can pull up the original video. But yeah. All right. So that's
what a demon, bro.
Yeah, he's a horrible person, and I'm sure you know about what happened with at Notre Dame.
What's that?
Did you ever hear about what happened at Notre Dame?
Why he got the hook? No, I mean I just figured it was because of his record.
So he wasn't fired. He left for LSU. When
I can't hear
at Notre Dame. I can't believe you don't know about this. Jesus.
No, I'm sorry.
At Notre Dame during a practice, it was before they had an indoor facility, and it was storming pretty bad. And in college football, they have these watchtowers to go send up student assistants or interns or GAs to set up tripods and film the practice, right? But those kind of watchtowers weren't really a thing back then, or I guess they were, but a lot of schools would get these easy lifts or chair lifts. And Brian Kelly, the day it's storming and raining and thundering across South Bend, Indiana during a practice where they want to practice in the rain, tells a student assistant who's paying full price for school, by the way, not on scholarship, paying full price for private school tuition and everything at Notre Dame. He sends them up there. It gets blown over and the kid.
God, I'm like, what a fucking moron. Are you serious?
He kept his job.
I don't know how I don't know about this.
This is a huge deal. Like anytime LSU plays anyone in the SEC, the entire week lead up to the game, fans of the other team they're playing are
I apologize.
The hashtag BKKAK.
I apologize. I do know about this. It just slipped my mind. I did see this.
You're good, but yeah, it was bad. All right, I know we didn't talk much about Texas, so I'm gonna pull up these questions and we can close it with that. I do want to talk about Baylor some tomorrow because I think Aranda's days are numbered. This coaching carousel is going to be so nuts, man. I'm excited. I'm so excited. A lot of young assistant guys, personnel guys I've been rooting for, pulling for, sources of mine, going to be moving around. So good for them moving up to totem pole. And a lot of people are getting new opportunities for this. So excited for it. And it's going to be interesting.
Do you have a crystal ball? Do you have an idea of where people are going to land?
I mean, more jobs are going to open, so it's like what I'm about to say or predict is going to change so much.
Like the landscape.
Eric Morris, the UNC head coach, takes Oklahoma State. I think Auburn is eventually firing Hugh Freeze, and Rhett Lashley and his staff want the Auburn job. But
my question, like, let me 20-second this real quick. Why would Rhett Lashley want to leave what he's building at SMU when he's got almost an open gate to the ACC championship with the talent that he can recruit out of the Texas State? I don't even want to call them Texas hand-me-downs, right?
Yeah,
but
it is a good
understand
point.
what I'm saying. Like, there's so much more talent that he can utilize from here and then just go wreck the ACC.
I mean, I
get it. It's SEC football.
But he is from Arkansas, played at Arkansas, grew up in the SEC, wants to coach in the SEC, and also, like, yeah, SMU's cool. They have probably the easiest path in the Power Four to get to
money,
the playoff.
man. They got a lot of money.
They got a lot of money. But guess what? Everyone recruits against someone. Like Alabama, right? Keelan Russell, great. You committed to SMU, right? It's your hometown school. You're from Duncanville. Do you know who Keelan Russell is?
Yeah.
All right. That's great. They did a great job recruiting you. They're early to believe in you, and they will make you the highest paid player in college football if it comes down to it to keep you. And then Kalen DeBoer goes, all right, you want to play on the CW? You want to play on ABC at 7 o'clock on Saturday night? Because there's levels to this. There is. There truly is. You want to play on the CW, Bubba? You want to play on ACC Network? It's different. It is different. And some kids can be swayed by that. And I don't think that's what did it for Keelan Russell by any means. But the stage of playing on an Alabama or Auburn will always be bigger than the stage of playing in University Park.
I understand that. But I guess I'm a fan of there's no guarantee. And look at where Auburn's at now. And maybe people, take that on. Maybe people like actually look forward to building the program instead of inheriting, somewhat of a.
Well, Hugh Freeze is a dumbass. Like, they've done a great job recruiting. They've spent so much of their money on high school relative to
he just can't win.
To build it. He's just a bad coach and hired bad coaches, and he's missed on every QB evaluation he's pretty much made at Auburn. Lashley was an OC at Auburn. He's been there. Him and his family like the area. They know he'll be supported there. And if those boosters are stupid enough to give Hugh Freeze the amount of money they did, I guarantee you Rhett Lashley can get more support from them.
For sure.
That is why he wants Auburn. But here's the thing. Lane Kiffin is very unlikely to stay at Ole Miss. That job is going to open, and they would take that as well, but they're bigger fans of Auburn and would rather be at Auburn. So there's that. I think Clark Lee is going to stay at Vandy, but I think multiple teams will make a run for him. I think Willie Fritz could have a new job. That would require a program being really savvy, though, which we'll see. Drinkwitz, I thought, was going to be gone and leave Mizzou, but now he has a true freshman the rest of the year at QB, and that's probably going to tank his chances of getting like a really big job. I think Jed Fish could be on the move. He's done a good job at Washington. But I don't know. I mean, I haven't asked a ton, and like the info I have on Eric Moore.
Did Washington just upset somebody?
Illinois. Yeah.
Illinois. They did Illinois. Good.
Yeah, Summerall is gone. And I think Kentucky fans are going to be pissed because I don't think they're going to buy out Mark Stoops. But like the best coach they're ever going to get, because no one wants to go to a school where football is the number 2 sport there. That's what it is. It's Kentucky. They're not going to be able to get a coach as good as John Summerall, and Summerall is going to get hired away this cycle. So if they ever want a shot at being relevant in the SEC, Kentucky has to buy out Stoops and get Summerall, because no one else is going to want to go there worth a fuck. And Summerall's an alum, played there, and it just makes too much sense. So, but I doubt they'll do that. It's going to be very interesting. One school that I would watch, and I think is a really good fit. I don't have any intel on this being realistic, but James Franklin at Stanford.
Yeah.
I think that'd be a really good fit for him. It's in the ACC. He'd have to deal with travel, but when you can win out there, you got Andrew Luck, like that.
He seems like he's bought full in on making that program like a solid as the standard of the conference. So
yeah, I think Brent Key could stay at Tech. It depends on what's going to come open. Like he would turn down Arkansas. I think anyone with the brain is going to turn down Arkansas. I'm very curious who they hire.
Andrew Luck doesn't have like an official position with Stanford, does he?
No, he's the GM. He fired, and he's one of the GMs that has more power than anyone else in his program, kind of like Nagy at OU. Like he fired their head coach in like March or April last year. And then they hired, it's a former Colts coach that coached him in Indianapolis. They hired him to basically be the interim for a year. So I thought UCLA was maybe going to be Aranda, but I mean, he might not be leaving Baylor. He might be getting fired from Baylor. It's Frank Reich. All right. Yeah.
Right. Frank Reich.
Summerall at Arkansas would be really interesting. I think Eric Moore should be a sneaky good fit for them. Like, you need a legit talent evaluator because your state is only producing 5 kids tops a year that are good enough to actually play at Arkansas and in the SEC, and no one in the surrounding states grows up wanting to be a Razorback. You're not a national brand. Like, you have to have a dialed-in scouting department, and a lot of that starts with the head coach. I think, Willie Fritz would be good. Like, I keep bringing up Willie Fritz because
Fritz at Arkansas?
I think he'd be good there. Like, I keep bringing him up. He has – everywhere he's been, he has won at every level, similar to Kalen DeBoer, similar to Signetti at Indiana. And everywhere he's been at a school that does not have the most resources in the conference he's in, and he's still won in that conference or won a conference championship. Like, Houston just went on the road. I know they got their teeth.
The Cougars are playing.
But they just beat Arizona State. Like, and guess what? They have the number 2 overall prospect in the country coming in next year in Keyshawn Henderson. They have a great class. They have a really good recruiting class for Houston standards. They have several kids that A&M and Texas or other people wanted, had interest in. Like, they've done a really good job. So he is older. That's part of it. But, I mean, hey, how old is Signetti?
I think he's around 55 up there. He's up there. But I don't know if he's completely pushing 60, but I think he's over the 50 mark.
Yeah. Hey, y'all want to know what I think is very interesting? So Billy Napier's fired, right? Who's the guy at Florida? That's DJ Lagway. DJ Lagway has a younger brother that is either a 2020, he's either a sophomore or junior DB prospect that the Texas A&M Aggies offered yesterday. And I'm not trying to talk down on the kid. I've not watched his film. I've not seen anything on him outside of the eye test when I've been at Willis this year. But from what I saw, it wasn't really a kid who gets an A&M offer at this stage in the recruitment. Like, he might have some crazy track times I don't know about. Obviously, his father played at Baylor. His older brother's at Florida. But I thought that was very interesting. Because, like, hey, if Lagway goes in the portal, A&M's going to be brought up. But if you're A&M, like, Marcel Reed ain't getting drafted this year. Are you going to, after him being the starter for 2 years, are you going to say, hey, now we got Lagway? I highly doubt it. So, I don't know. I thought that was very, very interesting, though, with the little Lagway getting an offer. But I don't know. Also, like, if I was Lagway right now, I would should basically tell everyone and put out feelers. Yeah, I'm leaving games.
Right. Yeah. Just be like, hey, how big is this bag going to be?
Drive the leverage up from Florida and then just wait as long as you can, because he can do that. He's one of the few players who can wait as long as he wants in the portal. And wait for all these coaches to take new jobs and then pick where from there. Because, like, all these OCs and head coaches and DCs are going to be having different jobs. Like, is Colin Klein at A&M next year? Probably pretty doubtful, you know? I don't know if he gets a head coaching job or he leaves for a bigger OC job. I don't know, but like
after this, I mean, A&M's offense is on point right now, dude. Like, I would like to think that he would probably. I don't know if he's going to get a head coaching position, but I think that if something opens up, I don't know. Would he leave A&M for Florida?
Shit, I don't like to be an OC or head coach.
Yeah, head coach.
Yeah, but I don't think.
I mean, that's like. I mean, if you want to try and maybe retain Lagway, right? You say, hey, this is one of the number one offense.
If they hire Kiffin, I think they're going to retain a lot of the offense.
Okay,
but they're keeping Dallas Wilson and Vernell Brown no matter what. They're repped by a former Florida Gator, and they pulled some shit to get Dallas Wilson out of his paperwork. Because he was signed to Oregon, and then 4 days after he signs, they get him out of his paperwork, and he enrolls at Florida. Like, some backdoor SEC stuff right there. But
Scagnetti is 63, by the way.
Signetti
is, yes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. All right, I'm going to hit on a few of these, and then we got to run. Name and substance. Doesn't use Bishop right away. I'm done with Sark because Bishop is the most polished athlete I've ever seen in high school. I'll be honest, I cannot stand whenever fans or high school coaches or really anyone gets a high school recruit or takes a high school recruit in their name and says, hey, he can go start at Texas right now. But Jermaine Bishop is actually one of those kids who can go start at Texas right now. He's good enough. And like DeAndre Moore at this point, does anyone think he's going to get drafted in April? I don't. So, is he coming back? Are you going to unseat a 2-year starter at slot for Jermaine Bishop?
Right.
I doubt it. But I think Jermaine Bishop would bring something different to the offense that DeAndre Moore doesn't. Like, DeAndre Moore's incredibly consistent, the most consistent receiver on this team for 2 years. He's always in the right spot, is always doing the right thing, and is always blocking the right guy and finishing on his blocks.
Went out of bounds.
There's a lapse every now. I was going to bring that up. There's a lapse.
Right. Went out of bounds when he shouldn't have. But I mean, other than that,
his down-to-down consistency, I think, is better than probably any Texas skilled player. It's probably him and Livingston at the top.
But
with Bishop, I mean, there's something different with him, man. His 0 to 60 is something I've never seen before.
That's what Texas doesn't have. Like, Texas really doesn't have that top end.
He's 157 pounds soaking wet, and it's just sinewy strength, athleticism, God-given, man. It's God-given. And it's crazy, too. You talk to people in Willis, and it's like, he's been doing this shit since he was 6 years old.
Jesus Christ.
And they show you, like, the Pop Warner videos and Pee Wee highlights.
The helmet just wobbling around.
Of Jermaine Bishop. Like, dude, if my kid's in Pop Warner or Pee Wee and we play a kid like that, I'm walking over to his family like, hey, let me run your recruitment. Like,
right. Let me get this going. Let me get this going for you right now. Let's start the enterprise.
Jordan, he's 6 years old. And it's like, I don't care. I've seen enough. That's what it was with Jermaine Bishop as a kid. So I'd love to see him start day one. It's going to be interesting. I think with his body type, his frame, and the way he's put together, he kind of has to exclusively play slot. Maybe they shift DeAndre more outside. I don't know. Maybe Bishop can play outside. But
how big was Worthy? He's smaller than Worthy, isn't he?
Worthy
was 6 foot.
Worthy's like 5'11", 6 foot, maybe 6 foot half an inch. But he had longer arms and longer strides. It's just overall longer. And I mean, I don't know if Worthy ever weighed more than 165 at Texas, but like Jermaine Bishop is legitimately like 157 soaking wet. So, and it's crazy. His freshman year, he started on varsity at corner, and like led the entire district in interceptions, his first team all district. He got like 20 offers after his freshman year, and every school would come to see him in the winter, spring of his freshman year to go offer him and pull him out of class and talk to him. And I mean, I have this on record from the Willis head coach. Like every single coach that came by and said, "Hey, let me see Jermaine," Miller would go grab him. The head coach, Trent Miller, would go grab him out of class, bring him to the office, and the coach would be like, "Hey, can I talk to you for a sec?" To Miller on the hall, and he'd be like, "And I want to see Jermaine. Like I want to talk to Jermaine. Who's this?" And he's like, "No, that is Jermaine."
That is him.
Wait, what? That's the kid we've been watching on film? He's like, "Yeah, he's 5'7", 121 pounds. That's what he played at all those games as a freshman." Like the Jermaine Bishop stuff, like the stories I hear about him, the things he does, like it's legitimate Texas high school football folklore. And like, I cannot believe that On3 had this dude as a 3-star the entire cycle up until like 4 months ago, and he's still outside the top 100, I believe. Like he's literally the all-time leading receiver for the Houston area, the all-time leading scorer for the Houston area, and he might even be better at corner than a receiver. That's how good he is. Like, and I never got to see Travis Hunter play in person, but Jermaine Bishop is up there with Keyshawn Henderson, the best 7-on-7 players I've ever seen. And they were all on the same team for like 3 years in a row. Every time Juice played them, I was pissed because they would lose every game. I knew what was coming. Yeah, I mean, I love Jermaine Bishop. I can't say enough good things about him. Let's see if we have any other
folklore is true.
Texas questions. ESPN chose the wrong site last Saturday. Vandy Mizzou game was boring. Should have been at LSU interviewing Kelly before he gets fired. Vandy Mizzou game was boring. I really hope the Texas Vandy game isn't anything like that, but I don't know. We'll see. Isn't game day in Utah?
I don't know where it is actually. I was asking if they were coming to Austin here because of. I mean, I would think that
not with Arch out.
Yeah, that's a good point. Not with Arch Manning out, but you would think that this is probably one of the better games or one of the more attractive games on the slate, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really looked at the slate that much. Sorry, I'm looking at these comments.
Oh no, you're good. I mean, there's Florida, there's Florida, Georgia. There's Florida, Georgia this week, but that's not. I mean, that's not gonna be. That's nothing to what it used to be anymore, man. Yeah, we are. Besides Cincinnati and Utah, I think we are one of the most attractive games on the slate. Yeah, we are. I do want to see Indiana and Maryland. I want to see Maryland shock the Hoosiers here.
That ain't happening.
No, it's not.
You know, I really was a fan of Maryland. I
started out hot, man. Started out
money line like 3 weeks in a row when they were 4-0. And I thought I hit a banger. They played Washington and were up like 17 or 20 in the second half and lost by like 2 scores.
Yeah, they're not supposed to be. That's what I was getting ready to say. They're not supposed to be good. This is a rebuilding year for the Terps. And when they started out 4-0, like I hit my pops up and I'm just like, Jesus, Dad, they just beat Wisconsin. He goes, it's the worst team they had in 25 years. This Maryland team's awful. Don't let them fool you. They've been losing since. So.
Yeah.
My old man does know Maryland ball. He knows Maryland ball. So.
Y'all got a QB, Malik Washington. You got him at least 2 more years. That's going to help.
I'm a Texas guy. I'm talking to my dad. My dad's a y'all. I'm a we.
Okay, but you know, the Maryland got a QB. Loxley will keep his job. There's going to be stability.
Oh, well, yeah.
They have a kid coming in that's a top 5 prospect in the country named Zion Ely. He's an edge rusher. He's a day 1 starter. And
remember how I didn't I send you that guy's picture? I was like, do you think there's any way that we can retain this, or there's any way that Maryland can get this guy? Is that the dude I was telling?
I don't remember you sending me that. But yeah, his NIL deal is like $2 million for his freshman year. Because it was like he chose Maryland over Oregon, and Oregon was like, they offered this much. How about this much more?
Right. He played.
Eventually got to this where they were like, all right, screw this. We're not. And Maryland's NIL deal is legitimately somewhere around 1.8 to 2.2.
They got that Under Armour money to back it up, bud.
Well, yeah, and rev share. Like Maryland doesn't have an expensive roster. They're losing all these recruiting battles in the DMV.
Do you know they put 13 players into the NFL? In the draft, I don't know if they're playing now, but they had 13 players drafted last season.
Bullshit!
Crazy. I swear
they did not have 13 players drafted.
I'll look it up again, man.
Texas had like 13 or 12. They've had the most draft picks combined over the last 2 years. And they had the second most out of anyone in this year's draft at like 12. There's no way Maryland had more than Texas. There's no way.
I'm looking it up right now, man.
I don't even remember who had more than Texas this year, because the year before, I think it was Michigan only. Or I think it was Ohio State that had more this year. Temple of Brutus, by the way, I did look up Ernie Powers. Our scouting team is aware of him. Hopefully they get a grade.
All right. Maybe I'm wrong. It's 2.
Okay, I was like, bullshit.
No, I misread it. I saw 32 over 2 years, or over 6 years rather. That's where I found up at.
32 over 6 years is a lot better than I thought.
They had a run. Remember when Friesian was there? Vernon Davis was one of the top dogs too. He was an X factor coming out of there. Like, he was on your San Francisco 49er team.
He was my favorite, man. He was my
dude. Lights out, Sean. Lights out, Merriman.
I don't know him. Jose.
Sean Merriman?
Maybe if I see a photo of him, but I can't think of him off the top. Jose said, Jordan, do you think the LSU commits stick? Seem like those kids tend to love the school more than the coach, especially how bad of a person Kelly was. Yeah, they're going to keep a lot of their roster and kids committed because, quite frankly, over half of those kids would have still committed if I was coaching LSU.
Thank you. That's the stat I saw. Thank you so much.
Yeah, like at LSU, those kids got a love for LSU in that state, man. Like, they fired Brian Kelly Sunday night. They literally got a commitment from an in-state kid Monday morning. He committed to a program that knows their staff is about to get cleaned out. And it's because LSU is one of, like, honestly, maybe like a handful of programs in college football where kids are still committing there because of the school and the love for the school
and the culture, right? And
about the coach or money. Because LSU, 90% of these in-state kids too, they get them for cheap as hell at a high school.
Just based off the hometown discount, right?
What they do after their junior year, it'll be January, February, March, April. And the kids that aren't in the top 100 or top 200 that have legitimate opportunities everywhere outside the state, they meet with the kids who A&M just offered or Texas just offered other people and said, hey, we love you, man. We think you're a great player. We want you at LSU. But, we also got 4 other guys on our board, and one of them wants to commit soon. And if he does, we're going to be full. So, do you want to commit? Do you want to be a Tiger? Because if you pass this up, you're not going to get another opportunity. And 9 times out of 10, that kid commits to LSU that night on the phone. And they'll still go and get 2 more players at that kid's position. But they wanted to get him locked in the boat because they knew they had the leverage. You don't have to pay him shit. They'll take a hometown discount because they love LSU so much. And if you get that all done before OVs, you have so much more leverage in the kid to where, like, they can't really negotiate a higher number unless they're cool with losing that opportunity to go to LSU. So it's very interesting. It's kind of unfathomable that up until this past offseason, the way they approached the portal, how bad that was, how bad their structure was paying players. Because, again, like, they get so many discounts on in-state kids that are really good football players to where it's like, what the hell are y'all doing with the money y'all saved to go out of state or in the portal? They weren't doing anything with it until this past offseason, but it was too little too late. And like Texas, they spent a shit ton of money in the portal to fix holes on defense, fix other parts, and looked at their O-line and said, we're good.
Right.
And their weakness of the season is the
They
O-line.
can't run. They can't run the ball.
Yeah. And on top of that, they're asking Nussmeier, who was projected to go day 1, Heisman front runner, to play hurt behind a dog shit O-line. Right. If anyone has gotten shafted by the way LSU's handled this, it is Nussmeier. The original staff he committed to was fired before he got there, so he's with Kelly the whole time. They recruited a guy over him in Jaden Daniels. Can't really fault them. He won the Heisman and won them every game that year. Nussmeier wouldn't have been ready, but he still stuck through it. And he had every opportunity to leave in the portal.
Right,
he still
exactly.
Stuck through it. Came back one more year. They reloaded. They spent all this money in the portal. This was the year, and they don't have the O-line for him. He's getting beat to shit, and he's playing through an injury in his final year of eligibility and could fall as low as day 3 because of all this. Like, Garrett Nussmeier has been totally shafted, and if there was revisionist history, he would have left for the draft last year. So, and if that happens, maybe BK keeps his job because they probably have lower expectations if Michael Van Buren's the starter. Or if they got Bryce Underwood instead of losing him to Michigan, if you have
Right.
the number one player in the country as a true freshman, it is a lot harder to fire that coach. Look at Billy Napier and Lagway last year. Like if Brian Kelly holds on to Underwood, he probably still has his job right now. So it's kind of crazy.
I just feel like this was the last straw to fall for Kelly. Like I don't know if any other program gives him another shot just because of the track record
so
now.
He like Franklin has the duty to mitigate to where even if he wants to sit on his ass and retire and just collect the check, like he legally has to make an effort to go get employment, whether as a coach or in media. He can go get some BS job at CBS where we pay him $30K a year. Like they torch jobs that don't pay them anything because the buyout owed to you gets cut based off what you make at the new job. So they purposely take the like lowest paying jobs possible because they want the full buyout, right? But like Franklin, it has been reported all over the internet that Kelly is still very much interested in coaching. So I think if Michigan State gets rid of Jonathan Smith, that could be a name for them. He'll end up somewhere back in the Northeast or the Midwest. Like no one in the South or Southeast is going to want to touch this dude. And I don't think he's ever coached on the West Coast either. So I doubt UCLA. But
that's you got that for Aranda, right? You think Aranda's going to UCLA? Or
I did, but now Baylor's been so bad they'd be dumb to hire him. Do you remember this when he hit the table so hard during a press conference, the water bottle was in the air? That screenshot was hilarious, man. What other stuff do we have here? Okay, Rob Latender said, why does every college think they should be winning a natty every year? Everything is becoming unsustainable with expectations. I agree with you to some degree, but LSU had to fire Brian Kelly. They had to fire Brian Kelly. It was year 4. They never went to the playoffs. They weren't going to go to the playoffs this year. They spent all this money for it to be the year, just like they did with Penn State. We're a natty favorite, and they have lost. And Penn State went 3-3. Like if Franklin wasn't going to do it in 12 years, he sure as hell wasn't going to end up doing it anytime in the future at Penn State.
They have 3 Olympic runners on their team.
Like Wags, like I feel like people don't understand how good of a job LSU is. It's the easiest state to recruit if you're the head coach there.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. Like, does their high school talent rival Texas's high school talent?
No, because they have dog shit structure in their public school system. Any football player worth a damn in the state of Louisiana is playing private school ball because they get put on scholarship.
No, I know that for sure.
Much better coaching. But while the state of Louisiana doesn't produce the highest total quantity of NFL players, they have the most NFL players drafted per capita. Like it's a great job.
I guess that's what I should have rephrased as per capita. Do they have the
reason with Brian Kelly though? Nick Saban, Les Miles, Ed Orgeron all won a national championship. The last 3 coaches before Kelly, and they all did it in 4 years. It's year 4 for Brian Kelly. Like there are standards at LSU, and he was not meeting them. And on top of that, like you speed up the process of getting fired if you were an outsider like Brian Kelly that treated people in that facility the way he treated people in that facility.
Firing people the first day one and shit, like
and not talking to players like that.
Not
like Ed Orgeron, it fell off the wagon with Ed Orgeron, no doubt. He took his foot off the gas after the natty, but you could never say he wasn't a good recruiter, didn't care about his players. You know, Brian Kelly could give 2 shits.
Right. He probably don't even know the name. Or hell, with the burn end story.
Yeah.
The burn ends, I mean, just no soul, just cold, bro.
Yeah. Man, I wish Traylor left for Texas Tech. Like, if there was revisionist history and he could see that Cody Campbell was going to turn Tech into an NIL powerhouse, he definitely takes that job. But there's no way to know that. And unfortunately, I think Jeff Traylor might have waited around too long to move on, and now he's kind of stuck at UTSA because they're not good this year, and he's not going to get hired to be a head coach at a Power 4 school off even an 8-4 year at UTSA. He has to win 10 games again. So I don't know. I don't know where Alex Golesh will go. That's kind of a wild card. What other stuff do we have here? This was fake news, Steven Nogado, the Harold Perkins thing. But Brian Kelly and that staff kind of ruined Harold Perkins' draft chances, I think. I mean, he is kind of a one-trick pony that isn't smart enough to play linebacker, isn't big enough to play edge all 3 downs, and he's not good enough in coverage or smart enough to play star. But you're paying him this much because he was the number 1 linebacker showing flashes. Like, it's a waste of cap space. Like, Vandy was literally picking on him for 4 quarters when they beat LSU a few weeks ago. So,
hey, does Florida need to hire like a marquee name brand, or would Golish be a fit for them since he's right there in house, essentially?
I think they would have to be told no or whiff on several hires to get to Golish first. I think they want to get
he's not number 1. He's
yeah. And also, like, they just hired Billy Napier, who's a G5 coach from Louisiana. Golish is a G5 coach from Florida.
Yeah, good. That's good point.
Fans are going to be pissed if it's anyone outside of Lane Kiffin, to be honest, but like, they have to go power 4 or bust for their next coach. Sorry, I'm looking at some other stuff.
No, I mean, I could see Golish winning. I mean, clearly, right? If you're winning at South Florida, if you're able to do this and establish a program at South Florida, look at what you can do with the resources at the University of Florida in Gainesville, man. It's just,
yeah, man. Is Texas Vandy? Is Texas on SEC Network again?
It's on ABC. From what let me look it up. I thought it was on ABC. Is it not?
I don't know. Grand Valley State will not take BK back. Like, a lot of people were throwing out his dirty laundry from Grand Valley.
It is on ABC.
Good. Okay, sweet. Jake Bayless in Boston College is probably going to open up. He's a masshole. It's perfect. Yeah, well, on Twitter, I don't know why this ended up on my feed, but a burner account saw Brian Kelly at like this popular
restaurant by himself.
Yeah, by himself, eating by himself, and took a photo, and it's like no one approached him. Everyone respected his privacy. He got up and left. And then like 2 hours later, there's a video of him on a tarmac at the Baton Rouge airport getting on a private jet. And they tracked that private jet to Massachusetts. Like, he was getting out of Baton Rouge as soon as he could. He didn't care at all about that program, those people, or any of like the culture in Louisiana and Baton Rouge. Like, they couldn't have chosen a worse guy. And a lot of people in media have totally changed up, said it was a terrible hire from the jump when there were screenshots of what they reported saying they liked the Brian Kelly hire. I always hated it. It was never going to work. Like, an outsider in South Louisiana, a white man from Massachusetts in South Louisiana
with one hell of an accent, and wherever I don't know, I saw some things come up with him going to UCLA with the dude, bruh, took this wave, bruh, and just splashed, spit me out of the tube, dude, and just cruised right on out, bro.
Yeah.
Brian Kelly to UCLA. One more that I wanted to ask you before we get out of here. What is Key's status? How I know didn't he get extended in 24 or some shit like that? Like, what's the buyout on him, or what does Georgia Tech have to do to kind of retain him? Wouldn't you think that a spot would open up? Look where Georgia Tech is right now, man. Just absolute surprise. You'd think that Florida, hey, you want to come on down here?
Maybe. He's not flashy, though, and I mean, he's also a Georgia Tech alum, so it would have to be something he feels really solid about. But you got me thinking. Blake Gideon is the DC there. Georgia Tech has a great defense this year. Spent a long time at Texas. Before that, he was at Ole Miss, and before that, he was at Houston. He's been in the SEC at several different programs. Like, someone is probably going to hire Blake Gideon to be a D coordinator in the SEC, and he might get a shot at a head coaching job somewhere too. Like, he's done a good job. And it's crazy because as good of a coach as he is, like, a lot of players at Texas were not fans of his coaching style and the way he carried himself in the facility. But he gets it done, man. He gets it done. So maybe it's different at Georgia Tech. I don't know. Maybe Key brings him if he goes somewhere. But, I mean, shit, Gideon is a name to know. So, and they kept messing up Trey Wisner's name. I did notice that too.
What happened? They were saying Sir Travion?
Yeah. Dude, some of these names for Texas players, I cover them for 3 or 4 years, and it's always Trey. He gets to Texas. It's Quintravion. It's like, what?
Where did that distinguish?
Yeah. And like KJ Lacey, like I've known this entire time. His real name is Carl because I met his dad. But why the fuck does the Texas Athletics website say Carl Lacey Jr.? I haven't said like he's never not gone by KJ. And like Ty Anthony Smith, the entire time I covered him, he'd be like, "No, I don't have an apostrophe. My name is one word. It's Ty Anthony." He gets to Texas, there's an apostrophe in there. Where'd that come from? You know, I don't know. So, yeah, I always just say Trey Wisner. I always write Trey Wisner. Yeah, in Woodcrest, his name is Carl.
Oh, damn, his name is Carl.
His name is Carl with an E. It's Karle Lacey Jr. Yeah. So, but shout out to him. He's QB2.
You gotta show your Carlness. Have you ever seen You, Me, and Dupree? No. That's a wrong. But watch that with your girl. Watch that with your girl. It's a good one. You, Me, and Dupree.
You might have to text that to me.
It's hilarious. It's a movie that'll make you laugh. You got to have your six friends of smoke and interness. Your unlock your interness is what it is. Carlness is what
we're gonna unlock our inner get off the show.
I was gonna say it's 11:34, dude.
Yeah, no, we did run late. I lose track of time. This is 2 days in a row. But hey, we're getting out of here. Up next, the voice of college football talks Texas football and debates the Longhorns can take down Vanderbilt without Arch Manning. Matthew Caldwell at the helm. KJ Lacey, QB2. It's a big one in Austin on Saturday. But like I said, we're getting out of here. Y'all have a great Tuesday. Peace out. And hey, we'll see you tomorrow at 10. Peace.
You're clear.